Being Muslim playing in Ramadan is very tough. Despite that, we actually won the regional online tournament 5.
Collect him! Let's go!
I spent on and off about 2 years homeless. Throughout all of the homelessness, the one thing that I did keep was my computer.
When I was 19 years old, I decided to take a break for a few years and join the army.
The feeling to win is you feel relieved. You feel like everything that you've done paid off.
There was just so many emotions when we won. Lots of tears of joy.
Being able to turn around and win the first summer circuit was just the best feeling.
Thank you for all the support, dude. Thank you for all the love, man.
The Apex Legends Global Series reaches a fever pitch as today the top squads battle it out to be named top dog. On the line are more than placement and kill points. Today, it's all about who will be named champion and take home their share of a $500,000 prize pool. It's Apex the way only playoffs can provide, and your ALGS family of casters and crew are here to bring you through all the action.
Are you ready? It's finally here. This is the Apex Legends Global Series Summer Circuit Playoffs, where the best Apex Legends competitors in the world battle in their super regions to take their shot at playing for glory, bragging rights, and their share of the $140,000 prize pool. Today, we witness which America's team will claim the title of ALGS Summer Circuit Super Regional Champion.
The hunt begins.
To get here, the teams earned their right to represent their region in one of three ways. The first was to secure a top 3 placement in any of the 4 ALGS Summer Circuit Super Regionals. An honor earned by such teams as Yeet Squad, Aim Assist, Complexity, and Counter Logic Gaming.
Let's go!
Teams could also land a coveted playoff spot by racking up their ALGS points throughout the Summer Circuit. And finally, the last 4 spots for each super region were secured by placing first and second in the regional last chance qualifiers. A do-or-die event, putting some of the best remaining regional teams to the test.
We're trying to get a little bit more with it, and it is just catastrophe for 303.
Now that the top 20 Americas teams in the ALGS Summer Circuit have emerged, it's time to begin the final series of battles to determine who amongst them will be crowned as champion of their super region. With so many variables in team comps and strats, which meta will emerge victorious? Aggressive teams with guns blazing, pushing in on the fight. Tactical players focusing on kills and EVA leveling to set the pace. Patient teams dropping late to remote areas to scrounge, outlast, and sneak their way to a chance to win. And once the ring begins to close, forcing the players together, it's time for a whole new world of possibilities. We'll see engage and escape artists taking raid portals, death totems, and zip lines to third party or disengage when things get hairy. All along, everyone is dreading the surprise snipe gods, one-shotting stragglers with a Kraber from 300 meters out. And with a newly altered map, new buffs, new guns, and the newest legend, Rampart, entering the ALGS rotation, we expect new and unseen metas and other surprises to emerge. It's time to find out which teams are going to surprise us. Who will pull out those devious, notorious rat strats? Who is going to outshoot, outthink, and outplay their rivals? Who's pushing with bolts and mastiffs? And who's sitting back with a Kraber? Ready up and settle in. Welcome to the ALGS Summer Circuit Super Regional Playoffs.
Legacy comes from the mark you leave.
Oh, can you hear, can you feel, can you smell what we are cooking here at the ALGS Summer Circuit Playoffs? This is our America Super Regional. My name is Kate, and this guy, well, you know him as T-Squared. Tom, thanks so much for being here and joining us today once again for our playoffs matches.
Let's go, Kate. We've been waiting all summer for this day. It's finally here. The best teams in the North America region duking it out.
Duking it out, exactly. Now, one thing we do want to say a huge thank you to our sponsor today, Lenovo Legion. They are our official laptop, our official monitor sponsor, and there's a reason for that. They've equipped us with some incredibly beastie machines, including the Legion i7, not to be confused with the the i7 7-core. I'm not going to get this right. i7 processor with the 7i. There's so many things. Here's the deal. It has an RTX 2080 Super Max Q. It is incredible. We are coming to you live from our homes to yours, utilizing this incredible Lenovo technology. A huge thank you to Lenovo for being our sponsor and for dealing with the fact that I just jumbled that up quite a bit, Tom. Quite a bit.
You'll have more times to mention it, Kate. Don't worry. All you have to know is you can play Apex on it, okay? Don't worry.
You can play it like a beast, and I love that about it. And I am so very, very excited to see exactly how those plays are going to take place today. You said it right, Tom, man. We have been grinding. More importantly, our players have been grinding. And in fact, we're going to show you exactly what your weekend could look like right here, right now. Let's take a look at that schedule because we are all Apex all the time today. Now, of course, if you're joining us here in the Americas Super Regional, thanks so much. It's midday here on the Pacific Coast, about 3 p.m. on the East Coast of the United States. You want to stick with us here on the Pacific Coast for APAC South. Now, remember, we had our APAC North region already take place. Some incredible gameplay we saw there and some incredible stuff considering our new meta, our new maps, our new map changes, all those kind of things you just heard about. And also tomorrow is when the EMEA region kicks off, 6 a.m. Pacific, 9 a.m. Eastern Standard. It's going to be a great time, Tom. It's going to be early for us, but quite frankly, right in the sweet spots for some of those EMEA regional teams.
Yeah, I'm waking up at like 4 a.m. tomorrow, but let's focus on North America and let's focus on Season 6 because these players have to adapt, and that's going to be the key word that we mentioned so many times today. They've had a month to prepare for this season, and there's so many changes. I know that Bravo and the rest of the guys are going to break this down as we get into the cast, but so many changes.
So many changes. I'm personally looking forward to Rampart and see what these teams are going to do with her. At any rate, I will say that there's another change to the way that we do our format here for the playoffs. It's all about match point. Take a look.
In the playoffs, there is no match limit. Instead, teams aim to reach the match point threshold of 50 points. The teams participating in the playoffs will be seeded based on total ALGS points earned in the summer circuit, with the top-seeded teams being awarded points prior to the start of the first match. The highest-seeded team starts with 10 points. The second-seeded team starts with 9, on down to the 10th-seeded team, which starts with 1 point. The first team to cross the match point threshold and finish the subsequent match as the champions of the arena will take a zipline to the winner's circle to be crowned victors of the Apex Legends Global Series Summer Circuit on the lion's share of the $500,000 prize pool.
No pressure whatsoever. But Tom, this is a great explainer video, and I don't think we could have done a better job.
Yeah, I mean, TLDR, 50 points, new format. It's not overall points, it's match point. Once you get to 50 points, you'll be on match point. And the teams that are seeded right now from the top to the bottom, they are going to have points that have accumulated throughout the season because they're getting rewarded for that. So it's really interesting that the commissioner of this is John Nelson, who was the guy that's running the system, is the former commissioner of MLG. So it's going to be a very competitive system, very new system, very interesting system. I'm excited to see how it unfolds. We saw it happen at Poland at the LAN, and now we're seeing it introduced here again in the playoffs.
One of the many things I love about you, Tom, is the context you bring to this and every broadcast. Let's talk about our format today. We've already seen a couple of different aspects of that format, but let's see it all in one single slide. Here we are. Now, this one always blows my mind, Tom. 3,800 players competed in our summer circuit here at the ALGS. Just incredible number of people that have come through these lobbies.
Yeah, now we're boiled down to the top 60 in our region. Absolutely ridiculous. And keep in mind, again, top 10 seeded teams were awarded points prior to this. So you're going to start off with TSM, who was ranked at the top, and you're going to trickle down below and make sure that you watch out for that 50-point threshold. So if you have 49 points, let me clarify, if you have 49 points and you win the game still, that doesn't count. You have to have 50 overall while the game starts in order to win.
So one of the things that we know and love about this is that, you know, some of these surprises with not just the new meta, not just the new legend, and a number of other aspects, but the reality is we don't know how many games we're going to see today, Tom. We have no idea. Talk to me a little bit about that math that could, some of those like predictors that could find, I don't even know.
Yeah, so mathematically, if you end up being, in the top 10 and you have 10 points to start and you have a 20-point game and maybe another 20-point game, if you win, say, 3 games in a row, which is super unlikely, then you should be able to do it. But we're looking at anywhere from 6 to possibly 11 games like we saw in Poland. So it's unpredictable, it's fun, and it's extremely exciting.
Yes, it is, and it is our Saturday. Let us take a look at that super regional leaderboard, because that's going to show us who is got the arrow on their back. Now, TSM, they're right atop there, and I think it's important to remember that these points are now the only points that they really get to. This is just about the seeding. So these points, we're going to give our teams that 10, that 9, that 8 bonus advantage here today. Outside of this, now it's anybody's game.
Yeah, and can we give a huge vouch to some of these unsigned teams here, like Smile? Let's look at Aim Assist, Flying Drone, all the rest of the teams signed under organizations. Wink, wink. If you are an organization, look at these teams. They're consistent. They're solid. This is the pinnacle of Apex. They've worked so hard to get here. But watch out for a team like Smile again, because they just fly under the radar. But when they're on fire, they're very scary.
There's a lot of very scary teams. We always talk about it in sort of the group stage. We always talk about the group of death. This is the lobby of death for the Americas region, to be sure. And with all of these different changes to the meta, I'm just going to sit back and watch the drama and the action unfold. Let's take a look, however, at those top-seeded teams and how those broke out in terms of those top-seed points, because that's exactly what you're talking about, Tom. TSM pulling in a 10. And why is this important, Tom?
This is important because they're already the #1 team and they're getting an even bigger advantage. But why not, right? Just in traditional sports, you have some sort of home court advantage. So being rewarded for your consistency, I like it. And then you see a team like CLG, who's in 11th and not on this list. They're a previous ALGS winner, but yet they're not getting this little bit of a head start. Maybe it's kind of like NASCAR with the pole, right? Where you're sitting at that pole position. The pole position doesn't win every single time. It's just a slight advantage based on what you've done to get to that point. So I really like this system. Shout out to EA and Respawn for putting this together. And I'm looking forward to see how this one unfolds.
Wow. And, truer words never spoken here. The reality is that, as you mentioned, 12 points, 10 points can make the difference. 10 points can be a game. 10 points can find yourself at match point sooner than anybody else. I will also say for you at home, we want to make sure that you're following along with us as easy as possible. So you're going to see some graphics changes today that are going to highlight which teams are now at match point, which teams to look out for, which teams to see. But they're all going for not just the guts and the glory and the putting themselves at the top of our championship leaderboard, but Tom, there's actual cash monies on the line.
Oh, yeah, there's a lot of money on the line. Again, this is what they've been working for quite some time. They've been just going at it day by day. Scrims ranked, other tournaments, weekly tournaments, things like that, all to get to this moment here. First place, $36,000.
I'm just saying, first place, that's a Hyundai Sonata, everyone. I'm not sure why I felt the need for that data point to be made clear, but seriously, that is a serious amount of money, all the way down to 10th. Now, here's the other thing to remember, just for showing up today, just for getting here today, because again, this isn't an invitational, as you mentioned, or this isn't an open, as you mentioned, Tom. They had to earn their way here, so just for showing up, if we go to our 20th place, that's sort of the worst case scenario. That's the last team in this prizing ranking. You're still going home with $900. So, nobody wants to go home last, but certainly is not a terrible thing to go home with, considering how far they've come.
Again, last place is the worst because you think that you could just slept all day and still got the same placing and same amount of money that you had before. But it's also going to make you work that much harder to try to get over towards the top because you know what you missed out on. And one of the things that I want to point out, Kate, what's really interesting about this tournament is because everybody's been adapting in their own way and making their way through Season 6. Some people like to go and they like to play by themselves. Some people get together and they play ranked. Some people get together and scrim. We haven't seen that many scrims, if any, with the full 20 teams that are in this tournament because 1 or 2 teams are missing or not everyone's on the same page. So it's going to be commotion in these first landings, and we're flopping back and forth between maps, if I'm not mistaken.
Right.
So
we are.
It's going to be very, very interesting.
100%. If I'm not mistaken, our first map is going to be actually World's Edge, and we're going to go every other map. I will also say that, hey, listen, Tom, this is one of the things I love asking you about, the teams to watch, and I know it's the hardest part of your job because you have to whittle it down to 5, but let's take a look at some of those teams that you've mentioned, and I'll obviously give you a couple more teams to spare because I know you couldn't get it down to 5 if your life depended on it.
Yeah, everybody's going to have a little bit of a different list, but from alphabetical order here, we're starting with Aim Assist, Complexity, CLG, Rogue, TSM, all previous ALGS winners, all people that are extremely talented and skilled individually, but their teamwork is extremely strong. But other teams to look out for: Energy, Smile, Sentinels, Liquid, Sola Fide are the ones to come to mind if I had to pick the top 10, if you asked me. But again, anybody could win today. This is anybody's day, and whether you're watching the pregame show and you're competing or not, it doesn't matter if you're on this list or not. You still have a shot. Is what I'm trying to get to. It's really up to who comes out hot, who plays out consistent, who rides the momentum.
Absolutely. Let's talk about momentum here. We've actually got a great little sizzle reel. In case you aren't familiar with our teams and our players, well, we've got a nice little way to introduce you. Take a look.
My name is Bowen Fuller.
Mohamed Al-Mahlawi.
Brian Schlieve.
Eric Rona.
Matei Feconia. Tyler Clark.
Casper Preston's card. I go by Nasky.
I'm Madness.
Matafe.
Casper.
Close. Designful.
I'm Andy in-game, and I play APAC Legend for North for Team Rogue.
Nasser Esports.
CLG.
For Nasky Strafey Top.
Team Complexity. I grew up in the Bay Area of California, spent on and off about 2 years homeless. Throughout all of the homelessness, the one thing that I did keep was my computer.
2 years ago, I was working at UPS, and I just knew it wasn't my purpose in life. I pursued streaming. I got to a point where I was making more money per month than I was at UPS, so I was able to quit my job.
When I was 19 years old, I decided to take a break for a few years and join the army. The army gave me a lot of confidence that I didn't have before, made me believe in myself a lot more, so that I had the courage to take a lot more opportunities than I normally wouldn't. When I came back home, Apex came out, I realized I was really good at Apex and decided to go pro in it.
What's in crack? What's the super low as well? What's the super low as well? I'm pushing.
Being Muslim, playing in Ramadan is very tough. When you are hungry and thirsty, you can't really focus on the game. Despite that, we actually won the regional online tournament 5.
Crack them! Let's go!
I am known for doing very good late game rotations and decision making. Otherwise, I'm very known by running and spam executing everyone I know.
As for me, I didn't play many LAN tournaments, but every LAN tournament I was playing, I was kinda winning, so I'm not expecting anything else but the win.
As an individual Watson player, I don't even play Watson how you're supposed to play her, because I'm more up in your face kind of player. I W key and I die a lot in ranked because I just want to fight.
If I kill you and you play Aim Assist every single time, then I'm going to let you keep blaming it, because at the end of the day, I'm beating you.
Yo, Aim Assist is not broken, but I got gold stabilizers right here.
The feeling to win is, you can't even describe it. You feel relieved. You feel like everything that you've done paid off.
There was just so many emotions when we won. Lots of tears of joy, lots of hard work that finally paid off.
Being able to turn around and win the first semi circuit was just the best feeling.
Thank you for all the support, dude. Thank you for all the love, man.
We're not going to stop at all. We're just going to play our game. We're not going to be scared about anyone. And I think we're going to be known as one of the best teams in the world.
Nice! Nice! Yeah, so holy.
I'll tell you what, Tom, if that doesn't give you all the feels, I don't know what you're dealing with, because those are the people that we know and love. Those are the people we've been watching for day in and day out, months on end, and those are the people that we're rooting on, and so are all of you today. I'm so excited.
So epic, and I love the bleeps in the language. I love it.
I do too. Okay, so we want to make sure you know, as we mentioned, APAC North has already gone and finalized. Blackbird Ventus, they are the champions there in APAC North, taking home a nice $15,000. I am very excited. I will tell you, just as a heads up, and this is a great thing for us to know going into our America's Super Regional, that they got match point. They were match point eligible as of game 6. So remember some very interesting things there. And I want to read this stat because, Tom, this stat is very important. 2 of the final 3 teams in match 7 and 3 of the final 5 were match point eligible teams. After match point eligible team, Blackbird Ventus had happened on match number 6. Then it opened up and match number 7 became a all-out bloodbath. So, Tom, I'm very excited to see what's going to be coming and happening next, especially given what we've just seen in the APAC North region.
Yeah, and if I'm not mistaken, we're just about to start, Kate, so let's
We
get
are.
it going.
Let's go. Okay, so real quick, want to let you know that if you need to watch us on anything, make sure to watch us twitch.tv/PlayApex. We're also on YouTube, youtube.com/@PlayApexCompete. If you want to follow us on Twitter, @PlayApex, make sure to use the hashtag PlayApex. And if you are featured on our show, well, don't you worry, we're going to give you 1,000 Apex coins. We are getting right into gameplay. But first, let's take a look one more time at that in beautiful Lenovo Legion 7i, rocking the i7 core processor, plus that RTX 2080 Super Max Q. I got it right this time. Thank you once again to Lenovo. Let's check that out. And then it is over to Bravo and Rain Day.
Rap gods in the chat.
Ooh, baby. We got playoffs in the house. Kate hit us up with the Rap God freestyle, and then they played rap music under our Lenovo commercial. I mean, bro, this is one heck of a way to start America's. I think it's pretty fitting.
It is, man. It is Super Regional Saturday and the best one yet. I am so excited to be back with you casting. It's been a while. They tried to keep us separated for far too long. But I absolutely can't wait. I mean, there's so many things to talk about over the past few days during rehearsals, watching scrims over the past few weeks. There's been so many things that you and I have been talking about. And it's good that we have this amount of time, an unlimited number of matches, because there's going to be so many things that we're going to get to check out during these games.
And for those who aren't familiar with how this format works, I know Kate and Tom, they mentioned it. They went over all the I's and dotted the T's. Excuse me. Maybe we'll reverse that. It's the first game. But they did something in terms of wrapping it up. But this could go, if it needs any more emphasis, I think it does, to an unlimited amount of games. It is until the team with over 50 points actually wins the match. And that, as we hop into this first game here to kick it off, is going to be what all of these teams are looking for, Brav. It's not as easily said as it is done.
And one thing you might have noticed there, in scrims, we saw the launch site was occupied. Actually, it was empty this time. We'll talk a little bit more about who that might be that might have left, and also what we might expect to see, but a new POI that has been left empty, different from the scrims of the past few weeks. But here we are right now checking things out at Harvester, and actually Millions Gaming, a team that I do want to highlight because they are one of our South American teams who qualified on points, not through the LCQ in South America. Very big deal. The only team to do something like that, but let's see what they do here against the squad, another LCQ team.
Little fight here around Harvester. Guys get Destiny right away, and that's a big drop onto Helping. He's going to fall early. That's going to be Niako. Find that one, and then boom. Stay Naughty trying to follow up with the R301. You're not going to see as many R99s in the mix since that has been moved to the care package now. So the R301 will be your light ammo weapon of choice aside from the alternator. Looks like they'll finish up on the Millions game, but there's still one more who is still alive. They're trying to just completely finish that squad and be the first to eliminate somebody in the playoffs today.
Yeah, and my oh my, is this ever messy here, as we see exactly what's going to go down here. Actually, no kicks, and that's Millions Gaming out right away. They take the battle against the squad, forced into it. But the squad, our LCQ team, as we said, they're going to close that one out. It's a big win there. That's going to be Stay Naughty, Bronzy, and Help. Qualified second in their LCQ North America. Keep in mind, if you didn't catch that LCQ, they placed second on a tiebreak win versus Did We Make It. It came down to tiebreakers there after all the entire set of games. So that's another big win for them here early on. And as we said, Millions Gaming will be the first to exit here. That is the Chilean and Argentinian side. We'll have to see what they can do later on in the tournament.
Incredible stuff there as we take a look at Aim Assist, another team that has been relatively one of the best performers across all of the summer, making names for themselves continually as they perform, just with a high level of execution, and also I think just fun to watch, fun to play. And of course the team that you can almost you can go 2 minutes without mentioning them, but then Brav, I think we start sweating. We have to say something about them. It's TSM and Rebs, Alberlele, and Hal running the Watson and the Wraith and the Pathfinder here. Notably, you know, that Pathfinder Not necessarily the only character now that can check out those beacons, but Alberlelli still feels very comfortable with him in the playoffs.
Absolutely. Now also taking a look here at 303 in a very different situation, very different part of the map as well. We'll see what they can do through this engagement.
Big time shots on the Mastiff. He's just trying to juke out big shots from Phony Head. He's going to take down 6 and Bowser, and this is not looking good. Oh my God, they are on the chase as well, and you know it's got to be Mr. Nicewig. He is going to go down. Wow. That is the second squad to fall. It will be Yeet Squad going down, and unfortunately, they are the second team to drop here in our Americas Finals. So that's not the way they wanted to start the day.
And now I got to say, Rain, one thing I definitely want to talk about is Yeet Squad, but we'll get to that in just a second as they're eliminated. We'll talk about their history, how they got here, things like that, and what we're expecting to see. But now we got to go over to Sentinels here. It's really all of the Senox.
Yeah, I think Brav, it's just, you can see the pace. I mean, it's fast. It's a little tense. These teams know so much is on the line. A good first game. I mean, realistically, when you're looking at a 50-point threshold, good first game could set you up for maybe crossing that threshold in game 2. So these teams are going for it. They also know everything could matter as they might get set up into a bad spot, such as an EMP coming through. It's going to get destroyed here, giving that extra little health to it in this latest patch. Has helped, but Liquid's going to back off, and taking a look at one of our former casters and analysts who we've seen on screen here, now in the game on screen. Hodzic taking the role, of course, of Casper, who's not able to make it for this tournament, Brav, but, you know, shout outs to him and all he's been going through, and just a great community member. We wish him the best, but Hodzic be filling that role in for today in this tournament.
Absolutely. As you said, just to echo you, best wishes for Casper. I know we've been seeing him back on Twitter, and best wishes, of course, for him, and excited to see also what we can see out of Hodzic. We know he's going to be bringing the big brain plays. We've seen some good Sentinel clips out of him on Twitter as well, so excited to see what he can do. But one thing, while we have a very quick moment here in Cave with the side of Solafide, I also want to talk about just the fact that Yeet Squad, a team that I'm looking out for, because keep in mind, they qualified in Super Regional #1, not just in the top 3, in first place. They came out with a huge statement. However, since then, their average Super Regional placing is right around 25.5. That's outside of the top 20. So that kind of highlights the fact that this format allowed teams to come in very different ways. Yeet Squad is the biggest outlier in terms of a team that qualified through a Super Regional placing, however, has the lowest average placing. It's a team that's going to really need to step it up. They got 4th place at the GLL Community Cup this week against a lobby that, of course, is not as stacked as this one. So we're going to need to see some big things from them.
Maybe a bit of magic, right? Can they recreate it? Seems like consistency has been their problem, but we know they have the talent. Today, though, didn't start the way that they were hoping. As we do look at Godsent, it's going to be a south side circle, and one of the biggest changes, Rob, you know, we can go in depth a lot about this because the map has changed quite a bit in Season 6. It's just the lava side of the map, really trying to open that up for choke points, for circles, for play that wasn't as static, and they've done a great job of that, adding areas such as staging, adding a lot of opportunities to kind of open up the options for players who decide to play in these areas, and we're seeing a circle that could show us a lot of how that's changed today.
Absolutely, and I think one thing we did catch, if you caught it very quickly off of the drop, was, as I mentioned, there's no one that did drop launch site. However, it's interesting that we see a pull like the one we do here, because as you mentioned, launch site definitely the single biggest POI change in terms of how it impacts the area between sorting, dome, tree, etc. That is an entirely different area when you just have that lava fields choke. Essentially, it plays so different now. You really can't even mention just how different it is. But now we'll also swing back over to the tree. Unsurprisingly, teams also setting up on the height here and ready to rotate, if need be, a little bit further over towards the east to launch site when the time comes.
18 squads remaining. Crafting materials in hand as well. Be interesting how those come to play, as it is a new mechanic, a new system that has been introduced in Season 6. Something I love, Rob. I mean, I don't know about you. I'm a big fan of crafting. It's really brought a new dynamic to kind of set yourself up when loot isn't necessarily appropriate, but I think in high-level situations, too, you have the ability to be in a good spot and not have to scavenge as much for the actual bins of loot, and you can kind of just create it, especially if you guys are working together as a team to maximize what you're going to be able to purchase in one of those replicators.
Certainly, I'm a fan of the system. To be honest, even early on in Apex, I thought to myself, I have all this extra stuff I wish I could craft or something along those lines way back when. So I'm excited to see it in play. And like you say, it creates some interesting situations, especially early game, when you can hear team comms. Probably one of my favorite things in scrims is just to hear how teams kind of think about that when they're leaving. What are they crafting? Are they making sure they're crafting to get things for range. Speaking of range, look at Gentrifying here with some nice wing shots as they're going to try to see what they can do to maybe get some opening damage into these tree buildings here.
And you just don't want someone rotating behind you if you can help it. Being early is one thing, but also being sandwiched, which just reminds me of what Hotzik said. Want to be the bread in the sandwich, don't want to be the meat. So they're trying to make sure their angles are clear on the backside and don't want to leave this quite yet. It just might leave them exposed if they do try to go a little bit more central. Still 1 minute and 55 in round 2 before they have to move. But just biding their time, like this little fella right here.
Oh, that's
talk about a rat strategy.
This is the talk. Yeah, you heard about them. Oh man! And speaking of, it's actually going to be Senox. We saw him earlier, and he has survived this long. He's just going to be camping out here, seeing whatever points that he can put on the board. That's going to make a tough road for Sentinels, without a doubt. Keep in mind though, they did come in the 5th seed, so they are going to have a few points on the board as we go back to Aim Assist. Aim Assist, a team that qualified in Super Regional number 2. Average placing, though, of just over 11.25 in their average placings from Super Regionals. Keep in mind, the thing that's really pulling that away, though, is that 36th place in the first one. If we rule that out, they place 1st, 4th, and 4th thereafter. So Aim Assist is a team that, as long as you think about the trajectory that they're on, they're a team that is going to really put on a show. One thing I do want to note, though, also 8th place in the GLL Masters tournament. GLL Masters is probably, Masters Summer specifically, is probably the most accurate simulation we've seen of this format, where you need to be ready to play a marathon of games. So that's something we'll be referencing throughout the show today as well.
It seems like those stats do bode well for them as far as multiple games, multiple outings, and multiple high-level success stories. And looking at that first game as well, you can call it, bad luck. Maybe things weren't quite in rhythm for them, but they have definitely picked it up towards the backside of the summer. And now they are looking to capitalize on it here in the playoffs. $500,000 been on the line throughout all of this, and $388,000 for these playoffs over 2 days and 3 separate regions. So it's just an incredible opportunity for these guys to not only make a name for themselves in the game officially and kind of cement their place as the team to beat, but also just earn, that money that trust me, these guys want. If I were in their shoes, I'd be saying $26,000, $30,000 split between all of us. That sounds pretty good to me.
Absolutely. 303 here running that Gib Hound Wraith. As you saw, one thing I do want to point out, a big shout out to Guap here on Observing Team. He did point out the comps that we have in this game, and we got to highlight them. You've seen a few of them here. We have 5 teams running Hound, 12 teams running Crypto, and 18 teams were still running Revenant in APAC North. Of course, a very different scene here. We didn't expect to see it, and we're not seeing any Revenant in this lobby. So that's a little bit of a look at, just at a glance, what the comps look like in this game. Number 1, of course, those can change throughout the tournament, especially several of the teams that I talked to before this, of course, looking to change comps between Kings Canyon and World's Edge, TSM and Rogue among the teams that will definitely be making those switches, and we'll keep an eye on that throughout the day today as well.
Rogue here just holding up. Sometimes that's what you do in a situation like this. Nowhere to go, no need to run. This was the team that Aim Assist was fighting, and Rogue was not going to give up that fight, not at all, not with a guy like Snipe Down around. He is one of the probably most accomplished FPS players that we've seen across many games. And in Apex, he's taken that to a high level, joining Rogue and dropped the sweep, doing so well as well, and continuing to dominate. This is a team to look out for that could potentially win it all. And really, every team in here, Brav, has a chance to win it all. They're all that good.
They certainly do. I think highlighting Rogue is a great opportunity to highlight their GLL Masters performance as well, of course, having actually stolen that win in the end. It took 16 games, 8 games each evening in the GLL Masters Summer, and they closed it out over then MVP. Of course, now the guys on CLG, not just in the last game, but even a rotation underneath them into containment, which was pretty amazing. So if we just look at their performances recently, they qualified in Super Regional number 1. They've got that GLL win. Their average Super Regional placing is right around 6th. We could see them definitely perform today, not just based on the skill on the team, but where they have been playing recently.
Also, a little bit of tidbit of information if you're paying attention there to that screen. The crafting weapon is a Prowler. So there's a level 3 extended mag, which for a heavy ammo weapon, whether it's a Prowler or Wingman, is going to definitely put that into the conversation more. You may see a trend of more flatlines, more Prowlers, more Wingmans as a result of that, simply because that heavy extended mag, it's one of the creme de la creme attachments that you need to find in order to really outfit that weapon to the T. Also a purple backpack in there and a purple helmet. And some of those things will rotate daily, weekly as well. But just interesting to note. We'll see if we see a little bit more heavy ammo or heavy ammo weapon tendencies throughout the course of the day, bro.
Absolutely, as we see some scans coming in there on the liquid side. One thing we didn't highlight again after we saw it because we jumped into so much early game action of those two back-to-back battles is you did see TSM running traditional comp. Yesterday in the scrims, you might have caught it. They actually opened up with a very strong 24-point win on Crypto. In yesterday's scrims, by the end of the day, they were playing back-to-path. And in speaking with Onset, who of course is watching all of these matches, warm-ups, and also casting APAC South, make sure you don't miss it with the crew over there. But he was also just watching TSM scrims. And
they're back, baby.
They are back, and they did just confirm, and you already saw TSM running traditional comp here, but will be and plans to run Crypto on the Kings Canyon matches. So as we said, one of the many teams is going to be experimenting with different comps on each map.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye out for those compositions as well. But here's another flat line. Doesn't have the thin bag. Actually, following along with the Bazooka's team. They are one of our qualified teams, an LCQ qualifier from South America. And we will continue on with the squad. So helping Bronzy stay naughty. They're just caught in this little battle. They're not quite all in zone, but doing a little bit of just perimeter security, so to speak. Excuse the pun there, for Watson to be able to make sure nobody gets in on the backside that they don't want to jump in. And notably taking advantage of that Prowler with the extended mag as a result of that kind of most likely.
Absolutely. I mean, 12 cryptos in this game is pretty wild, and it just speaks to just how different. It's one of the many big differences from the LCQ. If the last competitive APACs you watched was, say, Super Regional 4 or the LCQ, then you certainly can realize already this is a very different looking game in terms of how this is being played. Look at the pressure here coming into Liquid.
Big time stuff in Liquid. They are holding this area down. They've got the Wraith Portal to back up. Nocturnal, he will find the Mastiff shot under 303. Boy, Senpai in the kill feed as well. We'll see Complexity finding a couple kills onto Joey. Blackout TV and Reptar as well finding the lead out onto, I believe, Joey. So there's 15 squads left now. And we're starting to see how this game is shaking up. Fourth circle, 1 minute and 30 on the move. EMP coming through. We mentioned how much this has been affecting the meta, Brob, with the Watson now having to really play around those generators, play around the fences, based on the Crypto EMP, which I believe has a little bit of a leeway advantage here in terms of timing back up. But it just depends on if the Watson will carry enough of those ultimate accelerants, and that's going to be the key. Can she just maintain that level of efficiency with that to make sure her team is safe?
Absolutely. Now, Capital Esports, of course, one of the teams that did come in through our South American LCQ. They placed second there, a team of Chilean and Brazilian players looking to put on a show here. One of our many South American teams in this lobby, excuse me. But so many things, like we said, just to talk about that are going to be impacting this. I think 12 cryptos compared to what we saw previously before the Season 6 update. It was more about 2-3 teams max in competitive tournament lobbies that might have been playing crypto, etc. And the fact that we also have 5 teams on the Hound is just a very different makeup, and we'll have to see how that tends to work for these teams today. But you're seeing a lot of teams playing this a bit slower. It's a hard move from sorting and tree into launch site. That's why we have so many perimeter teams. That's why we have a lot of lack of action compared to some of the different end circles we might get.
Yeah, and it does seem like it's going to pick up here. It's a calm before the storm. If you're wondering what's happening, well, it's just about what's about to happen that you should be asking yourself. Sweet feeling like he's got to go into the void just to stay safe. And Dropped is running as well. They're just retreating. They are in zone right now, so they've made that kind of dangerous passage already. And here we are, CLG. Vaxlon getting in with the EVA 8 shows him what the shotgun pellets can do. That's going to be a kill. On to Resulta and Designful. So that's 14 squads left. That is a big pickup there for CLG, who are now continuing to rotate themselves.
Absolutely, and as we talked about, so many teams here coming into this tournament in different ways. I'm going to interrupt myself, though, because more action here from Rogue.
You know what? Rogue is now in trouble. Drop got knocked. Remember, they were rotating early into the circle. They took the risk, Brob, but they actually made it through. They can just survive with this knock. Snipe down is so low, and Drop gets dropped yet again. Euban and Godsent fighting on the outside, and so they're going to have to battle through their own testimony here and find a way to get around it. And there's the Hemlock doing a lot of the work for them. The burst got changed to 0.32 to 0.28, but it's not enough despite the buff. And now we're back with NRG, who have lost Nathan, trying to get the res off. And they seem to also be in a prime spot, safe out of harm's way, with now 8 squads remaining, Rob.
Pretty sure we just saw Brazuca's team take out TSM there in the feed. That will be it. We just saw so many players. We're also seeing players from Rogue go down as well. I'm not sure if they have a solo left. I believe we did see Dropped and Snipe Down go down in this, as you called, Rain. Lots of chaos there on that pull. We knew that was going to be the most devastating one of the game so far, and that has absolutely been the case back over here to CLG.
They're fighting Brazuca's team as well, and it's really the mastiff battle, and that's going to be enough. This man pulls out an alternator. My goodness gracious, the audacity. Maybe he just didn't have enough, or maybe he said, this is my go-to. It's pretty consistent, but up close, it's going to be hard to win those burst battles between these players. So the Mastiff is usually the choice. The R301 here is sitting pretty for Liquid, and they are sitting pretty as well. All fenced up with the Watson generator, and they've got cover on both sides. So Liquid looking pretty good as we head into the top 7 here, Rob. Even though only a kill on the side of Nocturnal, they are in a great position for this endgame.
Absolutely. Take a look here. Liquid, my goodness, did they look good, like you said, on this pull, in terms of armor as well. And the fact that they, like you said, they do have this, not just defensive, of course, but the gen is up. They got great positioning here. We'll see how this plays out for this close.
Already, Vos, the change to Apex Legends Season 6. That was heard around the world. All Evo armor when you pick up armor. And so these players, if they're not on red, they are going to be at a big disadvantage here. It is going to help teams like CLG, like Liquid, if they've been fighting, to really dominate this fight towards the end. Wingman shot from Daxlon, looking to keep them out from the circle, and he's going to keep moving as well, because now he's in trouble. He throws out a melee, but at the top is NRG, and they're waiting for the calamity. They've got the Mastiff out, and they're trying to take advantage of it.
Oh my goodness, look at the damage here. Just like you said, Rocker absolutely laying down the law. He's got this rock to play as well. Pings are going to keep going down, and NRG's looking good. 3 squads left.
NRG drops one, and Threx is trying to find another. It's Complexity, it's NRG, and it must be Liquid on the other side as well. 3 teams who have dominated throughout the summer. Can they continue to do so? And there's the Devotion, the turbocharger, but he's knocked, and it's Threx who's now with the Peacekeeper. He goes down as well. There's just one more. It's a 2-squad game, and Complexity Shining trying to fight to stay alive, but it will be Team Liquid who claims Game 1 in the Americas to start this playoffs in a beautiful way.
And I tell you what, Rain, I think we knew when we got that look at Team Liquid, when we saw how they were set up, when we looked at their armor, when you could just tell they were taking height, even though teams had angles on them. They're taking height, they're checking their angles, they had their fences and gen ready to go. And despite all of that madness in the end, they played that so well. And look at Hudsik stepping up big time. I mean, we knew Hudsik was a very, very talented professional Apex player. We got to have him on a few of our broadcasts, but the man knows how to step it up. The man knows how to go big brain, and along with the rest of the Liquid squad, they close it out, and it's a very big win for them, especially when you look at where they are, right? They had the 8th seed coming into this, so they don't have the most points to kick things off, but they're certainly going to have the most points coming out of that game. And we also saw some pretty early exits from TSM. Keep in mind, though, Complexity being our 2nd place team and the 2nd seed, they're going to be in a pretty good place as well. But it's a fantastic game, number 1. And like we said, a lot of late rotates got punished. We went from essentially 14 to 6 or 7 very quickly in just a single pull. Pretty rough there for a lot of the teams, but it means that a lot of the points there do in the end go to Liquid and Complexity.
Yeah, that was a game, I think, that your brain could relieve you from a lot of pain. And the rotation, really, and the timing of that, your choices. Liquid were just waiting for that fight to end. Everyone climbing a literal uphill battle, and Liquid just taking advantage of it, looking down the slope, saying, oh, this is a lot easier when you're going downhill. All right, let's send it back to the analysts. We've got Tom and, of course, Kate to break it down for us and get us into Game 2.
Well, that is certainly a Game 1 for the books. Tom, I mean, I'm trying to figure out the best way to start this, because I feel like you could start with some of the early game losses. You could go into a little bit of how we're seeing these different meta, these different comps really affect the game. But in the end, it's Team Liquid.
Yeah, it's Daddy Hodsik coming up huge. All those VOD reviews just going over everybody's videos. Hey guys, can I review your gameplay? Can I review your gameplay? Sure, Hodsik, you can see exactly what we do. No, it's a great job by Team Liquid, a great job by Complexity. You saw Energy was in a great spot too. A lot of kills being picked up, just an all-out bloodbath in that circle. A very popular zone, but a lot of areas to go and use cover. And it was Team Liquid coming in as the last team, extremely healthy, perfect execution. And can I just say that Nocturnal is way better at Apex than he is at Among Us?
Okay, that's wonderful. Chat, I cannot wait to see what you say to that. At any rate, I definitely want to talk a little bit about what the casters, our fantastic casters, Rain Day and Bravo, talked about, and that, of course, is some of these comp changes. We were looking at, I'm just going to read this here. We've got 5 teams running Bloodhound, 12 running Crypto. But here's the one, and Tom, I want you to unpack this one because I think it's super important. There were, in our APAC North region, we just saw them earlier today. We just crowned a winner. 18 teams using Revenant, and none here in the Americas. What the French?
Yeah, I mean, the Revenants on top of Revenants on Revenants is so hard. There's going to be so many third parties. But here with Crypto, that's why you're going to have a lot of teams that are alive towards this end game. And we saw, 15 teams, still a lot of rotations to be had. But that was a brutal circle. Like the guys were saying, it's a late rotation. If you have to come uphill, you're going to see so many teams just going and taking that same exact route, and they're all going to do it at the same time. NRG's thought process was they could sit there, get a lot of these kills that came in, but as that happens, you're going to get split, and it's going to be a little bit too hectic, and you may lose a player, and that's exactly what happened to NRG. You could see 2 players together, 1 player split, that guy goes down, and next thing you know, Liquid just swoops back around completely healthy with all 3 players picking up a couple of kills and the win. So just great textbook way to play Apex there for Team Liquid.
100%. Let's take a look at our game 1 results. That's what we want to see because we are building our way to 50 points and match point. And let's see what our teams have done with our game 1. As we mentioned, Team Liquid coming in, but not to be outdone, Tom. I love a double-digit kill count. CLG.
Yeah, CLG was one of those teams too that was right in there, and they had a great spot. So a lot of kills going up towards these top 4 teams. Unfortunately for Rogue, they were right there. You saw a possible res coming off for Snipe Down, but a great grenade coming in from Reps just completely stopped that. And speaking of TSM, interestingly enough, they ended up in 9th place, even though they're one of those teams that were sitting around the area as well. So a very interesting game 1. Teams that we were expecting over towards the top, still over towards the top here. But keep in mind, TSM, they started with 10 points. They're going to have a little extra padding here. Team Liquid was on that list too, so I can't wait to see what the overall points are.
100%, and a good point, absolutely, with those seed points with TSM. And I would say also one of our SA teams, the Brazucas, taking out TSM to finalize their what'd you say, 9th place win there. TSM is gonna. Maybe this is the game that they're like, okay, cool. We'll shake off the dust, we'll shake off the rust, whatever it is. We have those 10 points, and they have to go hard the rest of this time because they cannot have another. If they're going to want to find themselves at the top of our leaderboards, they cannot have another game like this, even though they play better than I ever could, and most of us could. But let's take a look at those. We've already seen the game 1 results. Apologies there, folks. But at this point, we are looking for that 50-point threshold, Tom, that 50 points. And then once we get to that place, you're going to see, like I said, our graphics are going to change so that we can be even more user-friendly to see which teams are we going to be looking out for to finalize our finals playoffs championship rounds. Lots to say, lots to do, lots to see. Tom, anything else that you're really excited that we're witnessing here in just this game 1 of the ALGS Summer Circuit Super Regional Playoffs?
Yeah, so obviously we're just talking about TSM, and they're playing Crypto, 12 other Cryptos in the lobby, as Bravo and Rain Day pointed out. But now we're going to move on over to King's Canyon, so we may see some more Pathfinders, because if you end up having these circles where height becomes such a big advantage and all these other teams aren't playing Pathfinder, you almost get an automatic top 3. And when TSM goes and puts themselves in these top positions, they're going to be right there. So it's really important to just get yourself into these end circles, try to give yourself a chance to go and rack up a lot of points, because we know that you got to pick up dubs. It's not just about getting points here. Once you get to 50, you got to get that W.
You're absolutely right. No question. Hey, I have another question for you, Tom. We'll get you. I think we've actually got a fantastic replay for our viewers here in just a moment. Oh, actually, it's right now. Tom, bring me through.
Yeah, so this is, you can see where the zone was going to be rotating from for Liquid. They had a great job of getting in safe spots, and they just continued to rack up Evo damage over and over again. You can see that they had a lot of areas that they were holding, so their rotations were extremely safe over and over again. But I love this portal coming in from Team Liquid where they go and capture the bodies, and that's what happens here, where Nocturnal gets the knock, and then he says, okay, I'm going to come down here, secure these kills, How do I do that? It's with this portal play. Comes in, captures them, puts them back, secures the kills. Great job there from Nocturnal. And that really started the momentum for Team Liquid that gave them the confidence to continue to steamroll this lobby.
Absolutely. And as we mentioned, there are a number of, there were a number of new metas, a number of new comps that we can, take a look at. But also, let me ask you this question, Tom, because I feel like this would be something that, I would want to know anyway. Why aren't we seeing any Rampart? It's a new legend, for sure. There's a lot to get used to. But why do you think we're not seeing that here in this competition?
You may see someone bust out if they get desperate. Maybe someone does it on King's Canyon, but I just don't think it's as strong as Watson Crypto. I really feel like any combination of that, but if you're going to run Bloodhound, you end up playing the edge and you run Gibraltar. So I just think Wraith, Crypto, and Watson seems to be the smart play and safe play for a lot of these teams. And then everybody else has either a Pathfinder on their team, like Aim Assist will rock the Pathfinder, and then you see Bloodhounds being busted out. That complexity started that even before Bloodhound got the scan buff.
Absolutely. Let's take a look at our overall standings, because of course that's what we are here to see. As we see Complexity, they are number one here in our overall points. Tom, unfortunately, Yeet Squad, one of those teams that came out early. They've got a great fan base that is all over Twitter. Unfortunately, like we mentioned, they went out a little bit early in our game.
Yeah, we'll see if they can bounce back. Complexity, they came in as the number 2 seed, so they had 9 points going on top of what they got in the previous game, which was 15 for them. Liquid, even though they won that game, still, you can see sitting behind second place, tied with NRG. So going to be very interesting to see if any of these teams in the top 5 can continue to put themselves in a good position here, because 1 or 2 more strong games from Complexity and they're already going to be on match point. So a very strong game here from these top teams that already had consistency throughout the Super Regionals, and we'll see if they can keep it up here going into Kings Canyon, Kate.
Absolutely, and maps are a very important aspect to today's competition. As we mentioned, we are on we're flip-flopping every single time, so that's one more element of complexity that could find themselves just a little bit exciting, we'll say. Add to the action, add to the drama. Hey, and you know what? Speaking of drama and action, if you want to keep up with all of ours, head on over to the tweeters. We like to be a part of your day. We like to be a part of your month, and you like to be a part of our show, and why not? Go ahead and follow us at PlayApex on Twitter, and of course, use the hashtag ALGS. And if we are you're featuring us in our lovely show, then we're going to give you 1,000 Apex coins, because why not? We enjoy it. You enjoy it. It's a win-win. Also a win-win. If you want to watch us on anything, you're probably watching us on one of these two things. Make sure to follow us. Get a free follow over twitch.tv/playapex. And you can go ahead and get a free sub over at youtube.com/playapexcompete. We're everywhere, Tom. We're all over the world, and we're live all day and all night and all day again.
Yeah, and we're getting ready for game 2. It's going to be on Kings Canyon. This is the Summer Circuit Playoffs. I hope everybody is enjoying it and get ready to see if any of these top 5 teams can run away with it, Kate.
Oh, absolutely. But first, let's take a look at just another view of this incredible Lenovo laptop. Check it out.
Lenovo Legion. Gaming PCs that are stylish on the outside and savage on the inside. Lenovo Legion is the official PC and monitor of Apex Legends Global Series.
From the outside, who would know what lies beneath? Unleash it with a machine as savage as you are.
This is how legends are made.
Lenovo Legion. Stylish outside, savage inside.
Welcome back, everybody, to the playoffs for the Americas region in Summer Circuit. My name is Fallout, joined alongside the best color commentator in Apex. We got Bravo himself for game number 2. Bravo, a crazy game number 1. And in the end, our top 5, Complexity, NRG, Team Liquid, CLG, and TSM, the teams that we all know and love.
Yeah, it was a fantastic game, number 1. I can't take the title for best color commentator. I think that goes to Hodzik, but that man is too busy winning games right now in our playoffs. Well, so it's great to see Liquid off to a great start, but as we know, due to the seeding points, Complexity is still out in front. The one thing I got to talk about, though, and to be honest, we got into game 1 so fast that Rain Day and I didn't have a ton of time to discuss it, but in terms of estimates of number of games we might see today, of course, an unlimited I shouldn't say unlimited. There is a limit, but essentially there is no match limit today. We're going to play until a team does win once they're on match point. Let's keep in mind with Complexity at 24 and then Liquid and NRG tied at 22, all three of those teams are one pop-off away from being on match point in Game 3. Now, it would be pretty wild for that to happen, and you heard, if you watched scrims last night, a lot of players talking about how it's possible within 3 games, but you would need to pop the bleep off in order to do that. We're going to go back to World's Edge here for game number 2, and it's a very different format because instead of being a set of 3 and 3 like we've seen in the Super Regionals, it's 2 on, 2 off for each of these maps. So teams are going to be like T-Squared and Kate were saying back and forth. But I can't wait to get in. It's going to be game number 2 on World's Edge once again. That's a big question. Those are the 3 teams I'm watching. I'm curious what the rest of the lobby does throughout this game and how things thin out after this. However, Complexity, Team Liquid, NRG, my 3 teams to watch here. If they can keep that momentum going, maybe even they get a little more aggro because they can take that risk with this point cushion they've got. It's going to be great to see.
Yeah, that's exactly right. You know, you mentioned one pop-off away from being at match point at 50 points. And Complexity, we've seen them drop 25, 30, 35-point games in the past with 15-plus kills. So we know they're certainly capable of it. Currently in the lead, first place, NRG right behind them. One team in particular that I'm looking forward to watching off this drop and just in general, 1 aim assist who are on board with right now, 2 Rogue, currently in 11th and 13th place respectively. Hard to call Rogue a dark horse type of team, but given that they started with 0 points, Bravo, they didn't actually sneak into that top 10, you kind of think they're kind of playing from behind here.
Absolutely. Look at this. Also, the ship that we've got. I mean, talk about a full perpendicular route straight across lava all the way across thermal. Anyone who's planning on going up north, they've got a long flight ahead of them, and they'll be making those runs. As we'll have to see how this one plays out. Tree's going to be hot in game number 2, and excited to see how this one plays out. A lot of those northern teams had pretty crazy routes to get all the way down to launch site in this game, and they've got a long flight back up. So the tough set of events here. But let's also check on board. Great shout out by observers to take a look at what's going on here with Millions Gaming at Harvester to see if they're in that battle again.
Yeah, that's exactly right. So we'll see what's going to happen over at Harvester with Millions. They lost the fight earlier despite having a 3 versus 2 numbers advantage. And that's one thing that I think really across any esports title, especially in Apex, if you have numbers, if you have the extra DPS that's coming through, you should win that fight almost every single time. But they weren't able to do that last game. We'll see what Millions does over towards Harvester. Meanwhile, it looks like the squad's actually going to change things up a little bit. So big shout to the observers letting us know, hey, Bravo Fallout, that fight's not happening this time around. Looks like the squad doesn't want to risk that 50-50 potential to get taken out. They are currently sitting in 15th place with 4 points, so they need to make it to late game here.
You could tell they were kind of looking at it as they slid back and they made this a little bit northwest rotation over to the ridge. They were kind of making sure they weren't getting peaked there. Like you said, they are going to just nope out of that one. But, you know, I think how many games do we have in Poland? Was it 11 games in the end in that grand final?
Games.
It's interesting.
Yep.
And then we had in APAC, we had, I think it was 7 was the number for APAC North as well. So really anything is possible. You have to think that there is a sweet spot of expected games, maybe within that 6 through 9 or so. But we've only ran that tournament format twice now. It's great to be back on match point format. I think everyone's been talking about it in the chat and players and streams and scrims all week, just how exciting this format is. The fact that we get to wake up here on a Super Regional Saturday. Normally we come in knowing we're going to play 5 or 6 games, depending on which Super Regional you're talking about, and knowing that the points are going to tally up. But this is just so different. This is high stakes, and really anything can happen throughout these games. And once again, going to see what these teams are going to be able to do. We're looking at Smile, though. They came in with a 3rd seed, and at the end of game number 1, they're in 9th place.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Smile, one of the most consistently performing teams, as you mentioned, 3rd seed coming in, an average placement, I think you pointed out, of 9.5 overall. So really a top performing team that is quietly, T-Squared actually mentioned in the pregame analysis, quietly just snuck their way into the top 3 and into being really a top performer here. They remind me of almost the Sola Fide of the online tournament series before the summer circuit back in March timeframe, who very quietly just performed very, very well, performed consistently, and earned themselves a token as one of the top teams. Sola Fide, of course, has the 6th seed in this one. They've continued to be incredibly consistent with an average placement of 6.75.
And take a look here at the poll. Those teams that do drop north are going to have much less of a trek here, as we do see that Beacon already on that western side of Skyhook now, but also a team that we looked drop early. Our first team to drop last game is going to be Millions, who has to make this route if they want to get all the way into Fragment and start that run. We'll see what they might be able to do here. Looks like they're going to try as best they can to avoid that, maybe instead head towards Tunnel.
Yeah, it's interesting to see off the rip here, Bravo. Teams avoiding each other, teams avoiding those early fights, and you can almost sense this. While maybe Game 1 didn't show that, maybe teams learn from their mistakes. You can almost sense that people are realizing, hey, this is a whole new ball game in these playoffs. These are the best 20 teams. It looks like CLG, it's Vaxlon getting taken out. Not just yet, but yes, he will. Vaxlon is out. So CLG, our current 4th place team, now down to 2 members on their squad. But it's crazy how passive these teams are playing. Guess what? That was actually to the hands of Eric Snipe down Rona.
And I tell you what, this is actually one of the battles I was looking for, because you might have seen with launch site empty, you caught Rogue dropping launch site in scrims over these past few days and even weeks. And now with that Western Skyhook drop, they will be facing off against CLG here in the early game. And this is the first time we're really seeing that play out. Not surprising, given where we're seeing this ring pull as well.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Probably a good thing that the crypto stayed alive, because you could do things like this, of course, with recent buffs to crypto, the ability to use your drone to then recover the banners and respawn your teammates. That is huge, and that's why we're seeing crypto be used so much more by teams like Capital, like CLG. As you know, obviously you never want to lose your Watson. Watson's so important for being able to set up, but crypto, as your kind of recon scout, still alive, still has the ability to help support their teammates and rescue them, revive them. Meanwhile, on board with Capital Esports, from our 2 last chance qualifier South American teams.
Yeah, as we said, the Chilean and Brazil squad, we'll just have to see what they can do. Right now, it's the Brazucas team that actually has the best of the South American region. They're in 6th place overall, tied with Solafide with 9 points. Certainly, right now, the team that has pulled ahead in terms of that region, but keep in mind, only 1 game down. So many games potentially yet to play here as we take a look at 303 around Epicenter.
Exactly right. 303. Speaking of last chance qualifiers, the winner of the last chance qualifier, we've watched 303 play very consistently throughout the last few months. They of course didn't do so hot in the Super Regionals overall. 19th, 43rd, 16th, and 10th place overall, which will put them in a position to have to win that last chance qualifier. They did. Meanwhile, looks like some action is heating up here. Squad, another last chance qualifier team, currently in the middle of a fight.
Absolutely. We'll just have to see who wins this one. Mini was the first one to go down, so you have to think that the side of the squad should be able to close this one out.
Exactly right. A lot of good shots going to come through. Here's the L-Star usage coming in from helping. And it looks like just like that, the squad able to take out Clarify. Still 20 squads remaining. The remaining team is further down the tunnel there, working their way towards No Name or Respawn Village, but we'll see if they decide to continue to pursue that. Based on where the storm is, they don't necessarily have to. They have current intel. So nice first start for the squad. They're going to get 1 kill point, which is going to help them inch by inch try and break into the top 10.
Yeah, they're going to be making their way into Skyhook as well. Now, Millions Gaming has seen a team, that we've seen in trouble a few times, but they seem to have made it out of that tough route. If we talk about kind of going from Compound and Ridge all the way over to Tunnel and to Train, etc., they have made the long route up and instead are ready to get into a better position here. Millions Gaming, after that early exit, now in 18th place, only 1 point on the board after that game from that early engagement. So the pressure is certainly on. As a reminder, the only South American team to make it in on ALGS points rather than one of the LCQ spots.
Yeah, it says a lot about this team. In the online tournaments of South America before the Super Regionals, where we had South America and North America combined, they placed 6th, 6th, 3rd, and 2nd. So one of the most consistently performing South American teams, and that consistency really carried through over to the Super Regionals, where they were able to sneak their way in, over teams like 303, which is very, very impressive, with one of the qualifying spots early on, not having to go through that last chance qualifier. So it's hard to say which team in South America is the best. I know we got a lot of Brazucas team fans in the chat. Big shout to each and every one of y'all. But Millions Gaming is right up there, and if not, maybe even a better overall consistent performing squad, as we're now jumping on board with aim assist.
Now also taking just a quick look at Complexity, and this is a team, if you are in this lobby, you did not want them to have a great game number 1 because they already came in with the 2nd seed and several points here, but we'll see what they can do here. All the way at the top of Rain Tunnel, some pressure coming in. They need to reset just a bit here.
It looks like they're going to reset completely. They don't want anything to do with that fight, so they're going to work through outside rotation instead. And again, first time we see Complexity Shiny with the tag. Big shout out and congratulations to Shiny, one of the McCarthy brothers. Of course, Muffins on the Solafide squad. Recent pickup for Solafide as both brothers landed softly. One on Complexity, one on Solafide. 2 of our top performing teams in Apex Legends. The McCarthy twins split for the first time in quite a while in their careers. Of course, Shiny did come over from Overwatch, where he was an aspiring Overwatch professional player. And I believe one of the Overwatch contenders way back when in his career, now playing under the Complexity banner with Reptar and Monsoon. Such a dominant squad.
Yeah, great to see the official announcement coming in for Shiny. just about 1 day ago, and now, of course, playing under that banner. But these guys are so cozy and comfortable together already. It's amazing to hear their in-game comms. And to be honest, the complexity puts us in an interesting situation, because one thing that we were wondering and talking about this week is if a team does find themselves on something like 24, do they full send it in game number 2? Because it could really pay off in terms of being one of the only teams on match point for game 3 and game 4. They certainly have the opportunity to make that happen, and if there's a team that's going to play that way, you have to think that Complexity is that team, but we'll have to see how the rest of this game plays out for them. Also checking in with CLG here at the southern part of Skyhook. They're going to need to get ready to make that move as we are setting our sights here on Countdown. That Skyhook move will be increasingly difficult as the time goes on.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And I love that call out. I mean, it's something I kind of pointed out a little bit earlier, is we're seeing teams play a lot more kind of passive, reserved. You know, the pressure is obviously mounting. But one thing I think I learned in my career playing professionally is if you don't play the same way in tournaments as you do in scrims and online and other areas, and of course, this is back when we had LAN events, I think that you're going to be at a disadvantage. You have to play with consistency. One team that certainly does that is Complexity. Another that does a good job of that, well, we were just talking about him earlier, it's Sola Fide. We talked about Muffins McCarthy, one of the 2 McCarthy twins on this Sola Fide roster. Clarify no longer on that team, so we saw Sola Fide with the same roster for quite some time. Muffins replaces Clarify. We'll see if that ends up being the right decision for them, as Sola Fide is currently not sitting within the top 5 in their overall rankings. Sola Fide is in 7th with 9 points. Of course, I think 6 or 7 of those points were from placement.
Absolutely. Now taking a look here, actually Bowser's going to be the first one to go down for Yeet Squad, so once again they are in trouble here, and they need to be careful to play this out well.
That's right. If you're a fan of Nicewig and Yeet Squad, he's taking his introduction to game number 2 here. Yeet Squad, the winners of Super Regional number 1, but since then, you pointed out last game, they've been a little bit quiet in terms of their overall or consistent placements, so we'll see what Yeet Squad can do. Currently down 1, it's Bowser. Bowser played with an Australian team, and big shout to the APAC South region, which we will be hosting a little bit later. But he played with an Australian team at our Krakow preseason invitational, which, by the way, is the last time, as Bravo mentioned, we saw the match point format. If you missed the Krakow Invitational, go watch it on YouTube. It is actually insane. Play Apex Compete on YouTube. It's on that channel. It was ridiculous. 11 games. It was so hyped. We had 7 or 8 teams at match point with 50 points. And finally, TSM took the victory in game 11, I believe. So we're back to that match point format today. Yeet Squad, one of our winning teams from Super Regional number 1. How will they perform today? Meanwhile, Complexity is trying to maintain the lead.
Absolutely. Complexity making this move, looking in a better spot than Yeet Squad is, of course, and some good damage coming out of here. And just look how coordinated this team is on the move as well. Getting ready to make this move across the tracks, and it looks like we do have a listening ready. We want to hear the comms here on the Complexity side.
I just did 15. I hit another 40. They're not safe. They're not safe.
Okay.
I can peek it. Yep.
It's
not
letting me climb it. Wait, one's in. I think he's getting res in there.
100. Dead.
Nice. I got 2 kills. I have 3 kills. Let's go.
I'm coming back to you, King.
We can push Bowser's team.
Yeah, I'm down. Do
Hold on, let me scan out. Wait for me to scan. I have.
We should get this loot. We should get this loot immediately.
100%. Wait, are they fighting? They're fighting.
They are.
I'm ulting. They're already dead.
It's over.
I think we can back. We don't want this.
It's 303. They're trash. I can nade through the window. They just poured it out. They're porting out through the bottom.
They're getting out. Yeah.
So where?
I have TP. I have fucking north. I can get angles on that.
I'm on the east flank.
Okay, we have a minute 40 on zone, guys. Look at them. They're just running.
They're done. Fall back for loot. We need to look at our fucking next rotation.
I'm going in the building for loot, guys.
Yeah, I'm going in the building for loot. I want you to go wherever you want to go for loot.
Massive here? White bull? Let's go, man. That's what I like to do, baby.
Bull. Oh, purple.
There's a white bull. On the other guy.
Great gasm.
Do you guys have
need an extra
purple?
There's a
purple
here.
There's a white bull.
Gold, Mom? Take my bolt, King. Take my bolt. I'm taking the white one.
Popping an ultic cell. I have 16 cell, 1 bat. Do you guys have more than 1 bat?
I have 5 bats. I have 6 bats. I have 6 bats.
Here,
I don't need all these bats.
Each of you drop me 1 more, yeah.
Take another. Alright. I can give
you
3 bats now.
Drop me 1. Thank you.
My purple bolt's on the ground in there, Mon. I got it.
Wait, do you have 6 1 or do you have 5 now?
I have 5 now.
Drop 1 to shiny and we're good. We all have 4. Perfect.
North is gonna suck. We have to go south. We have to go like south into the field, if that makes sense. We could play here. There's a team holding trailer. So it's
just work on our next.
Really difficult. Oh, people shot fishers in front of us. Dead. That's the trailer team's drone.
We have 34 seconds. We can pressure trailer team. Tunnel. 303 is probably gonna come through tunnel actually.
Nah, we do have the head peek like on these posts as well.
I think we have to go south. That's what I was thinking.
No, we have to play terrain out here. Up and then TP you guys up on the south side of it. Yeah, that could work as well.
Down.
We can also play under
I think
here.
that's emergency play. Yeah, we gotta clear our south though if we go there.
Yep.
Like we go here and then we like look south and we start clearing space.
Yep.
We can't let anybody walk up on us without getting punished.
Good scan.
What's playable south of us?
Everything. Right, team here,
Yeah.
Cracked! Destroyed!
I cracked one.
Yep, I'm looking for an angle.
Cracked. Wraith. I'm getting shot in the back. Charge rifle. Care.
Just kill.
Just come back. There's 2 teams behind us. We gotta focus our northeast. They're gonna get.
No, there's 3 teams.
One. We have to focus our northeast.
Yeah, I see where Ref's looking. Those are free kills. Those are free kills.
I'm coming up to this box.
Yep.
Just remember, you guys aren't in zone. I'm moving up to the rock right here.
Got one. Got prod.
Nice. Look here.
He's down there. He's down there. We can get the ball.
Yep.
Actually, he's just out of zone. Just go. We gotta get in. We should get in, boys.
Be careful of ourselves. I'm gonna play out of pocket, see if I can get anything else.
They just got EMP'd.
Got the finish.
Yep.
Careful of our south.
They're on the pills up here.
Look. Oh, I'm getting focused. I'm chilling. Popping 3 cells.
Careful, trailer team on.
Yep.
I think we chill. I honestly think we chill right now.
I'm just shitting on these guys.
If you're shitting on them, then you're good.
We're getting
You guys are good.
Can we jib this or no?
I don't have.
Alright, so what we do is we play out, we wide wrap into trailer, these 2 teams fight, we third party and take their head glitch.
Yeah. I'm afraid.
Well, we heard the next play for Complexity. Let's see exactly how they execute. Listen-ins with Call are the best listen-ins. I love hearing Monsoon, Shiny, and Reptar. And great to see how Shiny is just molded so well from a comms perspective with this team, Rob.
Oh, yeah, I mean, the guy knows how to play. The guy knows how to shot call, and you're hearing him do that. But I could not agree more. Every single time we go to Complexity listening, you know it's going to be a good time. These guys have such an amazing time playing this game and absolutely just shredding when they move across the map. We've seen it so many times. You already hear them talking about also how many kills they have, looking to have a big point game here as well. And it's amazing to see them on this comp because with the changes that have been made to Hound and Gibby over these last few patches, even the better part of this year, it sets them up to be such a team that can play so aggro when they want, and then they can easily bubble, they can easily ult when they need to, and it's so dangerous for every other team in this lobby. It was great to hear their comms as always and hear them having such a great time playing the game. Now also taking a look at what things look like in Skyhook as well. This is the move that I was talking about. Getting around this cliff face is going to be pretty difficult for a few of the teams that are still around the Skyhook side.
Yeah, Rogue included. Obviously, no Pathfinder for blind rotations, but they're going to find themselves a fight here. Nice shots coming through from Snipe down on the flank. It's one thing he's so incredibly good at. Coming from Halo and other games in the past, he knows how to work his angles, but now he needs to clutch up. He's going to get taken out. 2 members of Rogue down. It's going to be all up to Drop, the last member alive. He's actually going to find one. That's going to be the kill on the Snipe down knock earlier. Dropped in a horrible position. Needs the armor swap quick. He's going to get it. Some way, somehow, still alive in this one, but it might be a little bit too late here. His Drop is still staying alive, but finally, Rogue will get eliminated. So an unfortunate finish if you're a Rogue fan. They were in 13th place, and they get 16th in this one, Rob.
Definitely a tough result there for Rogue, but I love the coordination that we're seeing from Sentinels. There's only 1 place above them in 12th right now, but they're moving together. The way that they approach that entire battle looked really strong, able to put several guns and kind of isolate those battles as well against the Rogue players. So Sentinels definitely showing great signs of life here. The squad now, Bronzy the only player left and going to have to make this rotation, see what kind of points he might be able to squeak out.
Exactly right. You just saw that beautiful team tracker. New graphic we have that kind of showed CLG down to 1 player, a few other players down to 2. Yeet Squad in 303, both out. And this is the squad who took some casualties in that fight earlier. Meanwhile, look at the top right of your screen. Resulta, Designful, both going to get knocked by the hands of RKN and Urice. That's HRN, a team. And Urice, best follow on Twitter, by the way. Also a top performer and top player. Meanwhile, we're going to jump back on board with Sentinels.
Yeah, Urice hitting us with that quitting competitive Apex and streaming fake out tweet today. Not cool. Tell you what, they had us in the first half. Now taking a look at what Complexity is up to. Once again, Shiny is down. They need to be careful. It's a very different state of affairs for the side of Complexity, but in Hill Valley still wrecking and doing plenty of damage.
Yeah, speaking of great fouls on Twitter, we have JD Herbie. He's like, we're going to jump on with Monsoon because he is perhaps one of the best fouls on Twitter. Complexity doing a good job taking out a few more. But look at that top right. Liquid Flanker going to get taken out by the hands of Millions Gaming. So South America stand up. With a big knock on our limit on Flanker. Meanwhile, Monsoon and Reptar, the duo for quite some time on the Complexity roster, currently having to hold it down as Shiny is knocked. They're not going to get the revive. They're going to hunt for kills. They still have their Bloodhound. They still have their Wraith. They're ultra aggressive players, and they have a Mastiff in the hands of Monsoon. And guess what? A Devotion right next to it. Monsoon is not done yet.
I tell you what, you do not want a red Evo Monsoon with a Devo and a stiff flying at you like that, and that's exactly what we just had. Such confidence, amazing stuff. 5 kills on the board for Monsoon. It's looking to be a very big game for them, and I'm not kidding. They could do it. Who knows what they'll do after they get to match point, of course. That's a very different state of affairs, both mentally and in-game, but excited to see how many points are going to get on the board with just 6 squads left in our game number 2.
And guess what? It's TSM currently in 5th place. That's been lighting up the kill top right. We haven't jumped on board with TSM in quite some time, but we know that they're doing work based on the kill feed alone. Complexity, Monsoon, and Reptar now down to 2 members left. They will not be able to get this respawn, so it will be down to the 2 of them to try and clutch up here. 5 kills for Monsoon alone. We don't know how many Reptar has, but we know it's at least a few. He's playing Bloodhound. He's playing aggressive. Meanwhile, we got to jump on board with Flying Drone. Flying Drone, of course, came in with the 9th seed overall, so they were one of our top 10 teams over teams like Rogue on board Tech.
Yeah, they're looking good here just at this corner of countdown that they're in. They're playing Crypto before it was cool, but look at this push now coming in on them. They're going to need to be careful. That's going to be TSM flying in. And TSM continues to roll in this lane category, but look at this. Saucer with the Peacekeeper putting in absolute work. Hitting someone with a couple bricks right there, but he's using the shield as much as he can. He's going to get taken out. Not before at least knocking one. TSM with some casualties here. Will they be able to get the revives clean? I think they will. So TSM continues to survive. Meanwhile, Bronzy's as Crypto is currently the rat, just sneaking his way, trying to see if he can get some kills. He actually got the intel with that Crypto drone, and now he's going to push TSM by his lonesome because he recognizes there's 1 or 2 down. He gets 1 kill. That's going to be Albert Lilly out of this one. Reps goes down as well. Bronzy left in a 1 versus 1 against Hal, but he's going to get third party. Yeah, made that move before he popped those 2 cells that he did have, just trying to get a few extra KP on the board. I like the play there, but look at how last hope for the TSM side. Managed to hit some shots, but in the end, does get taken down from those 2 angles. That will be TSM out.
And look at this, Complexity against one other squad. It's going to be Urice and HRN. 2 versus 3 maybe, but in the end, it will be HRN who is your champion of game number 2. Urice, RKN, and Co do a dominant job to close that one out against Red Hot Complexity. However, we did know that Complexity was way up there in the kills category, Bravo. They got 2nd place, which is another 10 points. Complexity is looking great right now.
Oh boy, and we saw that Mon at least had 5 kills when we last checked in with him, so I cannot wait to see what kind of points they have on the board, but we got to give a shout out to HRN. We didn't get to see a lot of the build-up that led to them holding that part of Countdown in the end there, but very good performance from them, especially considering they were all the way down in 17th place. Let's not forget, even though we're getting really excited about who's going to be near match point this soon in this tournament, this is a marathon, and we've seen teams that were on match point the last time this tournament was used who failed to win game after game after game. This is a marathon. It's about how many points you can get on the board. I don't want us to get too excited about the top of the table because teams like HRN that are able to pull out game 2 wins, they're putting themselves in really good places for our middle games in the pack today.
Yes, exactly. I'm quickly refreshing Liquipedia here to see if the stats are updated yet because I want to see who's at that top. But you're actually right. I caught myself saying, hey, Rogue's in 13th place. That really means nothing at the end of the day. Placements is not anything. What matters right now in this story is who's going to get 50 points first. Who's going to get to that match point threshold. And again, if you're watching for the first time, we do have match point back for the first time since the preseason invitational in Krakow. It's the format you know and love from that dominant, awesome tournament about a year ago. And to break down all the action, the current leaderboards, the stats, we do have our analyst desk, Kate and T Squared. Take it away.
Well, a huge thank you there, Fallout and Brav. Thank you so much for joining us here at the ALGS Super Regional Playoffs for the Americas. Tom, I mean, had Team Liquid game 1. And then we come in and HRN. Did you see this coming? Was this something that you had predicted?
Yeah, HRN kind of taking a page out of Liquid's book there by being the last team to the party, and they come in and clean up a 2-man Complexity squad, but Complexity milked so many points right there, and we know that they were already sitting at the top of the leaderboard, so just a great job by Monsoon and Reptar. They end up just milking so many kills, so many points there with the placement as well, so they're going to be very close to 50. One more game, and we could be looking at them going for match point on game number 4, so a great job there. And then TSM just getting completely dominated by solo Bronzy with the crypto drone rotating from Skyhook, barely living through the zone right there, coming in and stopping the res that Reps could have potentially got on Albert Lilly and on to Hal. So a great job there by Bronzy getting as many points for his team as possible. But what a fun game number 2.
Absolutely. Let's take a look at what the game number 2 results have to say about all of this action we just witnessed. And here we go. Oh, there it is, Complexity, Tom. They may have gotten second, but boy, did they rack up those kills.
They sure did. And HRN, Kate, with 11 kills, so that's a big game for them. They're going to put up 23 overall. So TSM getting 9th place in the previous game. They end up getting 3rd. You see the squad. It was Bronzy sneaking like a little snake on over towards the ramp there with the Arc Stars in hand. Flying Drone, they were over towards the end as well. But this top 5 looking a lot different than the previous top 5 that we had, with the exception of Complexity. So when we go and look at these overall stats in general, it is going to be Complexity over towards the top, and I can't wait to see exactly how many points they're going to have.
Oh man, I have never been more excited for math in my life. Absolutely. And you know, and like they were talking about, we actually have you know, a different format this time. We've got those match points. We don't know how many games we're going to go. It's all up to the players and it's all up to the game, and I'm so excited for it. Let's take a look at exactly how HRN closed us out here in this final moment recap. Tom, you can bring me through this.
Yeah, so HRN only has to deal with 2 people. I thought that with a player possibly going down, it was going to be curtains for him, but a great rotation over towards the top here, and a great use of the bubble with the Mastiff is going to just be too much. 3 great shots overall. Denial doing a fantastic job there with the flank. So HRN, we didn't see much of them because we were watching Complexity after we did that listen in, and we know that they were the team that was sitting in number 1, but 11 kills, 23 points. They're again going to be over towards the top 3, top 4 in points. So it's going to be exciting to see what happens. Now we move on over to Kings Canyon. I apologize. I was talking about, I thought we had a swap back and forth, but it's 2 Kings Canyon, 2 World's Edge, 2 Kings Canyon, and then we go to World's Edge for the 5th game if possible.
We are just keeping everybody on our toes. Let's talk about those overall standings, though, Tom, because the math is in, folks. Let's find out how exactly this is panned out. Complexity, oh my goodness, 4 points away from match point eligibility, Tom.
They're so close, and that means these other teams have to step it up with a big game here. TSM, HRN, Liquid, NRG, CLG, anyone over on this top 10 side. If you're on the left side, you want a big game here so you can stop Complexity from just completely steamrolling these playoffs. But great start to this tournament, and with that format where you get the points based on what your seed is, you couldn't ask for a better start here for Complexity. Great job by Shiny, Reptar, and Monsoon, and I'm so glad we were able to do the listening, because you're able to see exactly what they're doing. They're playing chess. Everyone else is playing checkers. They're so confident that they're calling other teams bad inside of this top 20. And that's the confidence that you have to have. You have to think that you're the best. You have to think that you're going to come through and just mop everybody. Of course, everybody has respect for one another here. We all keep the trash talk inside of the game. That's what makes it a lot of fun. But again, Complexity fans really happy right now, but they have to close out the job, and they have to stop these other teams from getting points.
Absolutely, and you are not wrong. That Complexity comms that we got to listen in on was really telling. And I think what's also interesting is we saw, as we do a lot of times, we see a lot of Mastiff, and Monsoon with the Mastiff is pretty much as deadly as they come. But let's talk about a little bit of that weaponry, specifically with this map, as we go into our other map. I'm just curious with, you know, the R301 versus the R99. Tell me a little bit about how Season 6 has now changed that meta and how it's now going to change going into our next map.
Yeah, so R99, if you've been living under a rock, ends up being a package drop only. The Volt kind of replaces that. It is a little bit different in terms of the spray, time to kill, et cetera, but it does kind of play that same role in terms of being that run and gun that you use in that close to medium range. Now, Volt Mastiff would be extremely ideal. The Prowler is taking a lot of people, you know, by storm. It's definitely been a strong gun for quite some time, but people really realizing how strong that it is now, especially with the crafting system and the Prowler being out there. You're able to get the Prowler, you're able to get the Select Fire and the purple mag. That's pretty nice. It is a little expensive, so maybe everybody buys that and ends up crafting that for their teammate, or maybe you get lucky enough to find something. So the Mastiff comes into play big time. The Scout comes into play. You see the sniper rifles becoming more popular, the triple take Sentinels, and all the charge rifles. All those things end up becoming just so much stronger now because you take the R9 out, which was one of those guns. And like you said, Kate, R301 is still very good gun as well. We're seeing the 2X being used on that very often. It's been very popular for quite some time now. And the 3X has also taken a little bit of popularity here too recently.
Absolutely. Now, here's something that I feel like we talk about a lot, but it could not be more important today, because we're going now from World's Edge to Kings Canyon. As we mentioned, we're flipping every 2 games, which is a difference for us, specifically because we usually do 3 and 3, and it gives people a little bit of time to get used to it, to get that into that meta that really works out. What do you think we're going to be seeing here going into our new map, going into the game 3 in terms of that map play?
I think besides the gun changes and what we're seeing with the map changes here is there's a little bit more RNG because of a lot of circles that change. So whenever patches get introduced or whenever there's tweaking to these circles, that last circle that we just saw on World's Edge was brutal. There was a majority of that inside of a giant mountain, and you saw Bronzy looking at his map and realizing he had to go and take a portal that wasn't his, coming over towards the right side. The same thing's going to be true here on Kings Canyon. You'd be really lucky if you get one of these popular zones that you've seen in the past when you go and played season 1 Kings Canyon, and you have these ones that go and end over maybe towards Slum Lakes or something that's really obvious over towards Repulsor, Airbase, etc. But now teams are dealing with different circles, so you have to adapt, and that's again the key word here. You're gonna have to communicate. You're gonna have to take these little skirmishes as they come and talk about things step by step, and that's exactly what Complexity was doing in their comms.
Absolutely, man. We pivot and adapt are definitely 2 words for today. Hey, here's another one. Tweets. That segue could work at some point. We've got some from you, and we're so excited to shoot. We haven't seen these ourselves. So, Tom, looks like they're prepping to watch the ALGS for the Americas. Looking forward to Sola Fide. Championship, baby. Now to get the food ready. Absolutely. Tom, what's your favorite snack for this ALGS?
Whatever snack's in front of me is my favorite snack, Kate. Doesn't really matter.
Hard to argue with that.
I love the mounted TV inside of the brick wall. I've always wondered how to go and do that. I'm not sure what kind of drill you're going to go and need, but very, very nice above the fireplace, looking solid. You just got yourself 1,000 Apex coins.
Absolutely. Now, here's the thing. Christian Booknotes, guess what? We got one more tweet from you, and it's that mustache. That mustache knows how to do. And once again, we feature Christian Booknotes a lot because he features us and his family. My goodness. I mean, he has made a whole day of it.
Well, he's also, if you haven't noticed, Christian Booknotes is coming in with a high-level strategy here where he has 5 kids, and now he's been featured, I think, 4 times. So he's racked up about 4,000 Apex coins. Almost every kid getting 1,000 Apex coins each. That's great parenting.
100%. And also leading the way with that Sola Fide fandom. A huge thank you to Christian Booknotes. Appreciate you guys watching us all over the world. And if you want to make sure you're a part of this action, follow us at PlayApex on Twitter. Use the hashtag ALGS. And if you see yourself on our show, you're going to earn yourself 1,000 Apex coins. Something else to remember, if you'd like to watch us, you might be watching us on Twitch right now. Well, don't you worry. Give us a free follow and we'll just love you right back. Twitch.tv/PlayApex. We are also on YouTube. If you want a free sub, we wouldn't hate you for it. YouTube.com/PlayApexCompete. And we are all about the gameplay. And guess what, Tom? We are going right back to it. But first, let's take a look at that Lenovo beast of a laptop one more time.
Lenovo Legion. Gaming PCs that are stylish on the outside and savage on the inside. Lenovo Legion is the official PC and monitor of Apex Legends Global Series.
Oh, baby.
I'm so used to throwing the catches, I forgot right now. I forgot.
You know what? Hey, let's just talk. Let's toss it back and forth to each other, because we're usually doing hosting and play-by-play. Now, we're kind of still going to do a little bit of that for each other here as we switch up the casting pairs again. John, it's always great to cast with you, brother. Great game, in game 2. Obviously, HRN taking it, Complexity playing so well across the board, taking second place 2 times in a row, man. What's standing out to you as we head now into game 3 with Kings Canyon coming up as the map selection?
Yeah, quite a few things, actually. As I look at the statistics here, obviously we know that the first 10 teams, top 10 teams in terms of ALGS points after Summer Circuit started with the numbers advantage. TSM in first place with 10 points. They are currently in second thanks to that 10-point buffer. However, there's teams like HRN in third place and Counterlogic Gaming in sixth place with 19 points right now that had 0 points to start. They have had to hustle. And HRN did exactly that with a big pop-off. In my eyes, HRN is in that tier 1 of North America. They quietly made their way there with such a strong performance in Super Regionals number 4 and then a great start so far in the playoffs.
Absolutely. And I love these guys as well. I mean, I remember meeting RKN and Cole in Poland and taking, I think, from the airport little bus ride over. It might have been a taxi. Honestly, it's a little hazy. It was so long ago, it feels like. But in the same vein, though, you could tell these guys are all about Apex and, you know, bouncing from team to team and kind of finding this three that fits really well together. And they are proving it, like you mentioned, a little gritty. And I would be a little worried about that if I were some of these other teams who might have had some of those extra points, because a lot of times if a team gets out of a playoff series, they win a game 7, they go into that next series, they're ready, they're tested, they've kind of gone through the hard stuff, and now they're ready to play. So everyone's got to step their game up.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And, you know, you bring up Poland. We have this match point format. It's almost like great nostalgia that we get here. The fact that we get to be back with this match point format. Of course, it's not on LAN. We all would love for it to be in person, but you gotta say the pivot to online, the fact that we still can execute this match point brilliant format in an online way, much like in Poland last year at the preseason invitational, is amazing. Crazy to think it was a year ago, brother, that we were in Poland together enjoying some Polish food and some Apex. Crazy to think how fast time has flown.
And, you know, some McDonald's as well. We did that after after we had to stay till 2, 3 a.m. to finish this dang thing. I think it'll be a little earlier today. They had to feed us somehow. But, you know, that's the passion and the love and the grind of this game. And, you know, it's great that we've been able to play ever since and keep up with this amazing scene that has grown and grown. And you've seen all these teams and players making names for themselves continuously throughout these summer circuit playoffs, and even before that with the earlier ALGS qualifiers and the earlier part of the year. So there's just been a ton of work to get to this point, and following along with teams like Sentinels, who have performed at such a high level, Synox and Crust and Peach. We're expecting big things from them, but as you mentioned, it's really been a story of really Liquid and TSM and Complexity, and of course HRN, CLG, teams like that kind of making the most of these moments here in the early parts of the game.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And we're jumping on board a flying drone right now. They're going to be poking a little bit from a little long range, but as we have a chance to breathe here, you mentioned some of these teams like Complexity and others. Reptar and Monsoon currently have more damage by like 500 or 600 damage per game than other players. Each game, they're averaging 1491 damage for Monsoon and 1200 points of damage for Reptar. The third place behind them is Rocker, averaging 678 points of damage per game. It's insane how what far beyond Complexity is than any other team in the slaying category.
Out to the races 100%, and I'm not sure many people will catch them if they keep playing like this. But HRN, they're definitely trying to do the same catching as far as maybe not damage, but in points, as they are held up here probably early. Understanding of where those beacons are lending them and kind of just holding this zone. That's one of the differences in crypto. I mean, we talked about it again. Why are we not seeing so much Pathfinder? Not only that grapple change, but the fact that now crypto has gotten buffed in this latest patch, but also Bloodhound has access to those beacons, which give you that early rotation tell to be able to say, here's where we need to go. Here's where the circle is most likely ending. The Kings Canyon circles, Fallout, you and I know. I mean, they've been played so many times by these guys that a lot of them, they see that second circle and it's like, okay, I know exactly where it is, but let's get there immediately.
Yeah, that's exactly right. I love that you bring up some of the Legends meta. This is hands down the healthiest meta we've ever had in terms of Legends diversity, the amount of Legends that we see in gameplay. It's not just the same Wraith, Pathfinder, and Watson comp that we saw in Poland, where literally all 20 teams ran that same composition. Now, in our top 3 alone, we have Complexity running Bloodhound, we have HRN running Crypto. We've had a variety of team comps. TSM ran that traditional Watson, Pathfinder, and Wraith meta, I believe, on World's Edge. They're going to switch it up here on Kings Canyon. The fact that we have 2 maps and teams are running different comps per map is just awesome to see that diversity and that strategy that comes into it.
Certainly is. And these players have taken advantage of the health and variety to play more to their style, which I think is the intention of the game, as always, from EA and Respawn from the very beginning, to create a personality-driven VR that gives you and your play style something to kind of take advantage of, and not just kind of have random no-name people with the same abilities or gun skills. You can really take advantage of your unique approach. And right there, the Crypto says, my approach, I'm going to EMP y'all in that building, and we're just going to translate to a little calmer area and see where TSM is while all that action is taking place over on the other side.
Exactly right. Glad we're jumping on board with TSM, having a chance to watch them in early game. One thing about TSM is if you're a recent fan of competitive Apex, this is hands down the most dominant team in Apex Legends history. They were almost right in their path to being one of the most dominant teams in all of esports, as they won 5 straight championships. back-to-back insane performance until, of course, online tournament 3 in around March timeframe kind of ruined that streak. But since then, talk about consistency. TSM got 2nd place in online tournament 3, 2nd place in online tournament 4, 3rd place in online tournament 6, 3rd in Super Regional 1, 3rd in Super Regional 3, and 3rd in Super Regional 4. So despite them not being as dominant as we're used to seeing, we're so used to seeing them win every single tournament. People have been so critical about this TSM roster. My question is to you, why? They are still hands down the best team in Apex Legends in my eyes, with an overall average placement of 4.75 in Super Regionals compared to the 2nd place team. Complexity was 7.75. They are leaps and bounds beyond other teams in terms of consistency.
I agree with you. I think TSM gets a little too much, and I think they know it too. That you know, when you're at the top, you're the easy target, and so people, whenever they don't do 1st place, 2nd place, oh, TSM is falling off. They need to get their comms right, try out a new player. All those things you hear from a chat or from somebody on Twitter, and I think they've ignored it quite well, and they've done a great job of just knowing that, hey, when it comes down to it, every time we've had to step up for the big show, we have been there. When the limelight hits us, we are ready to perform. And I think that's what TSM can rely on. That's why they've stuck even with the Pathfinder here for their choices. They're like, yeah, everyone's playing Crypto, Bloodhound. We know us. This is how we play. And we're going to prove it to you. And so far, they've done a great job. 3rd place, I believe, still here. And Hal with the G7 Scout just poking away, getting decent damage. And, of course, this is for not just to, waste resources, Fallout, but, it's to help build that Evo shield now. Get to red for some of these other teams.
Exactly. Always good to get that early game poke for building that Evo shield, and I love your kind of synopsis of TSM because you're spot on. These 3 players were just have professional in their blood. They were meant to be pro gamers, pro players, with their approach, with how clutch they are under pressure situations, how they maintain themselves and hold themselves in interviews. They're entertaining. They're fun to watch. It is across the board always a delight, always a pleasure to watch TSM as we're now jumping on board with aim assist for now. But big shot to TSM, of course, throughout. It looks like aim assist actually getting themselves in a bit of a fight here. Gentrifying going to go down. 3 players all with controller here about to get in a fight.
And Resulta actually just throwing the defensive bombardment over the house to make sure nobody tries to chase, especially since they are down and out. NRG holding that down as well, but they've got a portal to it, trying to chase the kill. And they were going to spot him out. 57 to the dome, and that is going to be it. He can't get away from the Hemlock. Not with the buffs that it's gotten so far. So that's going to be Gentrifying and Resulta down. Will they be able to finish them off? Aim assist trying to save their lives, but NRG trying to make sure they are the first team to go here in Kings Canyon.
Exactly right. Look at NRG channeling their inner complexity with the amount of aggressions they're playing with right now. 24 points to their names. With the pop-off game, they could get 26. They could be the first team to get to the match point. Of course, complexity has to get taken out first. But NRG is hunting right now. They took out a team that is so incredibly aggressive. It's 2/3 of the team, I believe, in aim assist, and now they're not hunting for yet another. NRG is not done yet. They're going to find Designful, and just like that, I believe that is the full aim assist squad out of this one. Never thought I'd say that. Aim assist is in 15th place with 8 points right now. And guess what? Of those 8 points that they have total, 6 of them were given from their placement, their seeding coming into this one, which is absolutely insane. But meanwhile, we're going to jump on board at TSM. We'd love to do a nice little listen-in with TSM to see what their comms are like. They're, of course, very, very hold themselves to a high standard overall and a lot of pressure that they feel. I want to see what their communication's like. Let's jump into a listen-in with TSM.
That building, I'm not paying the other one. They just res in the gas over here.
L is...
I'm running low on ammo.
Open. This is open.
Okay, hold on. I'm looking to shoot this guy out of there. I hit him once. There's 2 of them not rezzed.
These 3 buildings...
Are they fighting there, Mac? Or Jordan?
No. The 3 buildings that I pinged are open. Blue, yellow, and red are open.
Okay.
I still hear these guys.
What do we think we should do? These guys are just gonna sit here.
We stay here as long as we can, and then we gatekeep them.
Yeah.
Because then we guarantee that they can't come from our back later. We'll be fine. We have to just force them to not be able to rotate here.
He's on the roof, Yeah. They're on the roof.
Can you see me? Fuck, I don't even know.
I cracked him on the roof.
He sees my
Naded
gen.
him.
He sees my
gen.
gen.
Where is that nade going? Why is your gen hitting it? It's going away from it.
I almost killed their fucking Wraith on the roof.
I'm getting on gen.
I got 40 and 90 light.
I can give you some light.
EMP them when you can.
I will. It's actually so bad that your gen just ate my nades like that.
He's on the silo thing again.
There's another crypto here fucking with him. I don't know, like...
They should be running low on meds. They give you ult to us. They give you ult to us. Back up, back up.
I'm good. I just got hit twice. I had to pop a bat.
They're moving up. They're trying to move up. They're moving up 100% they are.
I'm popping a bat.
Popping ult XL. Popping ult XL.
They're moving up hard. They're moving up hard. I'm popping a bat.
What the f... On our right.
I just got so many no-reds.
I'm EMPing. I EMP'd. On your left.
On the left. Come on, it's just one up.
You're better.
Let's fucking go.
Come on. Get under.
Come on, get.
Another team. Might be one guy.
I cracked him.
It's three.
On your right.
First.
Above you.
No.
God damn it! Why didn't you stop an armor mech?
There wasn't a body.
Enemy agent over there. I see one.
All right, well, what an incredible moment there, Fallout. I mean, I was yelling after Hal won that incredible push to salvage the defensive effort that had gone awry when Yeet Squad was upon them, but then just couldn't outlast enough. You saw just a ton of pressure coming onto TSM in the position they were at, but I mean, what a fight there.
Only TSM can survive that fight as long as they did, get the revive, and then still, actually, you know what? Only Imperial Hal, I'll get even more specific, can do what he just did right there, almost clutching a 1 versus 3, knocking 2, and having a chance against the third. That was unbelievable. Unfortunate for TSM that the third party came in so strong, but in the end, they did get taken out. A valiant effort from Imperial Hal.
Unbelievable, too. Can you imagine if he had an R99? Especially the R99 that is in the care package right now. He's been playing without that this season, specifically because it's just not there. And if you do see it in this game, somebody will have grabbed it, from the air, from that legendary loot pile that comes down every once and so often. We may see some Krabers as well. I haven't seen a ton of those guns in play over the first couple of games, but this is that final circle now. You've got TSM out. Those are one of the teams. They will not have enough points to qualify for match threshold here. But NRG is still alive. They just got that down, and they are one of the 5 teams alongside Liquid and Complexity and HRN, and no longer TSM, that we are looking to maybe push past the point threshold Fallout and be able to not only win a game, but win the entire tournament next round if things go well here.
That's exactly right. I don't know if you saw how NRG got that knock. It's because one member of his teammate, actually, of Capital, actually placed the portal in front of the building. He accidentally went in the portal and back to where they started for the easiest kill that NRG has ever gotten. That is tragic for Capital. A little bit of a misplay right there, and some lols in the chat, please. Maybe some Fs to pay respects to his teammate there.
Or went out for Capital right there. It's just not looking like that is the play they want to make, but it's okay. There's still ways to bounce back. Hal can almost do it 1v6. You got to say there's still hope. Rogue Suite on top of the building. This rotation is going to be trying to get through these choke points, but high ground is so tough, especially if you have it and people are trying to go underneath you. But here's the R99 we were talking about. A few extra bullets, and he's not going to need it because the Hemlock is doing just enough. He cracks the blue, almost, sends him back into the portal, but there's the MP coming through from Crypto. This could be another team potentially rotating into the third party. Sweet, he knows it. He's got the pressure on him. He's just trying to get it back around this rock and heal before this pressure comes. And there's the Thermite just biding time. Snipe down, hoping to hold an angle while Dropped can get a little bit more aggressive since he's got full shield and gold shield at that.
That's exactly right. Leveraging that pylon as well to heal up, and it looks like they will be able to heal up. So I'm not sure which team is right in front of them that decided not to push a very wounded Rogue who just squad wiped an entire Millions Gaming squad. You saw Nyoko right there, one of our kill leaders as well, currently from the top 10, the only South American kill leader in overall stats. We'll keep you updated on those kill leaderboards and kill stats. Meanwhile, I'm on board with HRN, our winners from game number 2. Find themselves a 3-rep spot here.
Oh, big stuff. You can see Reese goes down to Prodigy Aces. Team Superior looking pretty good right now. Denial is taken. He will fall as well. I'm not sure if that is completely no. It's RKN on your screen who will make it out just alive, trying to get the shield cells off. And Joey Blackout, the rest of the squad, looking to just get and finish their kills. And, of course, heal up. This is good for them. Team Superior have been playing in the mix throughout the first couple of games, Fallout, but now kind of having a chance to, with a decent position, knowing the zone is ending right near the middle of that kind of open geyser area that you're going to see towards really the eastern side of some lakes. They have a chance to have a pretty decent route into there and maybe get a top 10, top 5, and push themselves in the standings.
That's exactly right. We'll see what they can do here. Solifide, we haven't watched a whole lot of Solifide. We haven't heard a whole lot from Solifide. They currently have 9 points, and they came in with 8 points, I believe. Actually, no, less than that. But if they came in with quite a few points, I think 6 or 7 with the seed that they have. And now with only 9, so they haven't had the best games. 1 in games 2. They're hoping to change that luck, change that fate a little bit on Kings Canyon. As of course switching over to map. Some teams play better on KC. Some teams play better on World's Edge. That's just a fact.
And it's much more of the composition as well. I mean, we don't see people change. You kind of stick with it throughout the tournament in Apex. But I think at some point in this competitive community, we will see changes based on maps because they do lend themselves to different engagements and different characters to really balance it out. Right now, we've got this battle of high and low. Anakin already knows how this one goes typically, but it's Bronzy, it's Stay Naughty, and of course it's helping. They're trying to basically go against the grain here. They're going to climb up. They now have the high ground, and they're just holding the Mastiff down to anybody who tries to step through. Meanwhile, it's Complexity finishing off Snipe down, and is it all of Rogue in your kill feed? That could be a huge story here.
Ooh, that's exactly right. 2 titans of teams in Complexity and Rogue facing off. Meanwhile, NRG is in the mix here with Brazuka's team and the squad as a 3-way affair has led to NRG currently being on top. But who knows for how long? Looks like the Wraith's going to push up here. Watson versus Wraith. Looks like he has his teammate, but the flank's going to come through. It's going to be a knock that's going to happen from Clarify. So great job from Clarify getting some damage in. All up to Nathan. Last member of NRG. He's going to get 1, and he will get the revive off here. Huge plays from Nathan, keeping his team alive for now.
Oh! And he's getting shot in the back too. Nathan just trying to stay alive. Here he's going to go down. And oh no, this could be all of NRG. It's a beautiful grenade from Pow Pow. The grenade cleans it up, and that could have sent NRG out. Can you believe it? Prodigy Aces and Team Superior, they also are bleeding out Complexity. So if this is NRG and Complexity having been wiped by CLG and Team Superior, that would be a huge turn of events that might have saved everybody in the lobby another game before they were threatened with this tournament being over.
This is some of the best Mastiff play I have ever seen, as I'm Madness just connected for 280 plus damage right there with 3 shots. Brilliant play. The spread's hitting for everything that he wants it to hit for. The Apex gods are on his side as it currently stands, as great play comes in for Madness. Meanwhile, coming aboard with Crust of Sentinels. Of course, Crust, former teammate of Teenage on the old United squad, now on the Sentinels roster. It is Crust and Senox, last 2 alive.
I like this too, just being patient as well. And they're trying to basically hide around this truck. There's high ground potential to play, and they aren't there. So they're not going to be able to get a window to get up there and really maintain it. So they've got to use this truck. They can rotate down on the bottom side. There's a lot of little underhang areas of this huge rock, which is going to be the central focus of this fight. You could see Sorcerer, Anders, and Tech all up there. This is the prime position in this circle in Kings Canyon. Some people even playing below their Fallout, it looks like.
Exactly right. On board of Saucer, formerly of Flying Saucers, now playing with Tech repping Crypto, one of the first crypto teams to rep that meta, hence the Flying Drones moniker now that they play under. Currently with great high ground, they're in a solid position right here. They're going to take out 303. The Prodigy Ace is also going to help. But I got to think, in this current setup, if they get the ring, they will not. Actually, they will. I take that back. They're in a great position to win this game here.
And Prodigy Aces goes down. There's 3 squads left. That was an incredible showcase from Team Superior, though. I believe they were the ones who took out Complexity. Just fantastic play all around. But now it is up to Panders and Sorcerer. Will they be able to hold this high ground for the win? And that is what they're going to be looking to do here. And, of course, CLG, the other team that's kind of been in the conversation. They've got 3 red Evos. And Sentinels on the other side. It's just Crust holding it down. So it's a 2 full team squad fight plus 1 of Sentinels, and that's going to make it 2v2 Fallout. This is going to be it. It's going to be Sentinels ending up against Sorcerer in the squad.
That's exactly right. And I love that play. The Wraith Portal's going to leverage the opportunity to work low ground and get the last kill to make it a 3 versus 3 squad fight between CLG and Flying Drone. And then they're going to hop back to that portal and get right back to the high ground. That is their win condition as it currently stands. Brilliant play coming through from Flying Drone. And in the end, they have high ground. They have a great weapon loadout. They have great overall resources in terms of shield. But look at this. It's 3 fully kitted Evo shields for CLG right below them. So if CLG can just survive this ring and put themselves in these little crevices where they can't get hit from high ground, and if they get the ring on their side, I think this could be CLG's game to win here, Randy. It's going to come down to the wire.
Yes, because the high ground is an advantage, but if you have to drop, there is a moment where you just cannot shoot. You have to recover. They're going to try to set up for an EMP as well, but so will Pow Pow, as he's also got himself an EMP to utilize, but he can't do it so that it hits him, because of course that will take off his shield and it will now slow his own teammate. So it's a little tricky. They may just opt for it and just go for a gunfight. But now you see another circle move in. They don't have to drop yet. And Fallout, what do you do here? Do you force the issue, or do you just say, let's move when we have to move?
I think you wait to the very last second. I think you try and leverage any grenades that you have, any opportunity. Of course, there's a watch from the other team that likely has a pylon that's going to block grenades, but you have to wait, buy as much time as possible, see if you can inch out some damage if you can, and do exactly that with the drone. Get the intel that you need. I love the way that Flying Drones has played their team composition. They used the Wraith to get the last kill on Sentinels, and now they're using the Crypto with near perfection to try and get an EMP before they push here. I still think it's the game to win for Flying Drones, but CLG is playing it so well by avoiding any damage.
In this exact scenario, who would you rather be, Chad? Ask yourself the question. At this point, I think either team is happy to be who they are right now. Top 2 in Game 3, kicked off all of the top teams in the lobby, extending this match, giving themselves a chance, and now potentially having a huge game that puts them near the match point threshold, so they might be able to win it and take it home very, very soon. Watson, Wraith,
exactly right.
Crypto. This is a dangerous setup, but in about 54 seconds, we're going to find out no matter what.
Exactly right. I love this finish. Raina, do you remember the last time or ever we've ever seen a finish like this? 2 teams in a 3 versus 3 standoff. High to low ground. It's going to come down to an epic 3 versus 3 fight for the bread.
The ultimate high to low ground as well. It's not just a little bit of height. I mean, this is like Everest height. It's about as high as it can get as far as a standoff for Apex Legends, but I love it. I mean, 30 seconds, this is what you come for. This is what you set up for. You train all summer for these moments, for these circumstances. He's setting up the portal right now in case anybody wants to try to take it high. It's going to have to stay inside the zone. It will disappear. If not, he's going a little early. If they want to take it back up, they will run into the Watson fences, but I think...
Oh my, he doesn't really have much time to heal, but... Ah, now he does. Fuck, dude.
Zach, creep your ult, I think.
It doesn't destroy either. It'll destroy, I think it will, yeah. Destroy that if you can. Okay. I don't think I have time to do it. We'll see. It did get off, but... It took. I didn't get my nade out, dude. Fuck. No, one guy left. No.
He hit the hip fire.
Dude, I think I choked that, honestly. It wasn't letting...
All right, well, you know, we built it up, but maybe a little less satisfying at the end. I know Flying Drone, they're just as happy as they needed to be, Fallout. That's a win for them in the books. And, you know, an amazing kind of showcase here. The high ground ended up winning. CLG on the low ground played a great game, though. Both of these teams definitely had, I think, kind of star-studded performances in Game 3.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And in the end, I did kind of mention, I think Flying Drones does have the advantage with that high ground, and it showed true. They drop on their opponents, and even though, as you said, there's a split second where they're not able to shoot when they do drop, they're able to leverage that high ground to their advantage and slowly inch their way down, get the right level of damage in, and come out with the win. Kudos to Flying Drones and a very, very sharp finish for them. That was a must-win type of game. They were in 7th place with 16 points. That's going to put them within the top 3, I think, here, Rende.
Yeah, that is going to be huge. And I think now when you look at it, TSM, you look at HRN, you look at Complexity, you look at Rogue, you look at Liquid, none of those teams were involved in these final fights. And I think, you know, top 7, that's different, but the top 5, and then, of course, the top 2, it's new squad. So we thought this might be over quickly, but now it seems like some other teams are starting to wake up. So this is getting into be a very exciting finals here for Americas. We're going to send it back, though, to Kate and Tom. They're going to break it all down, get us ready for Game 4, which will as well be on Kings Canyon.
Well, if that is their alarm clock, then there are definitely some teams waking up. Tom, tell me a little, I mean, this seems like the masterclass in high ground, low ground timing. Am I right?
Yeah, that was a phenomenal ending there. Just both crypto drones being used at the right time, the portal being used as well. Madness coming down, trying to win that 1v1, but he's coming out of his phase, so the other player is going to have that one lined up. Just one more massive shot is all they needed. Great job there by the flying drones. And the thing is about that zone, everybody knows where that zone's going to go, Kate. They have practiced this so many times. These slum lake zones are very popular. So getting up on top of that mountain is huge. Having that high ground is huge. It usually gives you a top 3, and they end up getting that other zone that rotates towards them so they don't have to drop down. But picking up a handful of kills was CLG as well. But one of the things you have to watch out for, Kate, was complexity. Complexity was able to milk, I think what they needed was 4 points. I think they were able to do so. So I think they're our first team on match point.
Oh my goodness, that could be very well what we're seeing. We'll have those results here in just a few moments. But I mean, the reality is that we're also seeing, you know, they said it right. We've seen some of these juggernauts, these TSMs out early in the game, which then, of course, allows for some of these other teams that we haven't seen yet wake up, as they say, into that final circle.
Yeah, that's a tough circle to get into. And you saw CLG, they were doing such a good job. They were holding down on the bottom side of slums. It was Pau with this fantastic grenade, which just ruined, I think it was Energy or somebody else. But that fragment inside of the bottom of slums really paid dividends. I think he got 2 or 3 kills off of that one, picked up a ton of damage. They just weren't able to close it out. But either way, still getting a handful of placement points and kill points. I'm looking forward to seeing what the overall tally is.
Poor Energy didn't see that grenade coming. But let's take a look at what we can see coming, which are the Game 3 results. Tom, let's see how it all panned out. Ooh, double-digit kill points, CLG. You're absolutely right, Tom. Here we go.
Yeah, so they made it up in the kill points area, and then Sentinels coming in and having their first strong game there in game number 3. So good job by them. And then 303 Esports, we've seen them being very strong in team fighting. Smile, our 3rd-seeded team, coming in, fighting themselves on the leaderboard as well. But pay attention, the most important thing here is complexity. They placed in the top 10. They got 4 kill points. They are going to be our first team on match point.
Ooh, that is the first time we get to use that phrase as it goes with our teams today. You're absolutely right, Tom. And that means, of course, as we mentioned, for this super regional summer circuit playoff match, that means that once you hit that 50 threshold, that 50-point threshold, you have to then win another final circle, and then you are crowned champion. So feasibly, Tom, if I'm understanding the math correctly, and I might not be, is it possible, if we find complexity to be winning this final circle, is it possible that we could be done after this next game?
It's completely possible, but it's never that easy. So Complexity can't think that it's over yet. They know this. They know what they need to do. They know how good all of these other teams are. But one of the things is they have a couple of match points under their belt because they've had such a great start to this tournament. So watch out for whoever's in 2nd, 3rd, all the way over towards that top 5 area. Those are teams that could bump in and then be on match point with you. You don't want to have this one just continue to go down, because TSM did this before in Poland. They got to match point fairly early. They had a couple of zones where they even got in 2nd and 3rd, but then it wasn't until game 11 where they ended up winning the thing. So anything could happen here, but Complexity has a huge advantage right now, and let's see if they can take advantage of it.
100%. Well, let's take a look at those overall standings and see exactly how well they are sitting pretty at the top of our leaderboards. As you mentioned, Tom, over by 2 whole points, but of course not to be undone. CLG, Flying Drone, NRG, these teams are right hot on their tail.
Yeah, all these teams with 30 points are looking very strong right now. They could be coming up in here and being the 2nd team to get to match point, but Complexity for sure has one chance here before anybody else has a chance to go and try to win this thing and be the summer circuit champions here in the ALGS. So it's going to be a really fun game for them. This is what you build up for. It's obviously going to be on Kings Canyon because we're doing the 2-2 format, swapping back and forth. But look at Flying Drone. That's how important that game was for them. CLG as well, finding themselves in that final circle. Both of these teams here inside of the top 3. A lot of these teams were on our top 5 teams to watch. So a little bit surprising to see Team Liquid after their win continue to not get over towards the final circles here, finding themselves now in 8th place. Would like to see them step it up here and try to make this run to 50 points.
100%. So, Tom, if we're looking at our leaderboards here, we're definitely, if you are CLG, Flying Drone, NRG, If you are fans of Sentinels, even TSM, of course, if you are fans of these, really the top 6 teams, even top 7 to some degree, you are definitely close to that match point. You're close enough, certainly, for, well, maybe not. Okay, now I take it back. HRN, maybe not. But still, you're close enough to do some serious damage potentially for match point. Certainly our top 2nd, 3rd, and 4th teams.
Yeah, so I'm looking at the top 6 here, starting at TSM being at the bottom here for a chance to get 20 points and go and try to do something. So again, complexity with a huge advantage, but don't slow down if you're these other teams. Yeet Squad surprising with 0 points. Aim Assist, they're having a slow start. Godsend as well. Rogue starting off slow. So these teams need to pick it up here, and I'm expecting them to do so. I don't think that they're going to slow down. I think that this is their opportunity to brush it off. They're going to come back firing and try to pick up some points here and try to play spoiler for these other teams. So watch out in the kill feed. Teams are going to be all over complexity. They don't want this thing to end. If they see complexity get in a team fight, these teams that are over towards the tail end are definitely going to try to send it on them, play extra aggressive, try to get those third parties in as well.
I'll tell you what, complexity definitely has an aim right on their backs right now. But right now for us, we actually have a community spotlight that we want to showcase. Take a look.
Hi, I'm Fragment, and I love Apex and also like to draw art for it. What inspires me to draw are great characters and the challenge to bring them to life. I draw my inspiration for Apex artworks from all the things that I find on the internet. Every little detail can be used for a great idea, and that's what I love about this universe. For how much time I use on my illustrations, sometimes up to 50 hours, just like the Revenant illustration, I hardly count the hours. At the end it just matters what is the result. I'm most proud about the collaborations that I was able to do, like my most recent one with Logo vs Revenant, where I was able to work with Aureka 1812 from China. I asked her if she has some time to do a collaboration, and so we joined forces, and I think we created something really great. The community of Apex is like a big family, and that is constantly looking for lore pieces, creating their own headcanons and sharing their content with the world. All the energy that goes into that is not only motivating me to play the game, but also motivating me to draw. For the future, I want to tell more stories with my artworks. I want to work on emotions and scenes that make people feel what I was feeling when I did it. If you're an artist, never forget to have fun. Have fun in the challenge to create something on a blank canvas. Try to collaborate with other artists that think the same, and be part of the big Apex family. We all enjoyed it here. I'm Fragment. If you want to see more of my work, you can find me on Instagram, Twitter, ArtStation and YouTube, and I hope I see you there.
Tell you what, we've got some talented people in our Apex community. iFragmentX, that is going to be what you're going to follow on Instagram, Twitter, and all the socials to make sure you can get in on some of that artistry. Tom, that was amazing.
Yeah, what a cool piece. Everyone go follow Fragment. Seriously, what great artwork, what great talent, and just a great story overall, bringing the community together. Everybody loves watching the lore of Apex too. So shout out to Fragment.
Absolutely. Now let's talk about our community as well. We've got some tweets because you all are watching us from around the world, and we are so excited for you to be part of our Apex community right now here at the ALGS Summer Circuit Super Regionals Playoffs for the Americas. Okay, Mohammed, looks like at Play Apex. Set my timer, freed my schedule because it's Apex time. I love the Carlton. I heart it real hard, Tom.
Mohammed, thank you for the tweet. Keep the tweets coming. You love the Carlton dance as well, for sure. If you don't know Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, I don't know. You got to go and watch it. You really got to do it.
Yeah, you're welcome in advance for that one. Exactly. Oh, looks like we got rain day and Bravo. Should be doing schoolwork, but watching America's Playoffs with my pop, Wraith is far more important. Okay, schoolwork. Stay in school, kids. Totally stay in school and do your thing, but, you know, also keep us on the background, absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, you could always prioritize and compartmentalize here, you know, put things here, put things there, schedule it here, schedule it there. You can do your homework a little bit later at night. Nothing wrong with doing both at the same time even. But hey, either way, you just got 1,000 Apex coins.
That is right, absolutely. Remember, follow us at Play Apex and use the hashtag ALGS. If you see you on our broadcast, you're going to get, as Tom mentioned, 1,000 Apex coins. But hey, if you want to keep up with all the action, all the drama, we are on the Twitch. You're probably watching us there right now. Twitch.tv/Play Apex. Go ahead and give us a free follow. It's free. And we love you for it. And then we've also got our free subs over youtube.com/Play Apex Compete. 2 great platforms ready to rock whenever you are. And I'll tell you what, Tom, we are coming into now game 4. I feel like everybody has gotten their rhythm. Everybody has gotten their gameplay on. Is there anything left you want to say before we jump right into gameplay?
Good luck to all the teams. Let's get it going.
Sounds like a plan. Okay, well, looks like Rain Day and Bravo. Over to you guys.
Thank you so much, Kate and Tom. You guys bringing it down as always. I'm back with Brav. I feel like I should be like a sitcom or something. Back with Brav. What's up, man? How you doing?
Let me tell you, man, I don't know. It might not be the best sitcom. I'm far happier that everyone's watching the playoffs instead of Back with Brav, which is a far less exciting show than the one we have here. And speaking of, Rain, you and I were just kind of going nuts because here we are. This tournament, in theory, could end after this match. Complexity, your first team on match point. And it's pretty wild to think that this tournament could end even faster than a standard super regional. We've only played 3 games, yet here we are. This could be your 4th and final game. Now, the pieces of the puzzle would have to come together perfectly for that to happen, and we'll have to see once again on Kings Canyon if that'll be the case for Complexity.
And for those of you checking in, what does it mean that they could win? Well, everybody's got to get to 50 points. You gain points through kills and placements in the game, whether 1st through 10th or even 20th if you have a bad one, and those tally up. Once your team gets enough to cross 50, you have to win a game. And the team that is past 50 and wins that game first, however many games it takes, then they are your champions. Of course, we'll tally the point totals after that, get placements for 2nd through all the way down to 20th, but winner has to win. It's one of those Battle Royale specialties that Apex has really cooked up for us, and it makes it so much more exciting, and it means that eyes are on Complexity.
That's right. You know what it is. You got to go out on a dub. You got to end on a dub. It's just like your normal Saturday play at home, except it's a little bit harder in this lobby, but you have got to win, end the tournament on a win. As you said, unique format to Apex Legends debuted almost a year ago to the day at the preseason invitational, and we're seeing it here now once again all weekend long for your playoff formats. Now, one thing we got to talk about, we're talking about how Complexity is the only team on match point, but let's not forget the last time this tournament was used with this kind of talent in the lobby, it was about 7 games that we saw in APAC North, as well as in Poland, it was 11 games. So we could only be halfway there. I want to remind everyone of the points in the end. Keep in mind, TSM, when they won the preseason invitational, they were on 100 points. Na'Vi was on 97. Wow. Wyvern was on 91. So while this could be the end game for Complexity on your screen right now, we could only be halfway home or even less, which makes this tournament format just so exciting. You are on the edge of your seat all day long. Of course, we are at home, and you know that's the case for the players and their chairs as well.
And best believe we're going to be keeping an eye on Complexity consistently throughout this game, but also checking in with some of these other teams that have found ways to kind of creep up. We talked about HRN being successful, but we also talk about Flying Drone. CLG now in 2nd place with 38 points. A big game from them could put them over the threshold. NRG, who's been a very consistent performer, and of course Sentinels and TSM right behind them. These are teams that have a chance to, with big games here, also cross that threshold and be on their match point. And there's just an exciting kind of a moment here, man. You know, it was one of those things. I still remember the moments, Brav. I don't know about you. You know, there was a lot of opportunities for TSM to win earlier than games. I remember Hal had that 1v1, and it was like game 7, and he just couldn't close it out. But that would have won them the game. So there ends up being these kinds of moments that can go your way and then cannot, and force your team to just reset and play 4 or 5 more games. So capitalizing on it is so important.
I was going to say opportunities is a pretty kind way to put it, right? That was a 1v1 that he lost. They had every chance to win it, and that was the case. What's also interesting that I got to also point out, as TSM actually in an early battle, so I'm going to interrupt that as we focus on this battle here.
And we do want to get back to you as well, but all we know is NRG is the one they're battling. Important chokehold here for Kings Canyon, and definitely as far as control, this is where you want to be. Hal's still working on white. He's got 36 damage left to go. How important that is, Brav. And it could kind of get you back to their point on opportunities seized and missed. You know, being able to threaten an RG, put them in a bad spot, that helps TSM because they're currently ahead of where TSM are and certainly where TSM want to be.
Absolutely, they're in 6th place right now, and as you saw with the crown next to their name, Complexity, the one team that could end the tournament right here as we see things slow down just a moment as we take a look to see exactly where this ring is pulling, and teams are going to be moving pretty darn central in this game.
So, you know, to me, what is it really? I mean, do you think for Complexity, they've now got every game, if they win any game from now on, because they're over that 50-point threshold, they win the tournament. Do you think now is any different than Game 5 or Game 6? Do you feel like this is really the opportunity that they have to seize it when no other team can win it besides them?
Yeah, it's a really great question, Rain, because it does give them a cushion and an opportunity to play the way that they want to. Now, I think on any given Championship Saturday, Championship Sunday, Complexity pretty much sticks to their game. Now, the one thing I'm expecting to see is maybe they do play just a little bit more conservative, because right now is the time where they can get away with that. And then, you know, we saw them send it in these past few games, and they also, of course, had that 9-point seeding as well. So we'll have to see exactly how they play this now as Smile's getting into cage.
And one mini is actually just using one Phoenix kit to try to stay alive. Clarify and Petty Boss rotating around. Beast of the Hunt still active. That ultimate has gotten so many buffs. He's going to be able to use that scan 6 seconds within the ultimate, but it will last a second less. Typically 4 seconds for that scan to be able to track your opponents, but it'll be 3 inside the ult. One of the cool changes that they made in Season 6 to Bloodhound, as well as adding the ability to get those beacons, and that may be what they're tracking here. They've already gotten one, so they know where the circle is, and they're just trying to make their rotation without getting picked off from the high ground of cage, Brav, which is not that easy.
Absolutely. We did see them kind of flying out of Reclaimed Forest and Forestation. They were taking some damage. They did have to, you see, pop some heals alongside those upper buildings, those northern buildings in cage. As we take a look back at Complexity, instead back over a capacitor, they've got that height that's just off of kind of capacitor overlook, and going to be able to see what's going on down here. And like I said, Complexity I think is such a talented team. Even though they can play, you know, aggro better than you could say any team in the world right now, I think we might see them play just a little bit more conservative aggressive. Don't get me wrong, they're still going to push advantages, but we might see them take slightly less chances, because like you said, this is not only is this the only game that they might have this opportunity, but as long as they play this well, and they also maybe even deny. Now we start to even think about denying points. It started last game, and not quite griefing, but making sure that they're denying from CLG, that they're denying from Flying Drone, NRG, Sentinels, and TSM. Those teams are within 8 points, within the 30s. So if they can deny any points specifically from CLG and Flying Drone, that could also set them up for another win. So there's a bunch that's going on in their head, but of course the thing they want to prioritize is a win here. It would be crazy if they ended this tournament in 4 games.
I was going to say, you know, you almost mentioned Complexity not playing aggressively. I think a Bloodhound axe was hurtling towards your face when you mentioned that, and then you said, okay, conservative aggressive, there you go. I think they forgave you there. Aggressive is so much their personality, but I think you're right. There is that knowing that, yes, this could be it, so we need to make sure we take advantage of it. And these guys, you can see how passionate they are, but honestly, we're going to see these other teams actually kind of have more of an impact here, I think, in this game than we've seen before, because now the whole lobby knows anybody but Complexity, right? Anybody but Complexity. The second Complexity gets it down, the second you see Complexity in that kill feed in a negative way, I think people will actually change rotations in order to grief and in order to, like you're mentioning, really make it difficult for them. And so it's going to be curious to not only watch them, but to watch the CLDs. As they are creeping up here. Everyone's still a little cautious, but I think that'll play.
Absolutely. You're going to have Solifida here in the tri-choke. You do also have CLG that we just saw just holding that area that's just west of Two Spines, kind of a God Spot mini where they can just hold and make sure that no one is coming towards their back. And like you said, there's the flip side of that. The CLGs, the Flying Drones, the NRGs, not only do they want to deny from each other, but arguably most importantly, they want to be also denying from Complexity. So there's a lot more mental games that come in. There's even play style that changes, like we said, not just for that #1 spot, but for the other spots as well. They need to be very aware this is a very different set of games now that a team is on match point, and of course a specific team is there. And I'm not surprised to see a lot of kind of teams trying to play this a little bit slow, especially if you're within that top 5.
One mini. Still at cage, pulling it down the outskirts of where the circle will be. It's still round 1 closing. This game seems like it's gone by very, very quickly, but not much has happened yet. I think it's just because of the tension in the atmosphere. You see, he's going to have that scan 3, 2, 1. This is just a perfect demonstration of what that Bloodhound buff has done. And in many ways, you know, NRG know they're up there, but they're finding out that there's not 3 players up there, there's 2. And so this push could come, and it looks like it just might. One Mini says this is the time to get aggressive. They're holding the high ground on us, 20 on the purple shield. The second they get it down, they'll know who it is, and they'll know that they are outmanned. So, Bra, this is a big push. Does One Mini have what it takes? Does he have the confidence to really get up there? And they will, but they're going to get hit, at least Petty Boss will, by the Watson fences, and they just may back off.
Oh, they take a lot of damage there. Like you said, both of the openers coming in from the NRG side instead, and even though the numbers advantage goes the other way, NRG with some very good opening shots to push Smile back down, making all of them reset and pop heals.
Still in the fight, Clarify. Just working on that purple shield, which he's earned. This doesn't necessarily hurt both teams because they both aren't on red evos yet, so the poke, as long as they have resources, will still manifest in an advantage late game. But now, Nathan getting a little excited. He's saying, you know what, these guys have pushed us. We've done so much damage to them. There's no way we can let them retreat for free. And he's just trying to get a little bit of follow-up onto what they've already done. And this could be a knock, and it is. Petty Boss goes down. NRG, they don't need 3 to do the job. They'll take 2, and that's more than enough.
Wow, Nathan and Rocker, just absolutely beautiful teamwork. And like you said, in a 2v3, even though the scans were coming in, now they're fighting only on a Wraith and a Watson here, so they don't really have something like that scan that they can even compete with. But like you said, playing that high ground so well and timing those engagements there and doing some great damage, but we're not done just yet.
And I think that's, again, going back to the way Evo Shields have slightly shifted players' priorities. You know, these mid-game fights, engagement, you know, getting that 60, you might have done enough. He's 50 more from a purple Evo Shield. You know, Mini wants to engage in this fight. It's not the most aggressive 3v3 where you can expect a lot of blowback, but just as I say it, he gets blown up, and that's going to be it. Petty Boss and One Mini, they're going to go down NRG with 2.
Oh, my.
Full squad wipe.
That's a full send from Smile. They were in 11th. They needed to make that push. They decided to get those scans going and push into the high ground of Cage. Obviously, the scans would have told them that NRG was just a squad of 2, but NRG, who is your number 4 team right now with 33 points, they will win that. They will continue to fight on, and we could be talking about that moment later on in today's tournament if NRG continues at this place and we don't see someone steal a win earlier. That could end up being a pretty big moment in the playoffs here as we go back on board with complexity.
And NRG, just like you mentioned, Rob, the impact is huge. They are in 4th place right now. They've got 33 points. That, of course, is another placement point potentially, but that's also just another 3 points for them in this game. So right now, they're at least at 36. That means 14 more before they are at that threshold. If it ends up being a 3-point difference between whether they're at that threshold or not, that is why. So we have to pay attention to that. We'll see what Nathan and Rocker can put together towards the end of it. As, of course, we're still keeping an eye on complexity. They are alive. Only one team has gone down at Smile, and now Millions Gaming getting a little pressure here as the EMP comes through from Crypto.
Yeah, Wolfx is forced to queue out. You saw the other Millions players there watching. Great call by the OBS to see that push coming in through those Tri-Choke caves, and Millions Gaming is going to make sure they don't take too much damage from that push, and they're going to just fence up, maybe reset just a bit.
I like this reset, too. No need to be too aggressive. Millions Gaming just trying to stay in it. I think all these teams now are trying to stay in it. 9 points to their name. And looking for a better performance here, of course. Crafting materials in hand, but not much they can do with 20 or 15. You really need 40 to 75 to kind of make things happen as far as really equipping a loadout or helping you at a high level. NRG, now they've got Frex back, and look at this. I mean, not only did they get the full wipe, they then got a free respawn in that area, or maybe picked up a mobile respawn beacon. We didn't catch it. I mean, I think that's how they must have had to do it. So an incredible showcase of just patience and to get Frex back in the game. But he's still got to level up that Evo shield. He's got to level up fast.
Yeah, I mean, talk about now, if we saw what they can do as a squad of 2, let's see what they can do as a squad of 3. They're already sitting within the top 4, and that's a very big tournament win for them. I mean, like we said, could very much be a turning point in terms of the points now as we take a look at this move and rotation that's coming in from Aim Assist, and for good reason, because they do have NRG looking above them from Cage.
Wow, and you know what? Rocker's going to check that out. He's just getting a little aggressive here, and he feels confident in it. He's the Wraith, so he can get out of there if things get bad. A little bit of a bunny hop from the ropes, and now we're going to move on back to some of these chokes where we see Aim Assist holding it down with a Thermite, gentrifying, actually, who's finding that somebody's on the other side as well. Feels like they might be trapped, and Result in them don't have the best of shields. Only level 2 here for this engagement, so Gentrifying's gonna have to do a lot as this Wraith on gold.
Absolutely. They have a little bit of height here, and they know that teams are going to be pushing in because this is a big convergence. We didn't really get to talk about this ring too much just yet as things are starting to get crazy because essentially we're stationed right around a lot of cliff and rock there that's just above Alley, Hillside Outpost, right below the farm. And essentially there's going to be some big moves coming up where teams are going to have to leave these cozy spots. Complexity once again now continuing to hold an area where we saw them earlier, and they're one of the teams that's going to be gatekeeping here and needing to play this pretty slow. Like we said, their comp is going to lend them pretty well to this playstyle. Having that Gibby as well is going to let them get out of jail if they need to. If they get into a situation where they get flanked or unexpected pushing from the rear, they're going to be able to fight through those. And once again, they're set up to do this.
And that's an EMP coming actually on to Reptar, and he's going to have to heal up from that, and he just did as well. They know that they're in a fight, and Monsoon finds himself in a 1v1. He slides through, R301 in hand, looks for it, 75, 90, onto the purple. That's more damage. He's pushing this one, and he's got it down already. It's going to be Rocker, though, who finds Result on the backside of this. Remember, they were still fighting, and so that is taking place and resolving itself on the other side. Monsoon backs off just with Night Phoenix getting the Hemlock will do the work for Reptar, who has not popped into the ult just yet, but he's got the scans aplenty, and he sees the hostiles today.
And they're on match point, like we stated. We got to hear how they sound through these engagements. Let's go to a listen-in with Complexity.
Can we get this loot?
It's going to be super risky, but we can, yeah.
I'm watching over you. I'm gonna head glitch on you.
Purple here.
I need light. I need light.
I'm grabbing it. I'll grab you light. There isn't.
Okay.
We gotta go back to our spot.
Yeah.
I'm 4 cell, 1 bat, 1
How
Phoenix.
much light do you have, Shiny?
250.
Okay, I'll take a stack.
I only have 3 cells after this.
I can drop you. Here.
I'm 4 cell, 1 bat.
Here, take a stack of light.
Yep.
Okay, I'm gonna have 2 cell. We probably have to go through the choke on the right.
You need to clear the choke, like with scans.
I will. Give me 1 second. I need, do you guys have cells?
Yeah, I do.
Can I have 2?
I've got 2.
Yeah.
I have 4.
I have 4 now.
Under this? Yeah, I can at least.
Their team on plateau.
They're on height. They don't know yet.
Okay. Yeah, I can 3-2 on them.
3.
Sit.
They know.
I'm low.
I think
do you
we
need
go back.
Phoenix on? Dropping Phoenix.
Okay.
I'm
coming back here just to guarantee.
Yeah, we need to still watch our wide wrap here.
We could go down and try to play like right here, some shit, or like here.
Squads remaining though.
Or
There's
here.
gotta be teams down there.
I think we definitely
is.
No, we cannot go to low modern. We will not win the game if we go low modern.
Behind Madness them. I think we AFK here for the next 2 minutes, and we literally have to push behind Madness and bubble behind him. I don't think we have another play.
I think you might be right.
I don't think we can't push that choke. They have a crypto and a Watson.
I think the only other play is we come up right here.
That's what I was thinking too.
That's actually not a bad.
Right here.
I'm down to do that. Actually, I'm down to do that.
We can at least scout it. We have a minute.
Yeah, I'm 1 bat, 1 cell.
Okay.
I'm 1 bat, 2 cells. Yeah, we don't have a ton of resources for this.
Yeah. I'm 4 cells.
They're fighting in the choke. I hear triple takes and shit going off.
I'm looking here. There's a down guy right here. There's a full team out here.
They know.
Yeah.
I don't think they're gonna let us buy them.
I mean, we could definitely
they
go
don't really
down.
have a choice. Yeah, they don't really have a choice when zone closes in on them. They're gonna have to get off that plateau, and we'll just go on the other side of the mountain from them. Do we want to all in on this play? Put right here.
Yo, look at this guy in the open.
I'm down.
Hostile over there.
Look right here. Look here. Cracked. 30.
37. Dead.
Nice.
I can't take damage.
No, you're good. I have 1 bat. That's my only heal. I have an ulti cell. Do we need ulti cell?
No.
I think we save for later.
Okay.
Target over there.
They're still up here. Careful.
Yeah, we move with them. They're gonna go the other side of the mountain.
Look at this down guy. Look at this down guy.
15 red. 15 red.
Didn't get the kill.
I ran out of cells. I just got 100 in.
I've got a bat.
Okay.
Fuck.
Just use it.
Here you go. No, take it.
I'm trying to use take mine.
Well, it's too late now. I gotta.
Did you grab it? Did you grab your meds?
I grabbed my bat.
Drop.
Dropped. We walk in here.
Yep. Popping a stern if I can. No, I'm moving up. I'm just moving up.
Yeah, they're on my head.
I'm ulting.
Was it 23?
Our bubble is, might need to go even lower.
17. Go lower. I'm going lower.
I'm dead.
I'm with you here, Mon.
Yep.
I'm all the way down here.
They're gonna look over 100%.
Fuck.
Yeah.
It's okay.
It just rough rotates.
Oh, yeah, it's just hard to rotate.
It's text team knowing it's us and just fucking hard holding us the whole time. Literally.
Yeah.
Yep.
We should have tried to get there earlier.
Yeah, if we knew it was ending here, we shouldn't have been in fucking farm, or not in farms, in jungle. For that long.
The jungle rotate could have been good if it pulled.
We have to play for this corner.
Yeah, it's all good, you guys.
And wow, what a listen in. For once, Monsoon, as we've been saying eternally, doesn't seem too eager to fight. And that is a rare treat and a rare sight for Complexity and Complexity fans. Losing that one on the rotate, you could tell they were aware that other teams were trying to kind of gatekeep them, Brav, and that just, they needed to have better rotations, really, to put themselves in position to win this one.
Definitely, you heard them talking about just how late that might have been. Also, it was heal driven. You heard just how low they were in terms of heal economy, and really that they needed to make that move just because they were down to so few both white heals and shields now. But keep in mind, it's not over for these guys. We're going to keep an eye on Complexity right now just because 9 squads left, 8 squads left in the feed. There's a lot that we haven't seen, but of course all eyes are on Complexity because they're the only team that can win here due to match point format. It would require quite a crafty play, but not impossible for Complexity to still win this despite what they've faced here in that rotation.
And the thing is that they don't have is that Bloodhound, which they play so much around right now. They're going to have a different style, less aggressive, but also less informational because Reptar provides so much. You could tell even before going around chokes, they were saying, give us a scan it out. I mean, this is such a utility-focused Bloodhound as well as adding the aggression, and they are just behind flying drones, so this could actually work out for them, as this is the team, I believe, who was on top tech, they said, holding them back, that now is in the fight as they have rotated first. Will Gibby be able to hold it down? Monsoon gets in with the red, and this is actually a great spot for him. No one has eyes on him, and I think Shiny can make it in there as well, so Complexity, despite all that, we're actually not in a bad spot.
They're going to take advantage of this chaos here. Actually, a kidnap attempt comes through. Look at that. It actually gets it now. They're going to have to fly through and go ahead and fight through this kidnap. Going to be difficult for Complexity, and what an aggressive attack there.
And oh my god, I can't believe they would have the audacity to do it. Mastiffs in hand. Shiny gets off the bat, and the grenades are flying through. One hit. Will this be the down as Monsoon, and it sends him back into the death trap. Oh no, Monsoon. The grenade of time. It takes out one member of the remaining 2 of Complexity, and I believe that will be Shiny who also falls. That will do it. There will be no victory, or at least tournament end this round. A lot of that has to do with tech and flying drone gatekeeping COL.
Wow, talk about maybe the highest stakes kidnap that I've seen in Apex in a very long time, and it comes through, and even though they're able to get back through, it was a little bit too late. In the end, that will be quite a moment there, without a doubt. Complexity is out. 5 squads left here. Now it's all about the points. Everything shifts. Everything changes in this game because now these teams are fighting to get on match point. Of course, 3-0-3, a team that's all the way down to 12.
And Flying Drone, as well, a team that at 34 points with a win here could easily push themselves over the threshold, and it could be those 2 who are now vying for the only chances to actually win this match next game. But game 4 still on the line, and that means there's only 4 squads left alive. Panders and Sorcerer trying desperately with everything they have to stay in this fight to get that win. The Peacekeeper and a red Evo shield. Will it be enough?
Just for Saucer here, he's going to be the last one, and like you said, wants to get as many points as he can on the board, with 34 currently. If you take a look at Sentinels, now looking where they are, number 5 with 30 points, but look at this, CLG over the top.
And CLG here trying to finish it off. And there's just one remaining, and it is going to be CLG, another team in contention for the top, who will claim game 4 and say, not today, Complexity. You're not taking the tournament just yet. We're still in this thing.
And my God, is it a big win, because CLG, if you forgot what the standings looked like going into that game, they were your second place team, and by quite a margin. I believe it was 4 points. Yes, indeed. They were up 38-34 over Flying Drones, who was also in that Final Four as well. So it is a completely different game here. As you can see, even the way that we're watching these games, even the way that every other team in the lobby is playing these games, even when you have things moving that fast and Complexity trying to take advantage of that chaos, we saw the kidnap opportunity come right through. Whether they knew exactly that it was Complexity that had late rotated through, tough to say, but in the end, they would have seen that cue coming in from Mon, and they see it right away. It's a kidnap opportunity. They're going to take it, and it happened to be Complexity. You could just tell that everything shifted from there, and we're going to continue to see that, where the openings and the endings of these games
games can be very different, both how we watch them and how the players play them, based on who's on match point and who's still in the game as well.
And we said sometimes the most important look here in this game wouldn't be complexity. It might be the teams trying to hold them back from winning. And it ended up being a dual-purpose value for Flying Drone, who ended up getting second, I believe, in that game. CLG takes first. These teams are most certainly at match point. If my math is correct, and it's not always correct. Trust me, I'm not a math major. But we'll have to, you know what? Let's check in with Kate and Tom to find out, because they do a better job with that than me.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. I am not good at math, Rain Day. Don't put that on me. Just kidding. Hey, everybody. Thank you so much for joining us here at the ALGS Summer Circuit Super Regional for the APAC Playoffs. Tom, CLG needed this, as all of our teams need the points. They need that final circle. But tell me a little bit of how they found themselves on top here, ousting out the the potential of a 4-game championship.
Yeah, great game by CLG, and this is what they do. It's weird. When they're on fire, they are one of the best teams that are out there, and that's why they've been double ALGS champions, right next to TSM, right? TSM has the record for tournaments won, but CLG is a double winner as well. So you got to look out for these guys when they're playing well and when they're hot. They all are so individually skilled. They all play a lot. They play cohesively. They play as a unit. They play ranked together. They're constantly on, putting in the work, and it's really starting to show for these guys. And it's got to be an amazing feeling to go and have such great back-to-back games, because they've been in the final circles more often than not, and they're healthy too. That's the thing, Kate, is they come in full Evo armor already to the top. They have all the guns that they need. They're rocking Mastiffs, and Madness's shotguns are just absolutely on fire there. But we saw a lot of great plays. I mean, how about NRG over towards the cage with the 2-versus-3 play, almost, single-handedly getting them back into the game right there. So that was a fun one to see. But now I think we're going to have 3 teams that are on match point, because don't forget, Flying Drones had the win in the previous game, and then they had a high placement there with high kills.
Definitely our match point eligible teams are, as Tom would call them, scary, scary teams. Let's take a look at just how scary with our game results. This is game 4. And you're absolutely right, Tom. Look at Sentinels pulling into the double digits once again, not to be outdone. And looks like Complexity did fairly well for themselves, though they did not get the W and the championship with this game 4. I mean, pretty well considering they had a pretty good arm on their back.
Yeah, for Complexity, all they did was keep points away from other teams in terms of placements and kill points. But I'm looking at Sentinels there with 10 kills. I'm wondering if that's going to be enough for them to go and push their way over towards the top, because I think that they were one of our top 5, top 6 teams too. So Flying Drones, CLG, Sentinels, and Complexity, all teams to watch out for going into game number 5.
100%. And of course, we did hear that Complexity comms earlier in the game, and one of the things that brought up in chat, and one of the things we brought up in our casters pair, was Monsoon doesn't seem too eager to get into the fight this time. If this is Complexity going into our game 4, are they going to continue, Tom? Now we're in our new map, as we swap over every 2 maps. What are they doing differently? What do you think they should be doing? And how is it that they can find themselves, on top, given that the field for match point eligible has now increased?
Yeah, I think the reason that they didn't fight or were eager to fight is because they're one of the most aggressive teams, but they're not going to go and take a horrible angle. And when you go and try to fight someone on what we call these god spots, when there's just complete high ground and these amazing head glitches, you see how much Complexity values head glitches, where they're like, okay, can we go and loot? I'll be the one that lays down cover fire. And that's so important to them that they're going to go and waste, I would say, 20 to 30% of their ammo in that fight, just so they can go and cover each other and go and get any type of cells that they need. So they were low on resources. They didn't have good angles. And what they tried to do, and you heard it in their communication when we did the listen in, was that they tried to play in between 2 zones, because they were 50-50 on which way that one was going to rotate. So if it was going to go more towards the field area or the jungle, whatever you like to call that area, where a lot of people try to avoid fights, that area right there is very common for where these end circles are. But it ended up going a hard pull over towards the right side. Up top, they had to go all the way uphill. So for them, it was a very tough spot to be. And then you saw the Flying Drones just doing a great job of gatekeeping.
That is the truth. So let's take a look at how good that gatekeeping was, how good all of these teams were up against that team that could have brought us to the end of our championship. This is the overall results here. Complexity still pretty heavy, but the big news here, Tom, CLG has made themselves known, and they are our second team to be considered match point eligible.
Yeah, big back-to-back games for CLG. We'll see if they can keep up the momentum, see if they can try to take game number 5 and end this thing. But Sentinels and Flying Drones, so close.
So close.
3 and 4 points away from being over towards 50. You have NRG, TSM. A lot of these teams were on our top 5 teams to watch, but wow, you got to watch out for CLG because of the way that they're playing, and they are such a momentum-based team. I'm wondering who's going to be first here. Is it going to be Complexity? Is it going to be a CLG? Or is someone else going to come up and take this spot while these other teams slow down?
Now, I will say something to remember here is that APAC North, they were our first region to take on this championship, these playoff games this morning, earlier today, I should say. And guess what? The reality is that it took them 7 games to get to match point for one of their teams. So we're at game 4. We've already got 2. I'm feeling pretty good. But let's take a look at how exactly CLG found themselves in that final moment. Tom, we're going to take a look through that and tell me what we're seeing.
Yeah, so CLG, you have, again, all 3 players healthy. They played down low, which is a great spot. Again, it starts with Madness in the portal. He comes out and gives good information to his teammates. He says that the portal's safe. The fact that there's not any Watson fences on there is huge. Comes through, and again, they all have Mastiff and shotgun close range. They've been hitting the shots. They've been coming in and baiting and switching perfectly. They have the Watson gen down. Again, they're able to head glitch over and over again. And then it's just easy from there because there was only a couple players left. So CLG playing fantastic together. Again, they are a very momentum-based team. Once they're on fire, they're extremely hard to stop. So in my opinion, they are the scariest team right now in the lobby because of what they've done in the last 2 games.
And there you have it. I will say also that something for us to remember is that in a lot of ways, usually there's some grinding being done, going through qualifiers to get yourself into these super regionals. And there are some teams that have qualified, some teams that haven't. So you come in with a mixed bag of teams that have been cold, coming right off of the last super regional, and some of those teams that have been grinding through the qualifiers and they're ready to go. They're loose. They're ready to be in the match. This is game 5 that we're going into here. Game 5, in a lot of ways, usually makes the mark, right? But this is where I feel like we're seeing some of the dust come off. This is where those mid-tier games that can mean the difference between victory and defeat. Tell me a little bit about how that sort of momentum can really impact. I think you just mentioned it.
Yeah, here's the thing is now all these teams have played on both maps twice. So there's no excuses. There's no jitters anymore. It should be all about, we're warmed up. Let's play. This should be the best that everyone's playing. And here's the thing, Kate, if this goes past 5-6 games, that's what these players are used to playing, right? Yeah, they're used to grinding, 12, 14-hour days sometimes and doing these crazy long streams. But at the same time, these high-end tournament games that are for a lot of money are way more mentally draining than just going through and playing ranked and having a good time with your teammates or your friends. So it's going to be interesting to see what happens after, say, game 6 or 7. That's where, again, the teams like TSM really stand out to me. The teams that have experience and that have been together for a really long time, that's where they're going to go and have trust in one another. But one thing's for sure, CLG, Complexity, these are the 2 teams right now that are sitting over towards the top in our format, 50 points. We have 2 teams right behind them. We have Sentinels and we have Flying Drones. I want to see what's going to happen here because Sentinels hasn't won, but they've been racking up a lot of kills. I want to see a little bit more of their POV, and I'd love to see other teams that have been over towards the bottom start to pick it back up, like the Yeet Squads, the Rogues, etc. The teams that we've seen win in the past, Aim Assist. I want to see them come out and try to play spoiler here.
Well, we've got a lot of fans of Yeet Squad and the Aim Assist and all of our teams in our Twitter. And that means it's about time for us to take a look at our tweets. Da-da-da-da-da-da. I wish they'd give me music, but they don't, which is fair. Anyway, here we go. The badass. Thank you. Oh, celebrating with the fam watching ALGS. Oh, Millions Gaming fan. Love that on the map. Oh, that's nice to see. Families getting together. Families getting together, doing their thing, Tom. What a delight.
You love to see it. Look at that layout right there. I mean, just
that spread.
That's a smorgasbord of food. I'm pretty sure they got some frozen margs on the table, too.
I hear that. And oh, look at that kid, the Flash. I love it. And watching play Apex with these 2 cuties, loving the broadcast. Oh, cute kid, cute dog. And then those 2 jokers in the back. I'm down for it.
That's
also
a
loving the
Spaniel,
character.
right?
You know what? Your guess is good, if not better than mine. I'll tell you what,
sure.
though.
Look at those floppy ears. You love to see it.
Hello, Vada. I love our tweets. I can't stop, won't stop, and why would I? Oh, we've got even more dogs! More dogs all the time. Pepper supports TSM and Nano supports Seal. It is definitely, oh man, that is a divided household, Tom.
Yeah, the dog on the right is so focused on what's going on. It looks like he's taking down tips and ready to play inside the next ALGS. But keep the tweets coming. You love to see it. And everybody, when you get your tweet on the show, you get 1,000 Apex coins. So congrats to everybody that just did that.
That's exactly right. Remember to tag us with the hashtag ALGS. Follow us on Twitter at PlayApex. And if you'd like to keep up with all the action, all the drama, well, we've got a Twitch channel for that, twitch.tv/PlayApex. And if you want to give a free sub over to our YouTube channel, we would love that as well. youtube.com/PlayApex Compete. Well, guess what, Tom? We're rocking and rolling and our lobby is getting ready. So I feel like before we go, we should take another look at the official laptop for the ALGS monitors and PCs. What do you think?
Roll that beautiful Lenovo.
Lenovo Legion offers gaming PCs that are stylish on the outside and savage on the inside. Lenovo Legion is the official PC and monitor of Apex Legends Global Series.
Battle with a machine that's as savage as you are. Lenovo Legion. Stylish outside, savage inside.
I agree, Kate. I agree wholeheartedly. We should take a look at the official monitor and PC of the Apex Legends Global Series. Fallout here joined alongside Bravo as we now have two teams on match point. That's right. This game could be the last game potentially if CLG or Complexity take it out.
It's crazy to think, and you and I were talking about just like that even before this last game that we had. Every single game now essentially is your final game. You have to treat it that way, whether you're watching at home or especially if you're a player in these games getting ready to jump in each and every time. T-Squared alluded to it. It is going to be harder and harder on these players, and now is when we looked at the teams like Rogue, like TSM, etc., who we know can win marathon-style tournaments. We'll have to see exactly what they're going to be able to do.
That's exactly right. And, from our perspective, we got to bring the noise because it's game number 5, but this could be our very last game. If you are a CLG or a Complexity fan in the chat, blow it up in the chat for your team. Or if you want the likes of Sentinels, Flying Drone, NRG, or TSM, who are in 30-plus range and have a chance with the pop-off game to get into match point, let us know as well. This isn't just Fallout Bravo calling the action. We love people like Birdie and everyone in the chat that gives such great perspective, great analysis. You guys know and love Apex as much as we do. So make sure to, of course, hit us up in the Twitch chat, but also tweet hashtag ALGS as we've been featuring some of these tweets on stream. It's been awesome engaging with every single one of y'all. And tweet at us as well. Take a look at my mentions at Fallout with 2 T's and at Brav. We'd love to see your thoughts. Of course, use that hashtag ALGS as we're going to kick off with CLG. Currently, I'm Madness, Pow Pow, and Vaxlon in match point. And in a great position, great opportunity to close this one out. And, what's interesting is we saw, Complexity get griefed so incredibly hard last game by the likes of Flying Drone and so many others. As more teams get to match point, it's hard to grief every single team. So interestingly enough, CLG getting added to the mix here. You better believe if they get seen in the kill feed or if they get spotted out, because they do run a pretty obvious type of team comp with the crypto team comp. Only about 4 or 5 teams overall do run that crypto team comp, and the same thing for Complexity. Not many teams run that Bloodhound team comp as well. I think overall that means it's pretty easy to kind of grief those two teams. So we'll keep a close eye on that and see what exactly is going to happen. Meanwhile, HRN is one team who has gotten a victory. They have won in game number 2. But despite that win, they only have 29 points. They still are not in the 30-plus club. They're in 7th place with 29. They need a dominant game right now if they want to pop off, if they want to get to that match point position. And honestly, what's crazy is, yes, we have teams like Complexity, Counter Logic Gaming, Sentinels is in our top 3, NRG in 5th, TSM in 6th, but then we have teams like Flying Drone and HRN, 2 unsigned teams and teams that have kind of quietly worked their way, grinded their way to the top by doing it the right way, that are now in contention to win this one. So will it be a dark horse team, or will one of the Titans, one of the top teams that we're used to watching, go and close this one out, is the question here, as we are looking to see who's going to close this one out in game number 5. Can a team close it out in game number 5? As I know Bravo was working through some audio issues here. I believe he is live and back with me.
Oh, I'm with you.
Bravo, you there, brother?
Oh,
he's back.
All right, I'm with you. Don't worry, I was listening to you the whole time. I was just getting hyped hearing you set up the story of this game number 5 because, like you said, this got really interesting. When Complexity did not win game number 4, now we have CLG joining the party. You've got essentially the group of teams that are now in the running to win here with Complexity and CLG, as you saw crowns next to their name. And now you also have a separate story. Sentinels, Flying Drone, and NRG or I should actually say Sentinels and Flying Drone are the 2 teams that we're expecting to make it through here no matter what. They should be on match point next game if we get there. And then you have a separate batch like NRG, who with a pretty good game will get there. So I would highly suggest getting a Liquipedia tab open already. Many of you already do, or whether you're screenshotting the graphics that are on the show. However you're keeping track of all of this, it gets to become more and more complicated as the day goes on. But to be honest, it creates such an interesting story here given this format. So can't wait to see what game number 5 has in store for us.
Yeah, that's exactly right. If you are a fan of Apex Legends, especially competitive Apex, and you do not frequent Liquipedia, you are missing out. That is for sure. Such great content. And even as I've been prepping and studying for the APAC South broadcast, which we'll be live with right after this, thank God for Liquipedia is all I'll say, because obviously we don't have a chance to watch a lot of VOD. A lot of the APAC South region or APAC North region, streams on different platforms than Twitch, and it's hard to find that VOD, but Liquipedia has been the reason that I've been able to keep up. So you definitely agree with Bravo. Have that Liquipedia tab open if you are a super fan like Bravo and I.
Sentinels needs to be careful here as they're hanging out around just west of Tree, in between Tree and Thermal. They need to be very careful here because, as a reminder, they are your team in 3rd right now. They are within striking distance. An exit here without 3 points would be catastrophic. It would set them back an entire game here, and they need to be so careful to get this reset. Maybe drop all the way into Thermal, but of course they're not going to have great scouting info on Thermal, so they need to be really careful on this exit.
That's exactly right. Sentinels finds himself in a rock and hard spot right now, just with their tail between their legs, running from an ultra aggressive Yeet squad. We have seen Yeet squad, which is really this team that you never know which Yeet squad you're going to see. And, consistency is a question, but when they're hot, they are absolutely red hot on fire. Such good individual skill between the 3 of them. Nicewig, Bowser, and Six, as they are now on the hunt trying to find the Sentinel squad. They're going to actually knock one. It's going to be Crust, so Crust goes out. So a team with 47 points that is right there in match to get to match point is left to 1 member alive. Let's jump in and listen with Sentinels and see how the counts are going to be.
Bro, there's no way they're doing this. So, oh my god, nice way, bro.
We should.
Ooh, and there you have it. So we got to catch the tail end of the comms there, and you hear the disappointment. You hear that there's no way they're doing this as they're getting absolutely flown at with W key aggression or a thumbstick upwards in the hands of Nicewig, and they get taken out.
I mean, that's really tough, and you expect what a turn of events, because if you're keeping an eye on the table, Yeet Squad is in dead last right now. They have not had a great start to the day whatsoever, to put it lightly, and that is the team that just took out Sentinels, your 3rd place team that was 3 points away from match point. This is a huge deal in terms of the table. That's the last thing that you want to see if you are in 3rd place, and it's pretty surprising. You even heard them starting to talk about there, just maybe they feel like they got briefed there or whenever opening existed, of course, but Yeet Squad going to try to make their way back to the bracket. But now let's jump on board with the squad here at Skyhook.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Yeet Squad has 0 points, by the way, so they have to do something. You can't blame them for playing with that level of aggression. They have to pop off each and every game. They got to play with nothing to lose, and they're doing exactly that. Meanwhile, the squad is going to wipe an entire team. It's actually going to be Rogue, so another team that is kind of one of our favorites that we looked at coming into this tournament. Rogue, I believe, is out of this one as 17 squads are left already, so look at how aggressive these teams have been here as we're now in match point.
Yeah, we get a look at that beacon, of course, pulling all the way down Thermal and the Tree. Teams are going to have to make their way all the way southwest here, and many teams, of course, are going to be getting cozy in these bottom buildings, which is what we expect to see Aim Assist here in this battle.
That's exactly right. The squad Aim Assist going up against Yeet Squad is the current 3 versus 3 fight. Designful is knocked. Not sure what the situation is, but the revive is going to come through. Wise decision just to kind of reset. You do have the Gibraltar Dome, which means you can get the revive off a little bit quicker, and now Aim Assist thinks they have the numbers advantage, and they want to push with that numbers advantage, but they're going to push right into the aggression from their opposing team here. 1 member still down from the opposing team, so that's a wise decision to push if you're a member of Aim Assist. And just like that, kill leader in the hands of Gentrifying, 3 kills to his name.
Well, that will be Yeet Squad out. They win that opener against Sentinels. They get a few points on the board, but at what cost? Potentially putting them in a pretty tricky situation as they had to fly, as you saw, all the way into thermal. They were coming from tree. Now, both of those teams needed to do that rotation, but I don't think it's really the ideal way that either of them planned on having to make it. You saw just how far Sentinels went, all the way into thermal low ground, over the lava. That brought each squad way past tree, flying at a pretty fast pace in a time that would not give them a lot of ample opportunities to scout as they push Sentinels. And I have to say, unsurprisingly, each squad is one of the next teams to fall in the end. They're a little bit of a door hack. They're going to be walking from reps as we take a look at TSM as they are cozied up here in that bottom left part of tree as well.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And, you know, we were just on board of Smile. One thing to point out, they have 14 points total. However, since they were in third place, they came in with 7 points already to kick this off based on the seeding that they had. So not the best showing from Smile, as they currently have only gotten 7 points total in placement. That puts them in 14th overall right now. So we'll see if they can pick it up. Meanwhile, one of our 2 teams at match point still alive here. It is CLG. And one thing to keep an eye on as a viewer is notice how different these teams are playing that are now at match point. You heard it in the comms of Complexity last game, as Bravo and Rain Day said it perfectly. They are just trying to stay alive. They're just trying to survive so they can give themselves a breathing chance to get to match point. The big question is, can they do it? Can they get themselves in that position?
Absolutely. You're starting to see, we didn't really talk about this enough, but you're starting to see a lot of why that crypto Watt meta is present. Essentially, it's a big scout rotate meta. You could just sit in Watson up like you normally do, but then sending your drone out to scout any and every possible rotation, find out what's going on. I think you might have heard yesterday Aberlele kind of saying in comms jokingly, we have a UAV above our building. I know anyone that's going to come in, that's going to come out. And you're going to hear a lot of IGLs asking their cryptos to be able to scout this area, scout that area, and essentially give you all sorts of rotation opportunities. So normally, if you were Watsoned up in that central thermal low ground, it'd be very tricky rotations out with limited info. You'd have to make sure you're portaling out. Maybe you're scanning out if you're running Hound, etc. But you're starting to see exactly why that crypto Watt combo has been so popular over these last few weeks since Season 6 dropped.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And I know TSM runs that on Kings Canyon, but does not on World's Edge. So from your perspective, Bravo, is there a reason as to why they run 2 different comps on 2 different maps?
I think it comes down to a lot to really the versatility and importance of things like high ground, if you think about it. I think Rogue also been talking to Snipedown just a few days ago about what they're doing. It really does come down to, you know, there is such value in being able to zip and being able to get certain areas of height, and that changes from map to map. I think that's a lot of why you see that without a doubt. Some teams are going to still use Gibby on one map and not on another. However, that's changed a lot since a few months ago. We're starting to see more of a split elsewhere when you talk about things like Hound and Crypto rather than just a pure Gibby versus Watson.
On board now with Complexity. Scam's going to come through. They're going to find a team actually right nearby. And look at this. Complexity still playing with a pretty strong level of aggression to level up their Evo armor. Good shot's going to come through as well, as they know they have one knock. That's Prodigy Aces. Currently out of this one. One of the Twitch streamers here. Seeing what they can do is they're going to actually eliminate that crypto drone really quick. Look at the aggression for Complexity. They are not stopping. Beast of the Hunt activated for Reptar. One of the best Bloodhounds, if not the best Bloodhound in Apex Legends, is Reptar. He's going to connect for a great Mastiff shot. Shiny goes down. Monsoon needs to hit these shots. Going to miss a couple of the key ones, but Joey Blackout does get taken out. It is a 2 versus 1 now, as the Gibraltar ultimate was popped. Monsoon and Reptar realize the third party's coming. Monsoon's going to get way out of there. He doesn't want to stay in this fight. They want to survive for match point. And it looks like they'll be able to do that for now.
Yeah, Mon just has to queue out. Reptar also flies out. You saw the difficulty there. That's why you see a Gibby targeted so early, because they did not have that bubble to get out of jail. And now Monsoon's going to have to stay and fight. Not going to be easy. Reptar likely just going to try to fly away as well. And my, oh my, are the shots ever coming in? He's just going to continue trying to fly away. Not going to be an easy escape.
That's exactly right. So all eyes on Reptar now as he's running into the ring. This is going to be dangerous. And you know that team is going to gatekeep the heck out of him. And yes, he'll pop that Phoenix kit for now, but you wonder how long can he last. He probably has quite a few heals, otherwise he probably wouldn't be taking this long route. Smart decision, though. That's going to help avoid the gatekeep. That's going to help keep him alive in this one. If he has the heals to work with, we'll put him in an opportunity to do this. But he's actually going to get spouted out. So unfortunate for Reptar. This team knows it's him. They know it's Complexity. They're not even going to give him a chance to win off this match point here. I think it's going to be all up to CLG, unless Reptar can do something miraculous.
Yeah, this is just him playing with an heirloom and a prayer, just trying to make something happen here if he can, and just try to simply get away. As you can see, shots are still coming in. That's what we expect to see is the gatekeep, especially given our format that he is on one of 2 teams that are even in the running to win this It would require a miracle run, of course, not just to get into the mid game, but to win the game. But still possible. Keep in mind, the only other team that could win this is Counterlogic Gaming, as they are on 58 points. And in a crazy series of events, Sentinels will not be on match point despite being on 47 going in. Now, that's happened pretty much every time we've seen this tournament format. There is at least one team that is expected to cross the threshold and only needs a few points, as Reptar is desperately trying to get in, but shots are still coming in from the thermal train station itself as he's trying to make this rotation and just fighting with every single bit he's got, trying to stay alive. I think his days are numbered.
I think he is strong siding in Apex. Who would have thought? It's a thing. Big shot to anyone from Halo that knows that term. As Reptar's just trying to survive if he possibly can, aka looking down so his head doesn't stick out as much, is what that term is from the Halo days. So big shot to any OG players. On board with Reptar right now, trying to survive as he has a team in each area. He is the meat in the sandwich, as we heard Rain Day reference Hot6 reference earlier, but still somehow alive. It's insane to think that Reptar has been able to do it. He's been able to survive as he's literally been getting hunted for the and as the hunter, as Bloodhound for the last 3 minutes or so.
Absolutely. We'll see what else is going on around the outside of the map, though. We'll keep an eye, of course, on Reptar. Just to see, of course, as things getting pretty thin in thermal, which is what you'd expect. Those bottom left buildings taken right away, as well as the bottom right buildings, and teams are still going to have to make that late rotate from tree as well, as things are already well deep within thermal. Those pockets are going to become more and more valuable, without a doubt.
That Brazuca's team is going to take out Smile. So I mentioned it earlier, Smile is not smiling right now, as they haven't had the best playoffs so far, and that is going to continue here in Game 5. They'll get taken out in 15th place. Meanwhile, Aim Assist continuing to pop off. We know what makes Aim Assist so great is their aggression, is their team skill, and their mechanics, and it's showing as TSM now puts himself in a pretty tough spot here. I believe it's up against Liquid.
Yeah, this is definitely a big battle indeed. As we take a look, of course, TSM, your team that we're keeping a very close eye on, without a doubt, in 6th place, and Liquid down in 9th. And not that big of a delta between the two. Back to Reptar just to see what he can do, and he's also getting scanned as well by the drone, and you have to think any shot that comes in right now would be trouble. He even had to swap later on, and he's still on the run. Reptar doing everything he can just to stay alive, and needs to make sure he doesn't mentally drain himself in this one, because there's plenty more games where they can win it.
Yes, he said the stress might not be worth it alone. The amount of stress that he's been under and anxiety he has had as he is getting absolutely hunted. So some way, somehow, Reptar is still alive, but it looks like there's some fights taken on elsewhere on the map. Designful going to take out Panders. And keep in mind, Panders of Flying Drones is another team that is currently within or close to range of that match point with 46 points. They only need 4 points. We got TSM on screen right now. Currently on the rotation through, they have to plan their next move and plot out their decisions as to what they're going to do. Let's go ahead and jump into the listen in with TSM to see exactly how they're going to do it.
Because we're going to get pinched here.
Yeah, we have to jump. We have to slide jump in onto the roof, okay?
Yeah.
Oh, no.
I'm getting triple take.
One!
I got hit the 1 HP. I have no shields.
I'm going back. Their fucking right inside was 1 HP. Their right inside was 1 HP, man.
I have no shields left.
Here. I have 5 now. Listen, it's a 2-man underneath us, bro. Listen, it's a 2-man underneath us. We just got portal off on the other side.
Two subs on the roof. The portal's on the roof.
Yeah, they're on the roof.
Fuck, we needed roof, man.
No, this roof. This roof is fine. This roof is open. The portal's on our roof.
We need to take that roof.
We need to push them away. I'm gonna keep it. Arnon, okay? I'm
took it back. He took it back.
Yeah, okay. I'm holding this.
Above you.
Up here.
Up here. Oh my god, man.
I'm popping my.
Right here. Do you have port, Al?
Yes, I have port.
Okay, you're gonna have to port us that roof, I think, man.
What if we jump down to the low ground here? All 3 of us. I portal down, like, if we just YOLO it. Or should we, if we still want to go higher?
A team behind us? A Wraith behind us?
I think we commit to roof.
There's a guy on the roof.
He's getting forced off.
We need to start the port or something.
There's a team going right now. I'm making a port now. Get ready to take this right away.
I'm ready. There's a team behind us. You have to pop it.
Yeah, there's a team.
I'm looking. We're good.
Stabilize.
We're good. Oh, he's trying to climb up right here. They're trying to climb up on my ping. Nades.
Oh my god, man.
We need to stabilize, bro. Under the building.
I'm full healing.
I'm cracked.
I just took one extra.
I only have 2 cells. I only have 2 cells.
I'm batting.
I'm out of meds.
Hold the fucking stairs, boys.
I'm pumping a Phoenix. We have to third party below. We have to third party below.
Yes, we have to kill them below. There's a team over there too.
I have 3 cells. I'm dropping 1.
Did they finish the fight below or what?
I don't know.
Shoot the team on the hill.
Get the thirst. Get that thirst.
One shot right.
Get the thirst.
I didn't. They're fighting below. Maybe.
That guy's gonna live.
Are they fighting below? We need to.
Not really. Kinda. Look at zone, bro.
Wait. You can shoot them through the stairs here. I went for 108. I downed one.
I got my kill.
I finished him.
Be careful. Yeah, just be careful.
Good.
Look at zone. Just
stay alive.
Yeah, play zone.
Yeah. I have 1 ultic cell. I'm popping my ultic cell.
Don't put gen down yet. Your gen is so important for GBL.
Watch the climb ups.
Yeah.
What was the team below us? Who'd you kill?
I killed the Brazilians. I killed the Wraith on the Brazilian team.
Okay, someone else watch climb up. I have snipers, please.
Yeah, I can do it. I have R9. I have R9 scout. I'm R9 scout. They're both inside. They're inside the building. 2 of them.
Yeah.
2 teams.
Check our side.
There's a Crypto right here. Crypto Watson right under us. They're just sitting in the corner. We could probably need them.
I don't have any nades.
At the truck. It's a Gibby.
You need to keep your shit for a Gibby ult. You gotta put it behind the... You have what? 20 health?
Yeah,
here.
20 health. I have no meds.
Here, take a syringe. He's right below us.
Gibby,
Crypto.
Running around. Watch the...
Oh wait, I dodged it.
I'm gonna die. I'm one.
I'm farming them. They're good. I have 20 light. I have 20 light.
Here, I dropped 20 more. Break the drone if you can.
I dropped you 20. I have 20. Focus them.
I have 20 also.
We cannot
lose our gen. I'll hold this.
And as things are going to slow down just for a second, get ready because they're about to heat up. Brilliant listening with TSM right there as we get great perspective into their comms. Even details such as who did you kill? It was the Brazilians. That way they know who their opponent is below them. Amazing communication across the board from TSM, and it goes to show why they are the best to have ever done it in Apex Legends, bro.
Yeah, and of course, it's very important to also know which legend they killed, right? To know exactly who might be below them in terms of what the legend comp below them might be able to do. Aim Assist also holding this low ground that we so often see a team holding when we do have thermal endings, and they're going to have to figure out their own way up as well. But here's now Bazookas that the team above them, TSM was mentioning, is they're going to be playing from that low ground and that disadvantage as well. 303 still tucked in neatly here, and TSM's a team that we talk about all the time. They put up the points big in the end. TSM actually drops their off-screen right on Bazookas. Amazing timing there. They even do it without that crypto info. Instead, they just fly right down and they pick up those kills. A nice wipe, and these moments are big for TSM because keep in mind, they were on 33 points heading into this game. They needed to try to get to 50, and they are playing this perfectly to set themselves up for match point scenario in the next game.
That's exactly right. I love that decision from TSM, recognizing, hey, this is the most opportune moment to push and take this 3 versus 2. You know they're going to do it eventually because they had the 3 versus 2, and the caliber of who they mentioned, the kind of who they're playing against. They felt confident in that matchup, in that fight with Wraith being out. So well done from TSM to take that fight now. They are in a horrible position here on the rotation, as they're going to get tagged up quite a bit here. Reps is going to go down, but it looks like they should be able to heal up. They're living off of a knockdown shield, and that's their only cover, but there's a team right below them. Look at the damage that Hal's going to put in. He misses the Mastiff shot that mattered the most, and unfortunately for Hal and TSM, it is going to be Aim Assist, I believe, that takes them out. Hal gets taken out and eliminated from that one, but they still have a fight against them right now.
Yeah, look at this now. 303 actually going to be a team that drops down all the way in this last 1v1. We'll see how this plays out.
Exactly right. Here comes the last fight. 303 versus Aim Assist. In the end, it's all up to Phony Head. He's going to take out one. He's going to get the shield swap that he wanted. No, he's not going to. It will be Aim Assist that gets a pop-off game. What was certainly needed for the team that is a former champion of a Summer Regional. That was Summer Regional number 2. They are in 16th place. Well, with a first place finish there and quite a few kills starting from the beginning of that game against Yeet Squad. That puts Aim Assist in a great spot.
It does. It's certainly going to help them climb up the table. All the way down in 17th was Aim Assist, and then they're going to be thankful there. Keep in mind, this is not like your standard Apex tournament where we're working around points, and as the games go on, the points start to matter a little bit less due to the math of how much time is remaining. Due to the match point format, teams like Aim Assist that get a win from 17th place all the way deep into this tournament, those are going to add up. And then keep in mind, a perfect storm of moments has to happen for a team that is on match point to win the game. As we just saw, Reptar, of course, and CLG eliminated well before that last final 5 as well. So now things are going to get interesting. Sentinels is not going to be in. They were only 3 points away. Tragic. We'll see what happened in the end with Flying Drone in terms of points. And the question is, the likes of NRG and TSM, how many did they get? Of course, thankfully, once again, we have people to run those numbers instead of us.
Yeah, that's exactly right. 303 and Aim Assist, 11th and 16th place. We're first and second place right there. If you're a Complexity fan or a CLG fan, you are screaming from the rooftops because that means not so many teams will be in that match point threshold alongside them. We will find out who is in that match point threshold. To break down all the action, we have T-Squared and Kate.
Man, Tom, was it not just a game or two ago that Complexity was talking some mad trash about 303? My goodness. They did come down to the final circle. They didn't win. Of course, Aim Assist pulled it out. But tell me a little bit about how we got here.
Yeah, so Aim Assist drops over towards Thermal, and that's where the zone ended up landing, and that's where they start to excel because they know all of these different spots that they like to hold. That's their home base, so they're able to maneuver and stick together in group. But that's what I was wanting to see. I wanted to see the Yeet squads, the Aim Assist, the Rogues, the previous winners come up here and compete towards the top because that's what we've seen from them in the past. So finally, we're seeing Aim Assist and 303 playing up to par here and really starting to show what they're made of. So fantastic job. But that Gibby defensive bombardment from Aim Assist really just throwing off 303 and doing serious work. They should not have won that fight from the low ground. 9 times out of 10, the team up top like 303 is going to take that one, but the defensive bombardment was too strong, and the team fighting from Aim Assist just was far more superior there, and that's why they took that one. But the one thing to watch out for, Kate, was did TSM get enough points to get towards 50? I think that's what everybody's wondering.
Oh, man. Once again, it comes down to the math, and boy, do I appreciate the confidence from our casters. But let's take a look at the Game 1 results because, as it turns out, we're going to have math be done for us, and that is what counts here today. Let's take a look at Game 5. Aim Assist. Holy interrupt this, Batman!
Wow, are you kidding me? Aim Assist with 22 kills. When you add the 12 on top of that, they're going to be rocking 34 points that game. Not sure how many they had before that, but wow, what a job from Aim Assist, really fighting back and getting back into this tournament here in the playoffs. Now they have an opportunity to win this thing with such a big game. TSM, I don't know if that's enough points. It's just going to be so close to see what they're at 50. They have to be anywhere from 45 to 49, maybe 50 if they're lucky. Energy, I don't know if that's going to be enough for them either, possibly. So it's going to be so interesting to see what the overall tally is.
My goodness, 22 on the kill points. Holy interruptus, Batman. I'm sorry. I know I shouldn't be excited, but the reality is that 22 this is exactly why we love Battle Royale. This is exactly why we love Apex, Tom. It's the idea that literally you can be in one place on our leaderboards, take down 22 others, find yourself way up top on our leaderboards for one game, and all of a sudden you are in it and you are a part of the action for sure. I am lost for words at this moment, Tom. Wow.
Yeah,
okay, that was a weird moment there.
The longer this goes on, Kate, the more pressure is on the teams that did well early on. So Complexity, CLG, they're going to really start to feel that, and they don't want this opportunity to slip away. Yeah, they're going to stay focused. They're professionals. They're playing at the highest level here. So it's not going to affect them too much. I'm just saying that the pressure does switch back over, and the momentum starts to switch back over to these teams that did come from the bottom and now making their way over towards the top. So I'm going to see what's going to happen when we do look at the overall standings, because we have so many teams that are close to 50. I think CLG and Complexity may be the only 2 teams still left on match point, but there's so many, maybe 5 or 6 teams now. One more game is going to put them in match point.
Fantastic. Well, let's take a look at who might be joining them, if any. Here are, Tom, you are absolutely right. Looks like We are only there. Oh man, look how close. Flying drone, sentinels, aim assist, NRG, TSM, all within spitting distance of our match point, 50-point threshold. Complexity, CLG, they bought themselves another game to possibly win it out.
This is where it starts to go down, Kay. Look at this. Next game, you know that these teams 3 through 7 are going to play as well as possible. So they could try to get 5-6 points here, set themselves up for success, and then put themselves on match point going forward. Complexity, this is the third opportunity they have now. Third match point. CLG going into their second match point. They have to try to capitalize here, take advantage, find themselves in the final circles here, and try to win this because, again, the pressure is going to mount up. You don't want to allow these other top teams to come in and do something. And now we're looking at so many teams with the opportunity. Even the squad has an opportunity here for a 17-point game to do something. But a great job by Aim Assist, 22 kills, first place, 12 points overall. Really, really solid game from these guys.
So Tom, this is a question I wanted to ask you. We didn't have time this last between game analysis moment, but I'd love to know your thoughts. If you are match point eligible, if you're if you're Complexity, if you're CLG, how are you playing different than our teams that are just within reach? Because the reality is that you do definitely have some scope on your back. People know exactly where you are, or certainly not know where you are, but they know who you are. They know to take you down. Do you play conservative? Do you look at this the way that Complexity did? We heard in the comms, they split 50-50 between those potential zones, and maybe they made the misstep of going that 50-50 instead of one way or the other. What is your mentality like at this point as you're so close to that first place spot in our championship title?
It's tough, Kate, and that's what makes this game so interesting, this tournament so fun, but it's also kind of stressful for the fans if you're sitting there watching, because you see a team like Complexity, you don't want to change what you're doing, right? But you look at this fight that they took, and they didn't really clear their back off that much, so they were going to go and win that fight, but one missed massive shot here or there is going to allow another team to come in and enter for that third party. We've seen numerous times that they've gone and gotten third party immediately. Teams are watching the kill feed, so what I would be doing if I'm CLG or Complexity would be laying low. I'd be playing the edge. I'd be trying to stay off the kill feed, trying to make sure people don't know where I am. And then I would try to make my move and make my rotation, as we did have maybe 10 teams left in this lobby. It's a lot easier said than done, but I think you just got to try to remain low key. Don't try to run through the lobby or take that many team fights, and just try to find yourself in position. So you just got to win 1 or 2 fights here and then win the tournament.
Oh, the tournament. There it is. Exactly. And hey, you know what? We have been talking a lot about our teams all over the map. And of course, TSM is one of those juggernauts that gets mentioned time and time again. We caught up with Abreleli of TSM fame here not too long ago. Let's take that look right now.
My teammates would describe me as really aggressive. I'll definitely miss grappling over people with a shotgun and going for one pumps. My name is Mac Beckwith. I go by Abreleli in game and I play for TSM.
I'm grappling! I'm grappling! I'm grappling! I'm grappling!
My legend of choice up until Season 6 has been Pathfinder, because I can help my team get information on where the next zone is going. I've pretty much played him exclusively from the beginning of the game until now. To be the #1 Pathfinder, it takes a lot of grinding on him. You really have to master the grapple, positioning, everything to do with the grapple is Pathfinder's skill ceiling. But now my legend of choice is Crypto. Changing from Path to Crypto is honestly, I'm glad to be able to switch. I'm the scout player for my team, so typically I'll run a scout with the submachine gun. This season I'm more than likely going to be running scout with a Volt or scout with a Mastiff. Maybe even Wingman Volt, Wingman Mastiff. They fill the same role.
Great job, boys!
Winning in Poland, that was probably the highlight of my career. It was the best competition that we've ever had for Apex. It was proof to myself that all the effort that I put in was actually worth it. I think what keeps us consistent is that we don't change how we play. When we play in scrims, we play in a tournament, we play exactly the same, and that's not something a lot of teams do.
Oh my god! Let's go! 5 time, baby!
That 5 tourney win streak was, don't get me wrong, it's incredible to win 5 tournaments in a row. It's a really, really good feeling. But the amount of stress that is on you when you have 5 in a row, like, I went into every tournament, I was like, okay, is this the one we lose? You know, like, is this the one I'm going to let everyone down? And it was a lot of stress.
Unlike any team I've seen in nearly any esport in recent memory, this amount of dominance.
Dead! Let's go!
Oh my god.
I think in the Super Regionals, we weren't playing at our best. We made a lot of mistakes. We've been practicing and making sure that we don't make any of those mistakes again. Definitely ready for the Summer Circuit Playoffs. Let's go! We're 100% coming for the #1 spot. Let's go!
Oh man, I'll tell you what, Tom, I love that we showed the invitational footage there and TSM coming out on top. The reality is that literally today, that happened today, a year ago. Could TSM, we haven't gotten them to match point eligible yet, but could that be, is it possible that the storybook ending could happen where TSM finds themselves on top again 1 year from the time that they began that they had that invitational win?
Yeah, 1000% it's possible. And the thing is this is where they would start to really pick it up because of the fact of what Mac Alberle said right there was that they always play the same. So they practice extremely hard. And everybody knows that if you practice really hard, when you come to these tournament scenarios, all you have to do is do what you've always been doing. Nothing's changed. And that's what you want to do is you want to go outside of your comfort zone during practice so that when you come into this area, all you're doing is reacting on what the scenarios that you've practiced for. So I love that philosophy from TSM. I do think that they're one of the only teams that takes this thing extremely, extremely seriously. Yes, everybody does, but the way that they practice consistently, I think is just on another level. And that's why they've seen the benefits of that. But there are a lot of teams that have gone and taken a page out of their book in terms of sticking together as a 3-man squad for quite some time and developing that chemistry, and then also putting the amount of time in individually as a team as you need to go and perform at this level. So with TSM having nerfs again to Pathfinder and Alberle being the strongest Pathfinder, you had Hal being the strongest Wraith in North America as well. Both of these characters getting nerfed really affects TSM in general, but then they've been able to adapt, and that's the key word. They've done it with Revenant Crypto. They've done it now with multiple team comps, and they're running. We've seen them run Gibraltar. We've seen them run Pathfinder. We've seen them run Crypto. So that's one of the special things about TSM is they're willing to put in the time and they're willing to adapt and change as tournaments go on, which gives them a huge advantage going forward.
Well, so we talked about the match point eligible teams and what they could do to find themselves, you know, on top here. Let's talk about those that have them in their sights in terms of strategy. We talk about griefing, or not griefing necessarily, but we talk about, you know, upsetting those match point eligible teams. You know, we talk about them. Oh, can we call it griefing? Or is it okay when we call it griefing? I don't know. I just want to make sure.
It's only salty if it's happening to you. You know?
Well, that's fair. Yeah, salty is a good word. I like that. But at any rate, let's talk about what the strat is for those who are just out of reach of that match point eligible. Obviously, you're going for points for sure, but how do you approach those match point eligible teams that we know are there? How do we approach the map right now coming into this Game 6, which for most of our for all of our super regional tournaments would be the final game?
Yeah, you're just doing simple math. And one of the things that we saw was Sentinels there, a team that was over towards the top, running into a team like Yeet Squad, who is going to play hyper aggressive, ultra aggressive, because they really need to snowball things. So you have to be prepared for that if you're one of these teams that are getting close to match point. If you see a team charging you, you either got to win that team fight and know, okay, we're only 3 points away, so let's just win this team fight and get over towards match point. Or you realize, okay, what's going on? Can we continue to milk placement and then maybe pick off some kills? And that's how we're going to be able to do it. So it's a fine line between playing aggressive and playing conservative. You really just have to have the experience and the knowledge and then go react on the situation that's in front of you, because every single situation is going to be different, but a lot of things have been similar from what you've seen in the past. So I really think that the best thing to do would just be do the basic math, see what you need, and just try to get to that goal for the game.
Now, you know, I want to go back to Alberle's player profile, because actually, Tom, let me back up. He mentioned the stress that comes with a title and a crown that is that heavy. 5 tournaments in a row, champions, absolutely. And stress is a prevalent thing, not just in esports and gaming, but in the world, especially right now. And I want to bring up something. It's a little bit in the left field, so keep with me here, everybody. And Tom, you put out a tweet earlier that I think bears repeating. And I don't know if here it is, right? And Tom, if you want to sort of explain this a little bit and talk to our audience sort of about your journey here for a second, when it comes to stress and your mental health.
Yeah, so I put that tweet out and then immediately afterwards booked a vacation so I could go and get out into the sun. But I think, we could be honest here, and if it wasn't for COVID, we'd be all traveling all over the world doing these tournaments because it's a global event. So when people talk about the servers being laggy or whatever it is, the best thing about gaming is we all meet up online and then we go meet up in person, and that's what's so much fun. But unfortunately, that's been taken away from us, so it can be hard for a lot of people, especially the people that are involved in competing, because they really get a lot out of that brotherhood, that camaraderie, and sharing those moments with a lot of people that they've made friendships with online for quite some time. So I really think that it's important to balance your mental health and your physical health with gaming. I think it's important to take care of yourself. I know how many tournaments these guys are going through. So I hope after, this event, whatever it is, that they maybe take a few days for themselves and, can find whatever way that they want to relax, go and do that and find that space for themselves.
And absolutely. And as we mentioned earlier, just 1 year ago today, everyone in our casters, they were all in Poland all together for that invitational that found TSM right on top. So it really does all come around. Preseason invitational all comes around, and you couldn't be more right. And right now, the stress of not, there's a host of other things, and other things that are going on. And for me personally, I like to unplug. I play a lot.
Yeah, how do you?
I play a lot of Flight Simulator.
Okay.
I love it. Highly recommend. No plug, no sponsor. Just telling you right now, it is fan freaking tastic. Obviously, I'm completely plugged up with caffeine right now, but I also enjoy watching esports as well to unplug. Tom, how about you at this point?
Well, I'm so involved in esports that I try to get outside of it is when I go and have my break. So I try to get some sun, try to go outside, do some yoga, things like that. I love spending time with my pets. But yeah, taking a beach vacation, really high up on my list, doing that to celebrate my birthday next month because I want to get outside, Kate. It's about time.
100%. And I will say that Tom explained to me a little bit about this vacation, and I am more jealous than I will ever tell you. And that is the end of that for sure. Hey, you know what? We want to make sure, remember, we love your tweets. We love to be part of the community. As you can see, we tweet ourselves. We also want to make sure that you know that you can tweet at us at hashtag ALGS or at PlayApex. We've actually got one tweet here ready to go in the mix because, like I said, our community is the coolest ever. Woofing. See? Oh, Tom, another thing I do to unwind. Look at pictures of puppies. Woofing for all teams competing. Well done, Rudy.
Love
Appreciate
to see it.
I do. God bless him. I do. I just can't get enough. Oh, at any rate. Yeah. And you know what, Tom, you make a great point. I'll tell you what, mental health is really important. Something to remember for all of our viewers watching all over the world. You are loved. Our community is so cool, but get outside, do some stuff, breathe in and out, find your zen, and we'll make it happen, And in the meantime, though, if you want to go ahead and follow us, as I mentioned, at PlayApex on Twitter, hashtag ALGS. And Tom, you like to remind us all that if you find yourself and your tweet on our air, well, you're going to be 1,000 Apex coins richer.
Yeah, 1,000 Apex coins. You have 10 shots at heirlooms, not heirlooms. So let's make sure we get that right.
That is a very, very good point. And hey, as we mentioned, we talked about how we unplug. Maybe mention that in your tweet. We'd love to hear how you unplug, how you find your sanity, especially during these really challenging times. But now is the time. Now is the time to send it over to Rain Day and Fallout. But first, take a look at this very impressive Lenovo Legion.
Lenovo Legion, gaming PCs that are stylish on the outside and savage on the inside. Lenovo Legion is the official PC and monitor of Apex Legends Global Series.
From the outside, who would know what lies beneath? Unleash it with a machine as savage as you are.
This is how legends are made.
Lenovo Legion. Stylish outside, savage inside.
All right, well, welcome back here. Thank you, Tom and Kate, so much for not only taking the time to kind of get us through this break, but also tell us a little bit about how you take breaks. It's rain day and Fallout here. You guys follow us on social media, keep in touch with what we're doing. And a lot of what we're doing, I think, John, I kind of want to get to you is, what are you doing outside of all this, man? Because, you're a busy guy. I'm a busy guy. We do a lot outside of not only just Apex, but just in our lives. And how do you kind of unwind and stay, I guess, healthy mentally and physically during all that's been going on this year?
Yeah, I love that question, man. For me, it's one word and one word only. It's been family. Being close to family, being able to hang out with my little niece, my nephews, and all of my parents, great family around me has been helping me kind of get through this. So we are all social distancing, in our own various houses. Being able to get together for family dinners and all that has certainly helped. I could certainly use a beach trip and a vacation. I have a trip planned with my girlfriend who lives in Greece, by the way. So we're doing a long distance relationship to Aruba in a couple months. So I'm looking forward to that.
Oh. I've been to Aruba, and I remember it very fondly, man. Shuffleboard on the beach with some strawberry banana daiquiris. I mean, I think that'll do you. I think that'll do you okay.
How about yourself,
going camping.
Yeah,
man. Next week I'm going after these playoffs are over. I'm going camping. I'm taking a week off. You won't see me. I'll maybe do the occasional "I'm having fun" tweet. But yeah, it's my birthday on the 18th on next Friday. So me and the fam, the girlfriend, we're all going and gonna enjoy ourselves on the coast. Just be with nature. So I think it's a good thing. We all need it here. And these guys, they took their water break. How at home though do you relax? Let us know because we all know it's very important. These guys, they've relaxed Fallout though, and now it's time to get back to it because breaks don't last forever. And now look at this. Complexity following along with them. They've been the story of the day, but after 2 games at match point already, still not able to close it out. Has this been surprising to you, and will this be the one that they finally do it?
Yeah, first off, not surprising to me at all. We went to 11 games in Poland. You're right there alongside me on the desk in that one. So I expect this one to go pretty far here. Not sure if I'm going to go 11, but, with you being the only 1 or 2 teams at match point, you are going to get griefed. And yes, I will straight out say it. You will get as griefed as possible because teams want to continue with their chance to play. If they see COL in the kill feed, if they see that Bloodhound scanning, they're assuming it's Complexity. They're going to fly at you. So it won't be until a couple more teams get there that I think we're going to see someone maybe take home that match point. I think we got 1 or at least 2 or 3 more games in us. We'll see. Hopefully, Complexity can prove me wrong. And I kind of said it last game. If you're a Complexity fan, if you're a CLG fan, you're screaming for the rooftops and excitement. Well, that came to fruition. 0 teams made it to match point, despite 4 teams being right within reach. Now we have 6 teams total that can get to match point after a pop-off series right there from Aim Assist and from 303.
Big statement, though, about how teams are starting to work their way from the wings into the center hall, but still to stand at the end of the length of that corridor that really is harder to travel than most people assume. Getting past not just, your own spot, but the third parties that come around to those final circles and really playing them correctly. So many dynamics and so many things can go wrong with so many other teams having agendas right along with you. It's not easy, and Complexity knows it. Flying Drone knows it as well. They were the team that gate kept Complexity in Kings Canyon in Game 4 when they had a chance to actually close it out there. They ended up pulling off one of the best kidnaps. That was Sorcerer coming in like an alien, absolutely abducting. I think it was Shiny. In such a beautiful way. So we'll see if they can pull off any of those tricks again.
Yeah, I don't know the lore very well, but if any character or legend in Apex Legends is an alien, it would be Wraith. Just look at her eyes.
It would be Wraith.
That was a brilliant kidnapping that we saw come through right there. And that was, I saw someone in the chat saying that was not intentional. That was 1,000% intentional. They knew it was Complexity. They had the intel earlier. They had been griefing them for the last 3 minutes before. That was such a perfectly executed kidnapping. When we say kidnapping, we're not trying to scare you or alarm you. I know we have a lot of kids watching. What we mean by kidnapping is when Wraith uses her ultimate, her portal, to be able to literally snatch someone, grab them through the portal, take them back to where your teammates are, where they can finish the job. It's something that really, I think Hardeki was the first one to do from Gambit in the European side of things, on broadcast at least, in a major way. He posted that clip, and it was one of the most insane things I've ever seen. Since then, it's become kind of a staple, kind of like how Arc Star sticking became a fad back in like Season 2, Season 3.
And it's cool this tech exists and players continually develop it. I'm sure it'll be something that's been in the game for the entirety of the game's existence in Season 0 that we'll start using in Season 7, because that's just how it goes. You start getting these situations, new players bring different opportunities and play styles, and of course, you have to try to do whatever it takes to survive, and that's the tension that we're feeling. Although we are talking in a bit of a jovial way right now, there is tension amongst these players. Do not forget it. CLG, Complexity, they are on match points. If they win, tournament over. Their game. But there's 5 or 6 teams, as you mentioned, Fallout, who have a chance as well to really push themselves ahead into that match point situation with a strong performance here. And still, 20 squads alive. No one really in the spot to get too aggressive just yet.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Those 6 teams are Flying Drone, Sentinels, Aim Assist, NRG, TSM, and 303 Esports rounded out at 39 points. So only 11 points is needed for 303 to get there. We're on board with Capital right now. Currently, Capital Esports tagged up quite a bit. They are way far down in the overall standings in 14th place, right alongside Rogue, though, which, again, not many people would have expected Rogue to be in that position. But with that all said, 14 points, Aim Assist had 13 or 14 points last game, and now is one of those teams that I mentioned in contention, as they're currently sitting in a great spot as Aim Assist. So I'm excited to see what they can do. Aim Assist putting themselves in a great position.
32 bomb will do that to you, you know? I mean, that's the level that these guys are at. 22 kills, you know, basically 6 to 8 between all of them, and you've got yourself a score that could get you into match point just like that. Following along with Complexity, though, they're here over in Epicenter, and casually you see Reptar waving that Bloodhound heirloom. And I think I heard a little heirloom in there, but we're gonna go with the heirloom until I'm proven wrong. But I like the charge rifle usage here. Haven't seen it a lot today, Fallout, but in World's Edge, because it is a bigger map than Kings Canyon, I think we'll see snipers have a little bit more of an impact considering the distance and of course the poking value now with Evo shields.
That's exactly right. And I love it, you know, obviously a few changes coming through. Overall, though, I know, you know, there's been a very vocal community. I think a big shout out to the Apex devs for, you know, some changes that we liked, but then changes that the community kind of gave some feedback on, that they quickly, you know, listened to the feedback, looked at the statistics, and reverted, such as you know, the armor, the overall Evo shield, and armor time to kill that they kind of adjusted early on, and after receiving some player feedback and, you know, looking and analyzing the data, reverted it back to where it was. And I know everyone's been really happy with kind of where things are at overall in terms of meta tuning updates ever since, which I think is great. So big shout out to the Apex devs. And you know, to the point you said earlier, I love what you kind of brought up around, you know, there's some things that might exist in Season 8 that don't exist now, don't exist today. That's the secret sauce that games have that make it different. That's kind of what, you know, Halo 2 had with BXR, BXB back in the day, Gears of War with weapon sliding, certain other things, different tactics that help you out. I was talking to Ghost Yami, and if you guys don't know who Ghost Yami is, you definitely should. Former Halo Pro turned Apex Legends competitive gaming team member. And he said, you know, when I first played Apex, the first thing I felt was, you know what, this game has it. This game has that sauce, and that is so incredibly true. So fun to watch, that is for sure. And speaking of fun to watch, we're currently on board with Monsoon, one of the most fun to watch in the game.
Exactly. And this brings to a really important point of now that we've entered into the mid-game, so to speak, and every element of gaming, we know there's this early game, mid-game, there's this late game, especially if you play Battle Royales or you play these things like MOBAs. Traditionally, the mid game is a very different experience in that early game, and what you're trying to do here for Complexity is transition yourself into a position where the final circle is manageable, where you have limited third parties, you have a limited room and space to travel that could put you into third party territory. And honestly, I feel like they're really aware of that now. So I'm looking for them to kind of set themselves up for final circle very quickly so they don't get caught, which is seemingly what's been happening in the past 2 games.
Yeah, that's exactly right. I think, you know, the way that teams are going to kind of change and alter their play style based on where they're at, you know, in game number 6 and where they're at in the standings is going to be interesting to keep a close eye on. Is, you know, one of those teams is Brazuca's teams, currently with 19 points in 13th place. Just like Aim Assist, though, last game was in kind of a similar range. They were able to pop off. BRT's looking for that same exact thing.
And you know what? We have a chance to follow BRT. Let's listen to them while we have a chance to see what they're up to.
Você acha que vai fechar esse carrinho aqui, Sr.
Pega aqui, eu quero chegar nessa casa. Aquele time tava nas costas, hein? Lembra dele. Quer combar? Eu consigo derrubar um lá.
Para não, André.
Aqui, eu tô na casa, dentro da casa.
Tá de boa então.
Você acha que vai ter vantagem?
Você quer segurar aqui? Não é safe, né?
Então.
Os caras estão de lado pra nós, Bess. Se for combar, é easy.
Ah, escolhe um. A Wraith?
Free.
36.
Ah, beleza. Passou um drone lá, eu perdi a minha.
Cara...
Artin, se conseguir pegar info se o prédio lá, se esse prédio aqui tá safe, ó, o balão chega até lá. Não tem safe aqui não pra pegar?
Não.
Ah,
lag.
Voltando aqui. Tem atrasado, Bess. Tem cara atrasado aí. Na rotação aqui, ó.
Eu preciso dar um tiro.
Eu queria chegar lá, mas eu não...
Always an awesome opportunity to show some love to our Brazilian and Portuguese-speaking fans that play Apex and those who play the game and watch the game. We know the South American community is alive and well, and just wanted to make sure that they can get a little representation in there listening. And Brazuca's team, they've been surprising me a little, Fallout. They've been in the mix, especially with a team who is on the bottom end of qualifying as far as the entirety of this this group here that's playing for the finals. They've been very, very effective and in a lot of late game situations.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Undoubtedly a top 3 team in South America based on their performances. I think Brazuca's team is one that I was looking forward to seeing what they could do in the Super Regionals overall. And they had some good games, they had some good moments. They unfortunately had to squeak through the last chance qualifier. It was Millions Gaming who was able to kind of make it through points, which is a feat in itself, going against such great North American teams. But big shout out to Brazuca's team, big shout out to everyone from Brazil that's watching right now, and of course, anyone from Portugal that probably understood that listening as well. Shout out to my man Mighty on the European side of things. I'm excited to see him and others on in our EMEA broadcast tomorrow.
Bom dia, beleza. I think that's pretty much all I got right there. I spent 2 weeks in Brazil. I had a great time over Fluminense. I don't know if you know that club, but back in my youth, man, 2 weeks there. I didn't have much to do except eat good food. I'll tell you that, and play soccer. So I love hearing the language again, kind of take me back. And I definitely know that these guys have a huge fan base supporting them today. So we'll keep shouting those players out. And all these teams, really a ton of fan bases here. Still with 19 squads remaining, though. Everyone has a chance to keep, I guess, being excited with the potential that is there. Reptar throws a little scan. We'll see him use this with the Bloodhound quite often, just to scan around the corner, make sure no one's there. Really, the utility of Bloodhound showcasing itself again and again. And I'm just loving the direction that the devs have kind of taken this character. I think it's just been so fantastic.
They're an awesome character. I absolutely love watching Bloodhound. I love playing as Bloodhound. They're one of the most aggressive, fast-paced, characters. And as a recon, you're able to get so much information. And actually, they did the opposite of what you said. They actually used the scan to scan the corner, and then went and turned the other way, and they avoided the fight. So smart decision right there, coming in from Bloodhound, and of course from Complexity. As we're going to see if they can continue to survive. My question is, do they continue to play as Bloodhound? Because every time they scan, they basically say to the rest of the lobby, hey, Complexity here, how's it going? And that's what is going to allow them to get grief pretty early. So I wonder if we'll see them shake it up. You obviously want to, it's questions, 2 philosophies. Do you continue to play your style and not change anything? Or should you try and change it up to adapt? I don't know what you think is best.
I like Complexity trying to rotate early and trying to get in that circle. Almost the way we saw definitely in those Lava City games, right? Where TSMs or whoever would just realize it's a Lava City ending and they'd go in one of those 3 tall buildings. Like, they just jump in there. They'd sprint. And then they just sit on the bottom floor or the top floor. And it would be a top 5 situation no matter what. I think Complexity are hurting themselves, and it's an emotional strain to continue to have match point and not get into a top 5 situation. I think that's what they need, and then the energy will flow. Then the moment will be upon them. Once they get there, I think it's going to be dangerous. So if I'm any other team, I'm trying to stop them at all, by all means necessary. And Godsend, wow, haven't seen them a ton today, Fallout.
Yeah, you're really right. We're trying to see Godsend currently in 19th place. They, of course, made it through and actually had the 10th seed in this one. So they had 1 point coming in, not too much. But they got 20th place in the last Super Regional. They've really quieted down from Super Regionals 1 and 2, or maybe 3, where they had some good showings and good opportunity. They quieted down in a big way, as they did get, I believe, 20th in the last, 9th in the third, 6th in the second, 7th in the first. They were a nice top 10 team for that last Super Regional, but they've really kind of been put out or extinguished here the last couple of months.
1 mini. on the Bloodhound as well. This is Team Smile, and they're in the choke. This is not great, but he's got a ton of scans, so they shouldn't get pushed without knowing it as well. 2 seconds before the next one, but he's not going to take the time. 46 to the purple, and now 74, and the Hemlock is doing work. The Thermite starts to burn, and that's a down on the Prodigy Aces. It's Team Superior against Team Smile, and Smile wants to push the Notion, and they actually don't necessarily feel like they want to commit too far. They're going to just chase a little and just zone off that portal so that the Watson fences would deter any aggression, but they're content to get that down and then just back off from the fight.
Yeah, that's exactly right. So nice shot by Team Smile, who I believe changed their team. They always ran that Bloodhound team comp. They're actually going to be running Bloodhound now because they recognize we are in 17th place with 15 points. We got to pop off with some kills. We got to play a lot more aggressive, right. So that's why you're going to see that come through. Meanwhile, jumping on board with Complexity. We do know Complexity, one of 2 teams in that point. CLG, the other one I believe also still alive. But look who it is. It's going to be Aim Assist. Do they get the knock on? That's a huge knock coming through from Monsoon. They have a chance to kind of grief or eliminate one of these teams that is in contention of getting match point here right now.
And look at this. I feel like we're just fighting in the flower fields, and Monsoon is taking energy from it. He's got to go into the Jitsu there, and he's going to find himself just a little bit around the corner, and that will help the shield battery. He played that perfectly, got the knock. Now they have the command in this fight, but they do not want to push. They're not even going to need to. Ulta goes down thanks to the Hemlock as well. Wow, that weapon has had such an impact today. You need to be playing that if you're just a casual player and play Apex right now. And I think this is Complexity saying we're not letting Aim Assist out of our sight. This should be a full wipe on Aim Assist if things go well.
That's exactly right. 2 members of Aim Assist currently down. I believe that might have been the 3rd. Yes, Gentrifying goes out as well. Aim Assist eliminated from this one. Again, that's huge because that was one of the 6 teams in contention to get to match point, as Aim Assist was sitting with 46 points. They only needed 4 kills. The question is, did they get there? We don't know. We'll keep an eye on the scoreboard and we'll keep you updated. Meanwhile, Complexity is on a tear right now, 1 point. Keep in mind, they don't want to just get match point. They need to still continue getting points overall because, yes, worst case scenario, and Complexity fans are not going to hear this. If they don't win the game, they want that 2nd place. That's a big prize pool as well. And Smiles gets himself in dangerous territory against Complexity.
Oh, but I think Petty Boss is going to just bite off more than he can chew. That is going to be Shiny coming in, added to the roster, and boy, oh boy, is he making an impact there. He picks up both, and he's got the gold backpack, so that is a huge impact there just for these reses to be that much easier. Oh, doesn't look like he does. Just with a quick shield swap, I suppose. I missed in the camera. But incredible stuff from Shiny to win that, and this is the Complexity Fallout, in my opinion, that is the Complexity that can win a tournament. When they're playing like this, their aggression, they're flowing, that's how they, I think, feel comfortable enough to do what they need to do to win these games.
Yeah, I completely agree. I got to say about Complexity, this is the squad. Something about this new Complexity roster clicks. It works. Shiny fits so incredibly well. And in my eyes, I think this Complexity team has what it takes to kind of be the next TSM. Of course, TSM is still in their dynasty, I would say. Yes, they haven't won tournaments in quite some time, but they're still placing so well, so consistent. I think Complexity could be there. The question for Complexity previously was consistency, the high-risk, high-reward gameplay. Sometimes it did not work out for them, but now I think with Shiny, they're starting to achieve that level of consistency that they need. I'm excited to see what Complexity to do as we're now on board with Team Liquid.
16 squads left here. And we're in game 6 of the finals in America. Round 4 about to close. And it's about to get tight. Teams need to rotate here, but there's a ton already positioned, and one of them is Sentinels. And you know what? Let's go ahead and listen in as to how they're going to hold and take this building under control.
Ah, they scanned us.
No, it's fine, just chill.
Team going right here. They're gonna fight here, this fight here.
Everybody's fighting. Let's go, come. Can we go for this Gibby bubble? Or are they fighting?
Maybe.
Look for this Gibby.
Play to get these kills. Shooting what? Wraith one, Wraith dead.
I'm killing. I'm dead.
Watson low. If you can finish him. No fucking way, bro. No, we only got 1 point. Oh my god.
Bro, that fucking circle pull is actually unreal. Holy shit.
What is this?
Well, I mean, we don't need to say much on that, do we? Fallout just didn't work out the way they were hoping.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Synox was kind of a non-factor there. Just got taken out so quickly. They weren't able to really get much going, but obviously it's a tough situation, though. The rotation, so many teams rotating through. It seemed like a war movie, with how many teams were trying to push out. Unfortunate for Sentinels, and you hear it in their comms, you hear the frustration. I mean, that's 2 games in a row now where they were within threshold of that match point, and they've only gotten 1.2 games, and that's going to put them outside of that here.
I mean, 3 points away, and they got 1 point. Oh no, I mean, you just hate to see it. There's no other way to describe that feeling. And just the deflation and I think the disappointment knowing they got to do it all again. And then they can't even still win if they get past the threshold. That would have been a tough one to bite, but I'm sure Sentinels have the ability to do it. Complexity, though, could this be it? They're still in a good position. 8 squads left. And they've all got red Evos. Fallout 16 seconds before the zone moves in, and they do have a little trek to go, especially considering that it could be some high ground to maneuver on. But if they can get past this is the game.
That's exactly right. Yeah, this could be the opportunity for Complexity to close this one out. CLG also alive, so 2 of our 8 teams are in match point. Can it be CLG potentially close this one out? Will it be Complexity, who's been playing with such aggression all game long? It is insane what this finish might look like here, Rainday.
Madness with a med kit might be the most important med kit of his Apex career right now. If he didn't have that, it would be trouble because there's not a lot of places to go in order to hit themselves back up to full. Monsoon and the rest of them playing on this bottom side, but they're going to have to make a tough rotation out of this. There's no way out unless they go into zone. And so they're going to have a plan. They're going to have to execute it extremely well. Checking in still with TLG. The Volt is firing for Pow Pow. The newest gun, the SMG, rivaling that of the R99, which is back in the care package. And so far, though, TLG will lose Vaxilon. So Madness and Pow not in a great spot either.
Exactly right. And here is what is interesting. With the 3 blast walls that can be activated to raise and dynamically fortify this area in Countdown, Complexity is now in a horrible position. This is the World's Edge map changes here in the new season that is potentially going to affect Complexity here. This is a very difficult rotation to make, Randy.
And you know what? I mean, this is something that they're going to have to work off. But hey, what kind of a tournament would it be if they can't go through the fire and the flames to get there? They're going into CLG. It's going to be one trying to find the down onto Madness. Will it be able to finish off Pow Pow? It will be, but it's actually Rogue Sweet who gets involved in the action. Reptar still alive, and Monsoon will go into the void. But will he come out a champion? The med kit still burning. His hands, fire. And now, Complexity still are alive to claim the victory.
Great disengage from Monsoon right there. Reptar is still in the action, though, as he doesn't have that luxury as a Bloodhound player. So now Reptar tagged up quite a bit. Was able to get the shield swap earlier. Has to get the shield bat off. Question is, can he get it? Yes, he will. Shiny gets eliminated from this one. It's all up to Monsoon and Reptar. We know that it was CLG that took so much damage from Complexity. It's only 1 member alive for CLG.
I can't believe it. Vax is alive. Somehow the res might have come off, or I think I have to guarantee that he was not in that earlier skirmish. But Complexity, they're the ones in the thick of the action. Vax sitting up on high with TLG, who could also win. 3 squads left, and Monsoon, he's the last man standing as well. So it's 1v1 for those teams that can win. Will Monsoon be able to pull it off? The syringe is firing. He's got half a second, and now he's back to full. The shield cells, he'll need them if he's going to try to win this fight because there's still 2 squads left, Fallout. And he's the only man alive.
Exactly right. We know CLG did get eliminated, so it's all up to Monsoon right now. Last one alive for match point. Can you imagine the pressure that is surmounting Monsoon as he has the flying drone above them? So 2 members of flying drone. We know Rogue is alive with 3 members, and Monsoon, the lone rat Complexity, it's looking dangerous for Monsoon. He's going to get tagged up quite a bit here, and that will be it. Monsoon going to get taken out from this one. Game is not over yet.
No, it's not. Panders, he's going to drop down as well. Sorcerer has the PK, 77 to the dome, another 46, and the Volt is going to do some work. What can he do? Oh no, Rogue, they're going to steal the day, the champion, and they will say not yet Complexity. Rogue is back on top. They will claim victory here in game number 6.
That is a huge game. In my eyes, I'm going to call that a must-win game for Rogue. And if you're a Rogue fan or a fan of Snipe Down, as Rogue was in 18th place with 14 points, that's going to guarantee them at least 12 points for first. And of course, however many kills that they got. Was it an insane amount like aim assist? We don't know if they dropped 22 plus here, Rain Day, but you got to think Rogue puts himself in a decent spot.
You got to think so. And you also got to think, you know, they're getting closer. CLG, Complexity, both in that top 5, both kind of figuring it out. They've had 2 games to mess up. Now this is 3. I would expect that we're getting close to finishing time or closing time, so to speak, in the next few games. So I'm so excited for what we've got in store, man. I can't wait to break it all down. And, you know, I know the perfect 2 to get us there. Let's go back to Kate and Tom on the desk.
Oh my gosh, Tom, was I the only one that was like, oh my gosh, that was a nail biter right till the end.
Yeah, I thought for a second maybe Monsoon's going to be able to do something. Can he force Rogue to fight Flying Drone? But Flying Drone too disciplined up top. Rogue too disciplined down low, and having all 3 players really proved to be the final factor there for Rogue. But a great job by them, our previous ALGS champions from a circuit before, now coming through and showing what they're made of here in the playoffs. But what's so interesting to me is now Flying Drone, we know that they're at that 50-point mark. So we definitely have Complexity, CLG, and Flying Drone there. Sentinels, they fell short. I think Aim Assist fell short. NRG, I'm not sure if they got enough points. They needed 5. TSM needed 6. They went out in 11th place. So absolutely crazy turn of events right here, as we thought that all of these teams sitting around 44 and 45 points were going to have a good enough game to go and have 50. But I think we're only looking at 3, maybe 4 max teams at match point now.
Boy, you're not wrong, and I will say that this could be that time where all of a sudden the field really opens up, and I think it's important that we remember that, you know, like you were absolutely right. There was another nail biter moment, another moment of pure just agony when you realize it's Sentinels who, as they mentioned, only needed those last 3 points to find themselves match point eligible, and yet no indeed. So this is definitely where the rubber meets the road. And of course, in our normal super regional tournaments, this would be our final game, but it's not, because we got nothing but time on our hands. We got nothing but gameplay that we are ready to showcase. Speaking of other things we're ready to showcase, that's our Game 6 results. Let's take a look at how our teams fared this way. Okay, double digits. I see you. Looks like Rogue coming in at that 13. Complexity not to be outdone. Looking at 10 points, Tom. 10 kills.
Yeah, and CLG, Complexity, they were there in the zone. We thought it was going to be them. But I'm looking at NRG. They got the 5 kill points they need. They also placed 5th place. That's going to bump them up to 50 points. So we're looking at Flying Drones, CLG, Complexity, NRG, all on match point now. Again, TSM didn't get enough points, I don't believe. They needed 6. I think overall that they got 4, maybe 5. So they're going to be just short. And then Team Liquid, again, with the first win, they still don't have enough points. 26 is what they started with going into game number 6. So we're looking at 4 teams now out of the 20 on match point going into game 7. And we know that typically in the ALGS, we don't get past 5 or 6 games. So now we start to really get into what it would be considered overtime for these players. And it's going to be that much more intense. They're going to have to dig even deeper to find that energy that they need.
Well, and I think it was interesting, and I'm not sure who brought it up, if it's Bravo or if it was Rain Day or Fallout, but the preseason invitational we talk about, because of course today is the 1-year anniversary from when everybody was in Poland. Those points went up to triple digits. So the reality is triple digits in 11 games, right, Tom? It's like the reality is that we don't know, because this is like the best part of Battle Royale Apex. You really can have a team come out of nowhere, a team come out of the mid-tier, and just really do a job.
Yeah, that's what's so fun to watch, is once we start getting these 4, 5, 6, we had 8 teams in Poland there going into match point. Now it's going to be so crazy when we see similar situations where we saw CLG and Complexity. Those were the 2 teams that could have potentially won it. They were 2 of our 8 teams in that final zone. Anyone could have took that one. We saw Complexity. They had a horrible pull of that circle. It was the opposite side of the wall. They had to take zone damage. They had to run into CLG. Who was waiting to third party them? It was Rogue, the team that ended up winning that one. So if they could have had a clean sweep around over towards CLG, taking their spot, we don't know what would have happened there. But again, CLG is really starting to Complexity starting to pick it back up, starting to put more kills on the board. But it's not about getting kills. It's all about getting that first place. And now with 4 teams doing that, it's just that much more interesting.
And you're absolutely right about complexity. We saw when they first became match point eligible, we saw that they had a little bit of a, I don't know if it's they were a little bit not super aggressive. They weren't sure about the rotation. They've split it. And now we see them go, unfortunately, in the opposite direction where they should have, but at least they made a decision. At least they went full in. And let's see exactly how those overall standings were impacted by all this gameplay we just mentioned, because that's where the rubber meets the road. And here we go. Look at all those crowns, Tom. Complexity, CLG, Flying Drone, NRG, all match point eligible, all ready to go, but not to be outdone. Sentinels, TSM, Aim Assist, and 303. Woo!
But look at how big that game was for Rogue. They weren't even in this conversation, Kate, on potentially being able to win the tournament. Now their name is in there. It doesn't matter that Complexity has twice as many points as them. All that matters is getting to 50 and potentially winning the game. But it has to feel bad for Sentinels. They had 2 players knocked, and the last player on the team was 1 shot. If they were able to get that kill, that would have been the 3 kill points that they needed instead of only getting 1 point that game. That would have gave them 50 overall. Surprisingly, TSM, who we thought be one of the first teams to hit 50, still 2 points away. But wow, we're almost to 10 teams being close to 50. That's insane. That's what this format's made for. It's all about getting that dub, and it just multiplies the stress for these guys over and over and over again.
Yeah, no pressure, but all of the pressure. And I will say one of the things that I think it's Fallout that mentioned that, you know, an interesting strat that I completely forgot about is the Complexity could be using, because, you know, you're absolutely right. It really just depends. It really comes down to, for first place, it comes down to who's going to win. That's match point eligible, right? But whomever doesn't win needs to look at it from the perspective of, well, who has the most points from there? And that's going to be our second, our third. And that is how our prizing breaks down. And of course, our first place prize, walking home with $36,000. Nothing to shake a stick at, Tom. Nothing to say to, you know, pub your nose to.
Yeah, and that's what's so fun about this as well, is where you think you want to stay off the kill feed a little bit if you're Complexity, but at the same time, you want to stack up a lot of points, because what happens if you don't end up getting that win? Well, at least you got 81 points on the board, and that should be enough for you to go and get second, because it's not about who placed first or second in that game. It's about who had the overall most points, and that's how it's going to be decided. So a very interesting format. I think it's extremely exciting. I think it's perfect for what we have going on to the regionals, where the top 10 make it into the next regional, the top 3 guaranteed themselves in, and then we go and have this area where, again, we hit that 50-point match point area. So again, it's really important for these teams that have not gotten on the left side, if you're not in the top 10, not to give up, because we're seeing what's happening with Aim Assist, we're seeing what's happening with Rogue, and we see how tough it is to get that final win. It doesn't get any easier. The tournament just gets harder and harder the longer it goes.
And that is where the cookie crumbles, and that's where the action and the drama is. Excellent, excellent, Tom. Hey, you know what? We've got a great community here at Apex, and we've got a spotlight on one of our community members. Let's take the look right now.
Hello, my name is David, also known as Frozen Pro, and I've been with Apex since launch. Apex Lore is a community built around the story and characters of Apex Legends. I took over Apex Lore because I wanted more people to get involved, so I've been doing my best to make it as welcoming as possible. A year ago it used to be 1,000 people, but now it's almost 30k, so daily it's a lot of discussions, theories, and many conversations, opinions about the characters and story of Apex Legends. It's my favorite part of Apex Lore, the characters. Each one is so different that you're bound to relate to at least one of them. What does this community mean to me? It means a lot to me. It's where I have met so many of my friends, wonderful people, and had so many good experiences. You can find me as Frozen from Twitter and in the Apex Lore subreddit.
Oh man, we gotta love our Apex community. Frozen Fro, if you want to follow him on all of the socials, make sure you do. And there's an H at the very end. Don't forget the H.
Yeah, I want to know what the fro means. What is the... We know what the frozen means, but what's the fro?
I've got so many questions as well. Perhaps he will he'll showcase that in another one of his one of his pieces of historical artwork. I was just thinking, like, this doesn't make any sense. This would be
the lore of Frozen.
The lore.
We want to know where did your tag come from, Frozen?
You're absolutely right. Well, you know where a lot of all of our gaming PCs and monitors came from. They are from our official PC and monitor sponsor, Lenovo Legion. And guess what? We've got one of those giveaways you hear about these days. Take a look here. You can enter Lenovo Legion's Summer Circuit giveaway for a chance to win a free Lenovo Legion 5i. Go ahead and visit us, twitter.com/ and there it is on the bottom of your screen, Lenovo Legion for details. Remember, we are coming to you from our homes to yours with our own Lenovo Legion laptops and gaming PCs and monitors. A huge thank you to them. I'm personally rocking the Legion 7i with the i7 processor. And, of course, that nice little RTX 2080 Super Max Q. Oh my gosh, the graphics are amazing! It is a beast, and I could not be more excited. Thank you once again to Lenovo for making on the GPU side certainly come true here at the Apex Legends Global Series. Man, it is. And I'll tell you something, Tom, one of the first things you said to me was, the keyboard's amazing. And it is.
Yeah. I hope they let me keep this thing.
Lenovo, you heard it here first. At any rate, make sure to follow us. We are on Twitch, twitch.tv/playapex. You can give us one of those free follows and we'll love you for it. And then, of course, we're also on YouTube, youtube.com/playapexcompete. If you would like to be a part of this lovely dog and pony show, well, I am so excited you asked. Go ahead, follow us at PlayApex on Twitter. Use the hashtag ALGS, and you could just find yourself 1,000 Apex coins richer if we showcase you on this very fabulous showcase of our esports prowess here at the ALGS Summer Circuit Super Regional Playoffs for the Americas. It's a very large amount of words that I just said there, Tom. Is there any words you'd like to say before I toss it over?
Just remember, 4 teams on match point, but still anybody's tournament.
Still anybody's tournament. Fantastic. Well, it sounds like it's about time for us to go to our one of our favorite casters, because we got some excellent casters, and that would be Rain Day and Bravo. Guys, over to you.
Do you see what happened there? Basically, Kate was trying to hide that I'm her favorite caster.
So glad you said that, Rain. I saw it. I heard exactly what happened. We almost got called the favorite casters. And then moments later, we were one of the favorite casters.
Kate, I appreciate you because you're one of my favorite analysts on the. No, I'm kidding. I would never do that to Tom. You know, listen, Rob. It's it is what it is, man. We're not fighting; they are. Okay, it's Game 7. Let's get back into the game, baby. There's 4 teams on match point, as you were mentioning, and who might those be? If you got them off the top of your head.
Oh, of course I do. You got Complexity in first right now. They were your first team on match point. Counterlogic Gaming followed, but most recently we have Flying Drone and NRG. Your 4 teams here that are on match point. 1/5 of the lobby in position to potentially take it, and here we are, game number 7. It could be the final if one of those 4 teams is able to take it.
And I think this is what we're looking for here, a type of situation that really makes more than one team have to perform. What we've seen over the course of the day, just as a recap for people who are joining us in Game 7, is we're waiting for a team who has crossed that 50-point threshold to actually win. And if they do, by accumulating points for kills and placement, then they have a chance to win their next game after they've crossed that threshold and win the whole tournament. It will all be over. They will be first place champions of America. And I think that this is now something that's going to be a different dynamic with 4 teams, 4 quality teams in that position. You cannot hyper-focus on either one of them. And I think that's going to free up the play. I think if we've seen some griefing, I think that will be limited because you grief one team, you just open up another route for another team. And I think that is something now that will hopefully stabilize kind of the economy of, who's got a chance to win and how players are tackling being back on Kings Canyon.
Yeah, it really is a great point, Rain. You kind of have a bell curve here where we started off with all these teams fairly even, right? The first place team did have 10 seeding points, but other than that, it was a clean slate. We kind of peaked a little bit and maybe are peaking right now in terms of the peak of that bell, in terms of a time where only 4 teams can win, and the match plays very differently. We as casters, you as viewers at home, the players play the match differently because they have to make sure that they're aware that 1 or 2 of these teams that are on match point could come in and swipe this. Now, we're kind of reaching the end of that curve. Over the course of these next few games, things will level out where almost every team could be on match point. Certainly a possibility if we continue that direction. So one of the other cool things about this tournament format is that it has an ebb and flow. Each game, it tends to be a bit different. We come to a very different competitive landscape in terms of how these teams might be approaching it, both individually and kind of on a macro level as well. It's been really fun to see them play out as we see Complexity here, Looting and Labs getting ready to make their moves, but some early action here for Smile over at Market.
Smile's been getting in a lot of action as well. Not sure they've been smiling after it, especially with some of the results so far, but I think they've definitely done their fair share of being engaged in this tournament. I think we look at teams like Godsent, we look at Eat Squad, which, you know, has one of the biggest streamers in Apex Legends, Nicewig, incredible human being. You know, they've had performances that haven't maybe lived up to what their fans have really hoped for from them. But as far as Smile, you know, these guys have really stayed involved. It's kind of like 303 as well, and even Brazuca's team, where they're not looking like favorites to most people from the outside, but they're absolutely contending and fighting with every single play, and that's making this tournament that much better, I think, in the Americas. Really giving us an awesome show here as we're kind of in the middle of round 1 in Game 7.
Yeah, absolutely, getting a few different looks there, as it looked like that would have been Tex Drone that was coming all the way up to Watchtower to get a little bit of scouting there before they make that move from Slums through Waterfalls up over to Watchtower North. You're going to keep an eye on that, of course, off-screen. Team Liquid now on your screen, all the way in 12th place, a team that started off with an amazing performance, a Game 1 win, but it has not continued here, as they are going to need to still put 19 points on the board just to get on to match point. They're going to be looking to have a big performance here. Let's keep in mind, even though it might be anxiety-inducing, these teams that are not yet on match point need to remember that a perfect storm of events need to happen for these teams that are on match point, and there's no reason they shouldn't be giving it 100% here through these later games. There's no reason that they cannot win, just like T-Squared said, that they cannot come and win this tournament here.
That's the identity I think you need to have and carry throughout the roster that you're playing in. Checking in with Liquid now. Otzik obviously stepping in for Casper. We mentioned that earlier if you've been watching him throughout the season. Wishing him the best, and Otzik doing a great job obviously getting in that first win. But now it's about showing up. And, you know, a team, when you look at early advantages, we see Liquid won Game 1. They were placed only about 8th as far as the, I believe, total standings of ALGS points. But you know what, Brav? TSM, they were number 1. They came in here with 10 points, and they have not yet reached the 50-point threshold. I mean, what does that say to you just watching this all and kind of how you've seen them, you know, manage kind of the struggles early?
Yeah, it's a great point, and to be honest, it's an all too familiar question. TSM, they qualified immediately. Super Regional number 1, took a qualification spot right away, placing 3rd there. Their average Super Regional placing is 4.75, and that includes an outlier, a second SR2 10th place. Otherwise, they place 3rd throughout the entirety of the series. They also placed 6th at GLL Masters, but really that was on the back of a Day 2 performance. TSM seems to be a team that when they are firing on all cylinders, and when they aren't, they simply aren't. Today seems to be like one of those days where they aren't, but you have to wonder, what could they pull out through the second part of this? They are only 2 points away from match point. TSM seems to be a team that as they heat up, they get more and more dangerous. We've seen that in many tournaments before for them, so that's what they're going to be looking to do here. Rogue, also a team that we just saw come off a win. They're only 10 points away, a team that's definitely still in the conversation and much more than they were 1 game ago.
And Rogue, I mean, a team that is desperate for a win right now, because a win or anything like it would definitely put them into the match point threshold above 50 points over the course of these last 7 games. And they will be able to win next game if they can do it. So you know they're hyper-focused. A team that had a chance to do it last game, just couldn't put it together. Maxlon with the late res, I believe thanks to the mobile respawn beacon, and of course Madness and Pow Pow trying to fight through that little corridor on World's Edge. Just couldn't quite pull it off. Got actually contested and beat by Complexity. And so they're going to be hoping to have those easier rotations. Just setting themselves up for success. That's the big key. R301, though, spots somebody here. And he's going to try to at least get a little poke before heading back.
Yeah, like you said, just trying to get a little bit of damage there. And to be honest, we're seeing some pretty conservative starts, and to be honest, I wouldn't be surprised if we started to see that from kind of half of the lobby. As teams start to get more and more on match point, they're going to want to play this very carefully, and even the teams that are close are going to want to be for example, Sentinel, TSM, Aim Assist, 303, all within 5 points of match point. They're just looking to make sure they get those points here, and then they can start to think about match point. They need to secure that here. So you are definitely going to start to see things maybe continue to settle down to more quote-unquote normal play, as we do see some players going down the feed here.
I believe that was helping with getting dropped. That might have been the squad who walled. And it's also Godson as well, getting taken down by 6. So a couple of teams, potentially Godson and the squad, who have gone out. 18 squads now still remaining. It's only round 1, remember. And typically we see a lot of the heat around round 4, I think, for most of these games over the course of the day. Snipe down and Rogue, just looting up. Rocking that Volt, 222 energy ammo. That's plenty to last. I mean, that, you know, and if you've played Apex Legends at any point in time this season, you know that there's plenty of energy ammo. Well, simultaneously, there's never enough, because energy weapons have been the creme de la creme, and everyone is running them. And that's kind of also why I've been surprised to see Monsoon running the R301. Such a consistent choice for him today, bro.
The Shiny knows he needs to be careful here. We see a few different shots, one of them being a triple take shot that comes through there, as they're just going to be sitting down here bottom watchtower and slow playing this one. But a lot of the teams, as we cut back over, it looks like it's Hodsik with that triple take in hand, doing all sorts of damage from up top on the watchtower. But Tom and Kate talked about it, and you know, there's a lot of teams that are going to be wishing they can do this fast, and maybe they had done it sooner. Complexity, CLG, and now Flying Drone NRG. You do not want the TSMs and the Rogues and the Sentinels on match point as well. If you could do it here, you need to do it soon, because those teams are all coming for you, and they are within spitting distance of match point.
Yeah, and this is starting to get a little worrisome as well, because when you're looking at some of the rotations for these squads to try to get involved here, it's getting increasingly difficult, especially just with the caliber of a team like Liquid on high ground. That's just eliminating so much of that blank space really to the east and to the north that teams may be trying to rotate through to get towards the center of this zone as it starts to kind of push in and circle around them. So I'm actually excited for Liquid here, but I also am worried for teams if they don't rotate early enough, and that's kind of been a signifier of whether, you know, you're able to contest in that final zone. Can you rotate early enough? Man. Can you spot it out? Because it looks like right now people are already holding up.
Look at that. Oh my God, that pull. If we saw just how central that pulled between Containment, Watchtower, Destroyed Cascades, as Hodsik goes and sends that cheeky drone beacon, it tells us just how open this is going to be, and those are going to be some catastrophic pulls. In terms of teams needing to leave the westernmost containment buildings as well as the watchtower itself, it is going to get really messy as teams need to converge essentially on the center of the river right around there. There's going to be a big pull where we see this lobby get cut down pretty hard.
So it's time to see if there's going to be some action from Rogue besides kind of hiding around on this backside. I mean, it's a safe place right now, especially knowing that they're going to have to make their way into the Eagle's eyes, so to speak, or maybe that is of Liquid, who might be able to turn around on the far side. And also, when you look at some of these teams who are already holding these choke points as they look to cross in towards the down part of Watchtower and, of course, Containment on the other side if they want to hold up there. But it's not a great spot to traverse and kind of try to really find a location to stay. So I think they're just going to play these outskirts and try to rotate with the circle, Brav. Seems like the smartest and I think the least potentially liable play that they have.
Certainly, and like we said, this is the stakes kind of start to flatten out when you have 4 teams on match point. It's a very different landscape than when we just had complexity on match point, and that will continue to change. So it's going to impact the way that teams do rotate, the way that they think about moving, and the games are going to look a lot more like some consistent, more conservative rotations rather than teams trying to fly out and make Hail Mary maneuvers. However, late game, you might see some of that from the teams that are just a few points away if they know that they maybe have a certain amount of kills, and it's worth taking those types of risks. As NRG, a team that's not going to have too much real estate, as we take a look at them, of course, needing to move from Hillside Outpost a little bit northwest, closer to Destroyed Cascades will be their next move. And of course, they're going to have the ability here with Frex to get a good scout on that, to see what's up top, what's closer to farm, is there any teams coming from height, things like that.
Nathan in a weird spot too. 5 squads near them, which probably doesn't help because he, I'm sure, already knows that information. But one of the things that I think is interesting about where Nathan's at, clearly does not have a lot of great resources. Rocker, great gold shield right there, and we know how powerful that can be in the current meta, just giving your shields and all of your syringes and meds that much farther to go. But I think NRG might be resource scarce here, and so they may have to make a play. It would be risky too, but you can actually use those replicators, not that they would do it, to recharge your shielding if you have enough of those replicator points. You can kind of put it in, take 10 seconds of being unsafe, and then get it back as a full shield if you're that desperate. But I think they're going to try to find a much safer route to do it, as Bazooka's team, a little bit below them, is found a hut. Very, how do you say, quaint place to live? Rob?
Quaint would be a kind way to put it. They of course took some early shantytown real estate at River Center, along with several other teams. But you see some serious threats coming in there as they're getting their doors burned off. Thermites flying in as well. They took a great spot, but it's not going to be that easy, especially if you have a team like Sentinels not too far away. We'll have to see. It looks like they do actually win that battle. It's going to be clarified. Smile actually falling down, but damage coming in from Joey Blackout as well on Senox, and Sentinels is not as safe as they maybe thought. These buildings, of course, are going to be under a lot of fire, if not sight lines, at least from several different directions. But Brazuca's team, a team that was in the top 6 earlier, actually, on the tournament, they've fallen to 15th, and I believe, if I'm not mistaken, yes, they do sit right now the highest for our South American teams. We'll have to see if that continues on for them. But Sentinels now thought they maybe had the res. They don't get it, though, as Joey Blackout had something to say about that.
And all these little shacks and everyone, too many people to a room, not very COVID compliant. And also, it looks like every family right now has been in COVID for over 6 months, just, you know, feeling like they don't have enough space. I personally relate to that.
It's too close to home, yeah.
It's too close to home right here. Yeah. Hey, get out of the, can I just get a fork without you needing to be in the kitchen?
I need to get to that bin.
Just need a fork.
Can I get
Okay.
gold armor?
All right. Thanks.
Yeah. And let me tell you, it's tough for Sentinel because we heard in the comms as well. We were on board with them when they went down, and you heard them reacting to their post-game recap screen, only getting 1 kill that put them on 48. Keep in mind, they don't have this in the bag yet. I was not eyeing every kill that they got. They might have gotten their 2 kills. Once we get back, we'll have an idea. Maybe our ops can also take a look to see how many kills Sentinels has. I didn't see it just now when they did flash the screen, but that will tell us a lot, too, about how they play the rest of this, whether it's a very high-stress next rotation or if they can maybe take a moment to breathe as well.
Yeah, and I think patience is going to be their play. They've got 2 kills. Just survive it. And get to that late game. Kills will flow much easier there. You'll be able to third party. You'll be able to thirst people from a distance especially. And I just think that the patient play, even though they had to let 1 go, that was the smart way to do it. But Sentinels now still under fire. It feels like just luck has not been their way. But they do at least get the res off. And so that's going to bring Sinox alive. And they are going to be back as a group of 3. So good risk taken because the reward was so great.
Look at the kills for Senox. There's your answer. Thanks so much to our obs. Look at the kills for Senox. Kill leader as well. That's 4. That does put them over. So that's going to give you an answer of just how they're going to approach this. Of course, they want to grab as many points as they can through this game. They also want to keep the momentum high, right? Just stay on the same page and make sure that the comms are on point. But that will at least let them take a little bit of a breath here, as they will be through as well, as we caught the last moment there. But take a look at this here. Hillside Outpost about to get pretty hot on that ring edge.
Sits in a good spot. Has to hit the crypto drone twice because of the change to the buff in HP. That happened in Season 6. And also, crypto drone a little easier to hit as well. And so is the person in that room, apparently. Gentrifying, absolutely defying vision there. I'm not sure how he saw him, but oh my god. Gets about 150 damage off with the wingman just like that. Designful's like, what are we doing? Where are we pushing? Because you just did a ton. And NRG backing off a little bit of that contest as well. I think it might have been Nathan who was peeking his head out. And you know what? Nathan may actually have purple on him right now. That may just be a visual disarray there, because I think he does have that purple and he's got shield cells ready to boot.
Yeah, absolutely. You're going to see a little bit of a drone work there to get a little bit of a better look at Hillside Outpost all up. And you can just tell the move that we have here. Take a look at this edge of the circle. It's teams that are going to be coming off of Hillside Outpost towards that choke around Destroyed Cascades. That's just towards the north as well. This is a big move downhill. Teams that already have positions here, even those little shacks that we talked about towards River Center that seem to go so early and have so many Swiss cheese holes that thermites and shots can come through. Those teams are going to be looking this direction, a lot of them, as teams are going to be playing this edge and coming down off of height. And it's going to be a little bit tricky how these teams like NRG, how they engage on the way down when they need to move. And they might even try to make that move a bit earlier as you start to see them moving a little bit more southwest.
NRG, one of the teams, one of the 4 teams, alongside CLG. Flying Drone and Complexity, who can finish off the tournament with a win here. 15 squads remaining. So there is a chance that we do go home right after this, but these teams are going to have to perform. So far, we've had, I believe, 4 potential match points, maybe 3, and none of them have panned out for our teams. We've never had 4 teams in this position yet, so this is our greatest number in these Apex Americas finals. TLG playing so well today, and their squad has been such a great story of perseverance, of risk-taking, of changing team members, and finally finding that fit to really be represented and represent CLG. And boy, they've had such success since these 3 came together.
They have, and not surprising to see every level of this watchtower go so early on. There's a reason Liquid was holding up top. There's a reason that you have Complexity down low. And now look at this engagement, though, flying in here on bottom watchtower.
This is big because you see the Hemlock flying, and here's the Volt. We talked about it. Reptar is going to be the one to use it. Will the energy ammo be as OP as we've seen? Yes, sir. That's going to be Reptar staying alive. He'll be chewing up the competition. And it's nice swig, actually, that ends up going down in that fight. It was Yeet Squad that was pushing them. Brazuca's team here, Brav, though, under fire as well.
That was a big TSM push, bottom watchtower there, bottom elevator. They fly right in. Complexity answers, though, and they do it in a profound way. They live through that one. They're going to grab all those points. They're going to deny TSM into the late game. You have to assume that TSM, based on the placings there, all they would need was about 1 kill, maybe not even, depending on exactly where they ended there. They will be through to match point based on what we saw. Brazuca's team, though, trying to stay alive here.
And again, in the mix, that's what I love about them. NRG finds another kill. They just step inside. They've already cleaned up house. And now they have a little bit of respite. They're going to pick up Rocker. 10 squads remaining. TSM finds Brazuca team. And 303 also getting pressured by aim assist. Gentrifying, Resulta, pick up kills. Add that to the tally. But TSM, they want to get involved. 2 points away. They're certainly going to hit the threshold. So TSM will be in the mix. And that's not what this lobby wants. So if you are Complexity, if you are CLG, if you're Flying Drone or NRG, you want to win, and you want to win right now.
Absolutely. Their apologies. It was just Reps that was on the receiving end of that aggression from Complexity there as we saw all that chaos happening there at bottom watchtower. So he will be the one out, of course. Hal and Albert Lely still here fighting together, and now based on that, we know that they will certainly be making it in through to match point like we had suspected, especially now as they will be playing later into the game as well. Portal does go down here for Hal. Let's see where he drops that TP. Q hits as well.
And again, TSM, their job right now, knowing they've made it, it's not over. They've got to play spoiler. They cannot let Complexity or any of the other teams that we've just mentioned make it and win this game. They've just cleared their chance to be able to clinch this tournament up. It could be 1 game away for them, but they've got to survive now. They know the future is bright, but can they get there? And that's the question.
NRG
doesn't want them to have
I think we just saw. Apologies there, Ren. I think we just saw Capital take down NRG. We'll get confirmation on the fact that that is true off screen in the feed. That would have been one of your match eligible teams. Now back to Complexity here. This could be it in this final battle. Still finding out exactly who might take this. Complexity is looking good.
And Flying Drone is alive as well. So we've got at least Flying Drone and Complexity alive, involved. I believe we have CLG, but we haven't seen them in a second. That should be Flying Drone out of the mix. It looks like Liquid's going to take them out. Complexity not nearly on 4 Evos, and Shiny barely alive, but he's going to try to get the heals off right now. Will the push come through? I doubt it. At this moment in time, it'd be so risky, and they didn't get the down, so they're not quite sure, unless they've gotten down before, what team that is. And so maybe Aim Assist isn't willing to take that push. That could be game-changing there.
Absolutely. Now trying to desperately make this move, of course, still looking good on all 3 red Evo, but so much damage is coming in. Some of that's coming in still from Liquid, who is still holding up here at top watchtower with 5 squads left.
If any team is going to make this difficult for the teams who want to finish this tournament, it's Liquid. Odsick takes down Capital, but that's not going to be anything. Liquid Nocturnal, is going to be the one who finishes that off. But Complexity, 4 squads remaining, all 3 members alive. This could be their tournament. They could claim victory in Americas, but they've got to play this right. No mistakes allowed here if they want to go home the winners.
My goodness, do they ever look good. We've seen Complexity in similar situations. Actually not too far away from this part of the map as well. As you said, they do have to worry about Liquid on height, but they are looking good here and ready to go. CLG, of course, another team that we haven't seen them for a while on level 2 in Watchtower. They are still around as well right now. A Complexity versus CLG battle.
CLG still alive. Liquid's gonna have to drop as well. Complexity, the only one on the ground currently in zone, but CLG able to find something. Complexity looks like they're the ones going down. It's Complexity down, but CLG is still alive. Pow Pow, Vaxlon on Madness looking to slide in with the EVA 8. The shotgun battle is here. It's 2 squads left. Is CLG gonna do it? They're gonna slice through the competition. They are your champions of the Americas in summer.
Look at that. CLG gets redemption after losing the tournament at the GLL Masters Summer. They come back with a vengeance here. They weren't the first team on match point, but in the end, they are your team to take it. Ladies and gentlemen, Counter Logic Gaming, Pow Pow, Madness, and Vaxlon, they will take your America's title. And my, oh my, I have chills. What a performance from them. We thought it was a Complexity show until we got a look at the fact that CLG was still on Watchtower, holding level 2 and timing their drop as well. And my, oh my, Rain, did they time it perfectly as they just came through and mopped. As soon as they saw Complexity in the feed, just like you saw, I reacted the same way. They knew that they were going to be able to steamroll, and they fly through and they steal the win right out from under our other teams that were on match point. We will not see Sentinels on match point. We will not see TSM on match point. CLG doing it in 7 games.
This is when they had to do it. These guys showed up in Game 7, and they hit the three-pointer at the buzzer. That was one of the best Apex Legends plays we've ever seen in competitive history, not only because of what they did to get there and the beautiful maneuvering of really a hard building that was being held by so many squads, top, middle, and bottom, and Liquid especially, who were excellent in their positioning across this tournament, but the fact that they showed up when it mattered and they didn't give the teams who were coming, and there was Sentinels, there was Rogue, there was TSM, they were coming, and they didn't give them a chance. CLG wrap it up. They take the kunai. They slice off the competition, and they say, it's over. We're winning this one, bro. I mean, what a performance from them. Hats off to the entire squad, man. And before we get it back to the desk, it's been a pleasure casting with you, buddy. Always a blast kind of spending this time with you on cast. And, anything else that you want to say before we kind of toss it over?
I mean, it's quite a story for the CLG guys is what I'm thinking. They, of course, they're winners of your Super Regional number 4. That's how they actually qualified into this tournament as well. Like we said, they had the GLL Masters Summer, which was another marathon tournament stolen out from under them at the last minute. And they came in here and they made the most of that. They played everything they needed to do perfectly here to win it in 7 games. Keep in mind, if they didn't win that, we saw TSM not win on match point in Poland, and we saw how many more games were played. If CLG hadn't done it here, it's not crazy to think that they might not have won this tournament, as more and more teams were going to get on match point. So I just got to give a huge shout out to every team in this lobby. They have fought it out, day in, day out to get here throughout the summer circuit, and it's been an amazing culmination to see that. And CLG, they strike when the iron's hot. They time that last push perfectly. And I think a lot of teams are left wondering, like, wait a minute, it's over? Like, they weren't ready for that to be stolen by CLG. And congrats to the CLG boys on the win.
Hard-earned victory. Congrats, CLG. You are your champions. You are the Apex Legends champions of the summer, and we know a lot of effort went into that. So celebrate. You've earned it. Now let's send it back to the desk to break it all down with Kate and Tom.
Do you see the smile on my face, Tom? Do you hear the excitement? Luckily, I was on mute, but I got real excited. GG CLG. Oh my gosh, what a good Game 7.
Such a fun ending there. Again, CLG and Complexity find themselves towards the tail end of the zone. You had NRG over there. You had Liquid sitting over towards the top. So many skilled teams duking out. I think Aim Assist was in the conversation as well. But what a job from CLG, just playing it low-key, sticking inside over at 82 in the sniper tower for quite some time, playing directly below Liquid. They take the outside area and hide on the windowsill, and they're the last team to drop in. Madness takes a little bit of zone damage, comes in from behind, finishes off Reptar. Complexity gets eliminated, and now they know it's their game to win. They come in third party for the final kill there, and it's got to feel good for CLG. They're undefeated underneath the CLG banner, so congratulations, Madnix, Vax. Pow, you guys did it. What a tournament, what a series, what a summer circuit, Kate.
100%. And as they mentioned, they are our ALGS Summer Circuit Super Regional America's champions. It's a very big title, but an even bigger crown for sure. They are going home with that $36,000 prize pool. And of course, the rest of our field still going home with money as well. But certainly this has got to feel good, especially coming off that Super Regional number 4 win. And the momentum was there. Absolutely. And it was funny because I'm taking notes, I'm looking at, Sentinel's got match point eligible. TSM is finally making it there, and then all of a sudden we see this master class once again, high ground, low ground. When does that timing work out? And Tom, I feel like that final circle was something that should be studied.
Yeah, if that's when you're going to strike, that's how you got to do it if you're CLG. You don't want to have these other top teams coming in there. You don't want to have NRG, TSM, Sentinels all be on match point, right? We're looking at potentially game number 8 going on, and we're looking at, over a quarter of the lobby being registered to have that match point. So you don't want to have that happen. CLG and Complexity, they came out hot to begin with. They had so many opportunities going forward. CLG ends up capitalizing on that. And that's what we see from them. They do start off a little slow sometimes, but they pick it up. And once they pick it up, they're one of the deadliest teams. Kate, they came in as the 11th seed overall. They didn't have any of these extra points like the other teams did, like TSM having 10 points overall because of the format. So they did it from 0 points, coming up from the bottom, and now they find themselves the champions. And like you said, Kate, $36,000. And most importantly, though, it's about that title, winning this, super regional, winning these playoffs, winning the summer circuit. It all means so much to these players because they put so much time in. But congratulations to all the teams that made it here. You all played fantastic.
Absolutely. A very good point, and a very good point about CLG at number 11. They didn't have those top seed points to start them off right. It's just another reminder that this is the Wild West. You can find yourself at number 11 and still find yourself at number 1 at the end of our tournament. So let's take a look at what the actual game results have netted out to here in our final game 7 of this summer circuit. Of course, we saw CLG and a pretty even, looks like 8s, 7s, 4s across the board here.
Yeah, and Complexity was the first team to fall in that situation. I'm not sure if an early portal would have been any different, or maybe just coming in super late without a portal and just laying down a bubble and maybe defensive bombardment on top of your own bubble. I don't think they were expecting 2 teams to drop from the top. CLG, the last team into that zone, ends up just being huge for them. You always want to be one of the last teams to rotate and hold that high ground for as long as possible. The rest of the points here, they don't really matter that much unless maybe you moved up a couple of placings here if you're aim assist or team liquid. But overall, all that matters for CLG and their fans is they took first place here and they're your summer circuit champions.
They are indeed. I could not have said it better myself. And I got to imagine that they are sitting pretty, loving that for sure. Now, something else to remember, and we'll see in our overall standings here in not too long, and is that 80-point win, that 80 points that Complexity had going into this game. And of course, we mentioned it before going into this game 7, that points, you're absolutely right. It really just matters at that point, once you meet that 50-point threshold, who's getting first, because who's going to win that round, because that's who's getting first. But you know what? Something else to remember are those points, and Complexity has a head and shoulders lead in the points over the rest of the field, to be sure, Tom.
Yeah, and I'm looking at those stats again, and NRG had 7 kills overall. Flying Drone had 4 kills, but they place ahead of NRG. So it's going to be a race for third place here, because we know CLG took first. We know that Complexity ends up taking second because they had so many points. So that 3rd to 4th place battle is going to be fairly interesting. And then we know how many teams were right below that, ready to hit their match point. So anything could happen for the rest of these guys, and it means a lot. These little points end up meaning a lot, thousands and thousands of dollars in placements for whoever ends up being below these top 2 teams.
You are absolutely right. And, it's something that we should all make sure we remember. This was some incredible Apex gameplay, out of control, 100%. I would also say that, and you've mentioned this before in other super regionals, other tournaments, Tom, this is no easy feat. They make it look real easy, but this is no easy feat, to be sure. They are operating under some intense scrutiny. They're operating under some intense pressure. As a person who's been a player, who's been a coach, Tom, I love bringing that up because you have such a holistic global view. What do you think? I mean, they've got to be breathing a sigh of relief and also sort of sitting here waiting for these overall standings because they know that, to your point, it could mean the difference between thousands of dollars in difference.
Yeah, and I think that the other thing to keep track of, Kate, is how to never give up, right? And it could have been any one of these other teams that came up and took it from CLG, right? Aim assist started to scare a lot of people. Flying drones started to scare a lot of people. But say even a team like Geek Squad, who had one of their more underwhelming days that they've had as a team, they were tweeting out positive things as the day was going on. Yes, they've dealt with a lot of adversity, but just never giving up because never know what's going to happen here. And it's very important just for your team overall to stay positive and to stay fighting because these tournaments are very grueling. And that's the point. That's the test that you have to overcome. You have to stay tough. You have to stay gritty. You have to continue to remember what you've worked so hard for. Don't let it go away just because things aren't going your way. So that's one thing that CLG could really teach a lot of teams. They did it in the past when they've come out and placed, 19th, 20th in back-to-back games and then strung together a lot of wins to go and run away with one of these regionals. So I really like that these guys have stuck together. Their story's very interesting from when they've had their team together. And then you have Complexity as well, who's an interesting story where they had Lou come out and then Shiny come in. They've started to flourish too. But again, really hats off to a lot of the teams that made it here. And, really proud of everybody the way that they were able to perform today.
100%. And I think another thing to remember, and this is one of the things we love about esports, it's sort of that love-hate, right? It's the changing of the meta. We're in season 6 now, was season 5. And it's something to remember that things change and these players all stepped up to the plate and absolutely knocked it out of the park. And let's take a look at exactly how far that ball went with our overall standings. Here we go, Tom. Let's find out. Our drum roll, please. It is the overall. Looks like CLG, of course, up top. Complexity, Tom, 94 points, not to be outdone. Of course, Flying Drone at number 3. Is that a surprise to you at all, my friend?
That's extremely surprising. I think they came in as the 9th seeded team overall. So the 9th and 11th seed coming in and taking top 3. NRG coming in 4th. Aim assist right there. TSM probably the biggest surprise, sitting in 6th place. We know that we normally see them over towards the top 3. And then there's Sentinels, 303 Team Liquid. But Kate, look at what would have happened if CLG didn't win this round. We were looking at potentially having 9 teams, Kate, inside of match point. That's almost half of the lobby. The next game would have been absolutely insane. Every game that would have happened from there on out would have doubled the amount of teams that end up being on match point. And then we're looking at whoever just wins the next game ends up taking that one, right? So just a really crazy way to end this one. And CLG pulling it off, like Rain Day said, with that 3-pointer at the buzzer. Fantastic job by Pow, Madness, and Baxalon.
Absolutely. Well, and I got to tell you, one of the things that all of our casters, many of whom are my favorite, that they were mentioning throughout this entire tournament was that it's the little plays, it's the consistency, it's the little things that add up to something greater. And that is something that has been made very clear here today for sure. Consistency is absolutely what it takes. And that, my friend, is something that I am so excited to have seen done well for sure. But something else we like to see are our tweets. We like to see our community out in full force. And guess what? You've been tweeting us. You've been saying stuff. You've been enjoying Apex right along with us. We've had some fans of different teams. We've had some families. Let's take a look at our newest. Oh, and I love this theme, Tom. It's got talking about dogs. Gus loves what? Oh, Caitlin, a great name for a pet. Apex Pets, Tom.
It's just so amazing how well behaved all these dogs are compared to mine, who's just a complete crazy psycho. Pretty sure I should have named him Octane because I feel like he wakes up, puts a stem in his arm, and then just starts running circles around the house. And oh, that's a good boy. Yeah, I have a German Shepherd Golden Retriever mix, so this German Shepherd is just killing me right now.
So you wouldn't call him
well-trained doggo.
You wouldn't call him Bloodhound? Oh, I can't stop, won't stop. Hey, thank you so much. Watching ALG with my boy in Ireland. Oh, hello, Ireland. Thanks so much for joining us. Best way to chill out after a game is to meditate. Get my aromatherapy on and tune into Item and Jets. Well, wonderful. I love this. This is great. Thank you so much for sharing that. A great way to unwind. Nice little aromatherapy, Tom. Highly
Yeah,
recommend.
nothing like some aromatherapy and meditating before watching just an all-out bloodbath on Kings Canyon for over $100,000. You got to balance it out, right? Get the zen going in.
Here's some more Zen for you, this time with puppy cuddles. Fallout, this one's for you. How do you relax? You watch some ALGS late into the night. Make sure to watch those with some blue light glasses, the blue light reducing glasses. They are very important for you to fall asleep. A little pro tip, media. At any rate, that's adorable.
That is so cute right there. And thanks for all the tweets. Appreciate it. Love seeing all the different pets and animals going on there. And all of you just got 1,000 Apex coins.
1,000 Apex coins. Were you to have 1,000 Apex coins, Tom, what would you do with them? I'm pretty sure I know the answer.
Yeah, I'm going for the heirlooms. That's basically what I'm on the forever hunt. I don't think it's ever going to happen. I'm pretty confident that I'm going to have to get an heirloom tattoo and that's it. There's my heirloom.
That is the rule, Tom. That is the rule. Hey, speaking of things you should be doing tomorrow, we are going to be going live at 6 a.m. Pacific. That means Tom and I are waking up extra early. Why don't you join us? Because we have we've actually got a couple more tournaments happening today at 9 p.m. Pacific. We've got our APAC South. We've got our fantastic casting crew, our host crew. They're going to be doing a great job. If you want to see some incredible Apex gameplay, we've got APAC South happening tonight, 9 p.m. Pacific. And then, of course, tomorrow morning, bright and early for the U.S., but, right on time for Europe, we have our 6 a.m. Pacific EMEA tournament still going on. And really, we'll be crowning our EMEA Super Regional Champion there as well, Tom, for our ALGS Summer Circuit. And I know you've been looking down the pipe and seeing what's going on in that scene, and I could not be more excited to see our EMEA community come out in full force.
Yeah, I'm excited for the EMEA tournament to happen, and I think that a lot of the EMEA players are probably watching this today to see how it's going to unfold. And I think that they could take a little bit of information away from teams like Complexity and CLG. Again, you're in between this fine line of once you get that crown next to your name, once you have that 50 points and you have that match point, you have either, one or two options. You can continue to play how you've been playing, which is probably aggressive, picking up kills and then getting into the zone. Or you could play it conservative and try to stay off the kill feed and try to get into that middle zone and do what CLG did and just try to win that game with, say, maybe 5, 6, 7 kills compared to having a big game. So while you did have Complexity with more points than CLG overall, maybe about 20 more points, it was CLG who ended up taking the win because of the fact that they actually got the W there on Kings Canyon. So it's tough. It's tough to pick. What do you do? Because once you know that you're one of only 2 teams that could win, everyone's going to be looking in the kill feed and trying to stop you. So it makes it very tough. And that's why it wasn't that surprising that once a couple more teams got introduced and teams weren't focusing solely on CLG and focusing solely on Complexity, that kind of loosened them up a little bit and allowed them to make a couple more plays, maybe a couple more rotations that everybody would have been hawking them previously about.
Absolutely, 100%. Let's take a look, though. This is one of my favorite leaderboards because it shows the kill count by player, and that's where you really see these in-game leaders come out. Reptar, let's be clear, he and Monsoon for Complexity pulling in these incredible kill count numbers, Tom.
And I know Designful's going to be salty that he doesn't win another MVP here for getting the most kills, but it was Reptar, who's no stranger to getting kills. We've seen him do this, I think, when Complexity won the tournament for their ALGS. I think it was Reptar leading in kills, Monsoon not far behind. And it's not surprising that Shawnee's not over towards the top 3 because he is the support player. He's still at 9, still on this leaderboard, but he's a lot of times the one helping with the shot calls, helping with the rotations. Gibraltar is a support character. It's not an aggressive player like, say, a Wraith, say, like a Bloodhound, who's constantly hitting scans or getting in there with the portals. So great job by Complexity, but again, CLG finding themselves over towards the top 2, sitting there with 5th and 6th for Madness and Vaxlon. So great job individually by all these players, and again, great job to all the teams that made it this far.
100%, and that's a real telling stat there, because one of the things that we're noticing, and I think I'd love to, this is my pick your brain Tom time, because I want to know, as I mentioned, you've been a player, you've been a coach, you are a caster, you're certainly an analyst, you're definitely, this global view. I'm curious, looking down the line here as we've watched the Americas unfold and conclude in 7 games. For those viewers watching who want to level up, who maybe somewhere down the line want to be a part of our Battlefy registration, who could potentially be a part of a team that could find themselves in our leaderboards and on this show, what are some pro tips that you have seen the pros engage in time and time again that really make the difference here today?
Well, it's a little different for everybody, but one of the best things to do is to get into people's streams, get into the pro player streams and watch them play, right? And you can interact with other people in chat. You know, it's always nice going and seeing when you're playing, people talking to the chat room, but there's no better way to get involved than to watch and learn. And then once you feel like you're comfortable, you know, to go and find a team, go and talk to a couple players and see who's around your skill level and network, and try to get people to play. Maybe join some discords, get on social media, get on Twitter, whatever it is, and just realize that you can't do it alone. You need 2 other teammates with you. Going through this long grind by yourself can be exhausting, so I highly recommend having other people that do with you, bring up the energy levels with you, and you could share these experiences with them. So I think that the number one thing is go watch and learn, and then, you know, realize that you don't have to do it by yourself. Yes, there's so many other things that are mechanical, positioning, et cetera, that you could break it down into. But if I had to give any advice, I would just say do that and have fun.
Do that and have fun. I think that's definitely something that we want to make sure we showcase. And, you know, another thing we'd like to showcase here today is our moment of the match, brought to you by Lenovo Legion, our official laptop and PC and monitor provider here on the ALGS stream. Let's go ahead and kick it over to our moment of the match. And of course, Tom, apologies. I thought that this was going to be up, but look at this. This is a CLG in non-rare form, I will say. Talk me through this.
Yeah, so it's 4 teams remaining. You see CLG on the inside of the windowsill. They're going to go and play the outside of the windowsill with their portal. So this is what I was talking about from Madness, which was really smart. They didn't show where they were going to come from, while the other teams gave away their information. So you see Liquid drops down before them. They wait to the very last second. They get information on where Complexity is. A couple of shots right there with the R301, and you have the Mastiff in the back pocket. So I really love this play from Madness to take a little bit of zone damage, coming late, and then make his rotation. They take over the Gibraltar bubble, which was absolutely huge. Complexity makes a small mistake right there. They end up getting punished by CLG for it. And then on the opposite side, you have aim assist going up against Team Liquid, which creates an easy third party there for CLG. And they end up becoming your champions.
They do. And big ups to our production team for putting together some fireworks for that. I literally jumped out of my seat, took my laptop that I had been writing all of my notes on, and just basically, I didn't throw the Lenovo for the record, but I threw, well, I placed it on the table. I was very excited. I was passionate. It was a very exciting moment. I just wanted to say a huge, like, my gosh, what an incredible job that was, and what an incredible Game 7 we just witnessed. And certainly the CLG journey is not over, but it definitely has a nice moment in its crown here today at the ALGS Summer Circuit Playoffs. Very exciting.
Well, it's good to know that, you know, Kate gets so excited that she could shut down the entire broadcast by ripping her Ethernet out and power cable and all that good stuff. So you know that's when we've reached the pinnacle of excitement here at ALGS.
What's the opposite of rage
quitting? The whole broadcast.
That's exactly right. And boy, wouldn't that be me. At any rate, hey, here's something to remember. You want to go ahead and keep up with all of our drama. As I mentioned, we've got APAC South. We have our EMEA region tomorrow. APAC South later tonight for the Pacific region. Definitely a time to follow us on all the Twitters and all of the socials. On Twitter, @PlayApex. Use the hashtag ALGS. And as we mentioned, you could find yourself on the show for 1,000 APEX coins. You can also go ahead and remember there's a registration aspect to this that you want to make sure you're a part of, because we do have a fantastic other circuits coming down the line. Tom, we're very excited for what's coming up this fall here. And in order to do that, you got to go over to playapex.com/ALGS. We are also on battlefy.com/ALGS. And we definitely want to make sure you're a part of that. We want to make sure you are a part of exactly what is going on here on our stage for sure. And that's a great point. Actually, if you look at your screen right there, you can see they open when we're actually registering for things. So put that on your calendars. Make sure you're on battlefy.com/ALGS. You're not going to want to miss this. Hey, Speaking of something else you don't want to miss, Tom, can I tell you something?
Oh, let's hear it, Kate.
Well, I'm so glad you asked. Starting September 15th, tune into what we're calling must-watch Tuesday nights as the Madden NFL 21 Championship Series kicks off with 2 brand new weekly shows. Live coverage begins 8 p.m. Eastern with King of the Hill. Madden pros and NFL rookies each compete in their own gauntlet tournaments, followed by Derwin James versus The World, where the LA Chargers star safety and best NFL Madden player takes on the biggest musicians, celebrities, and athletes week after week. Something I definitely would like to see. Make sure to catch all that action. Twitch.tv/EA Madden NFL and Madden Competitive Gaming on YouTube. It's a much-watch Tuesday night, and it's exactly where you need to be starting September 15th. Tom, I'll say this right now. A huge thank you to our crew. A huge thank you to our other cast members. We had Fallout, we had Rain Day, we had Bravo. We have, of course, the always and ever amazing analysis from Tom T Squared. Not to be outdone, certainly. And a huge thank you to you, the viewers, and our teams, and our fans. Is there anything you want to say, Tom, to sign us out today?
Yeah, thanks to the production company, thanks to EA, and again, thanks to the fans. Without you guys, it wouldn't be possible. Again, hats off to all the players and teams. You guys made it. You did so well, and congratulations to CLG.
GG CLG. And until next time, we'll see you later.